Chapter 2869. Back then, Xueqi's territory spanned thousands of miles. It took the Wizard's Bull clan 3 months to wipe out all the demon race in that territory. Bao Qi's territory was even bigger. It was a few times bigger than Xueqi's. Naturally, he had more demon race under his control. Other than the 6,000 to 7,000 demon race members that were stationed in the city, there were about the same number of demon race members scattered around the city. Half a month. In just half a month, all the demon race members within 50,000 miles of the city were wiped out. All the demon race members that were stationed outside were summoned back by Bao Qi for the same reason. Then, they were surrounded by the Wizard's Bull clan. They could not fight back at all. The efficiency was incomparable to the previous 3 months. Bao Qi and Xueqi were guessing which demon king would be the next unlucky one. The two of them kept thinking about the demon kings that had offended them. They were preparing to submit their names to the Wizard's Master so that they would end up like them. Just as the two of them marked the demon kings as slaves in their hearts, Xueqi suddenly came out of seclusion. He summoned the two of them and gave them an order that made the two demon kings feel uneasy. Without giving them a chance to question, Xueqi turned around and left. Bao Qi and Xueqi were left staring at each other. Suddenly, they shuddered. Isn't this method a little too extreme? What if it doesn't work? Xueqi was a little worried. Bao Qi no longer had the intention to go tit for tat with her. Although he did not like Xueqi these days, he shared the same opinion as Xueqi on this issue. He always wanted to persuade Sir Wu Niu not to be so impulsive. However, he did not have the guts to do so. In the end, he could only sigh. Since the master has given the order, we have to obey. Then we can only comply. Xueqi, you have to help me with this. Xueqi immediately jumped away. The master wants you to do this. I won't interfere. Bao Qi said, we are now grasshoppers on the same rope. No one can escape from this. Xueqi chuckled. Since his lordship only asked you to do this, he must have his own plans. If he wants me to help you, he will. He would have said it earlier. If I help you, I'm afraid I'll ruin the master's plans. Bao Qi frowned. Although he felt that this was Xueqi's excuse, it wasn't unreasonable. He sighed and went to prepare. Unlike Xueqi, he did not have much contact with the Wizard Bull. After returning to the city half a month ago, the Wizard Bull had been cultivating in seclusion. Although the Wizard Bull did not seem to care about the outside world, Bao Qi knew about it. He saw everything that happened in the city. This mysterious feeling of distance made Bao Qi even more fearful of the wizard. Not long after, Bao Qi's demonic qi surged out from the city wall. Streams of demonic qi separated from his body like living creatures. Then, it twisted and changed in midair. They turned into black crows one after another, circling and dancing in the air, cawing chaotically. Bao Qi waved his hand, and the black crows flew out in all directions. There were more than 20 of them. Looking in the direction that the black crows had left in, Bao Qi suddenly shivered. If this plan were to succeed, the demon army would most likely suffer heavy losses. Even though it wouldn't affect their foundation, it would definitely deal a heavy blow to their morale. The next few days were uneventful. Since the Voodoo Bull clan didn't need to fight anymore, they had been recuperating in the city, while Xueqi had been staying behind closed doors, trying to break through to the level of Magus King. The laws of heaven and earth in the ancient world were different, giving birth to a special group like the wizard. However, no matter how many paths there were to reach the peak, the final destination was the same though. Xueqi had the foundation of the Emperor realm. Practicing the wizard method in this ancient world allowed him to comprehend many things by analogy. The more he practiced, the more he realized his previous weakness. He believed that if he had the chance to leave this mystery realm, even if his cultivation did not increase, his strength would increase greatly. 5 days later, Xueqi came out. Bao Qi and Xueqi respectfully guarded outside the door. Let's go. Xueqi gestured and took the lead. The two demon king respectfully followed behind. After a long day, Xueqi came to a stop in the wilderness. Looking around, there was no one around and it was extremely quiet. You chose this place? Xueqi asked. Yes. Bao Qi respectfully replied. He hesitated for a moment and said, if Master feels that there is a problem, you can choose another place. No need. This is the place. Xueqi nodded and took a deep breath. He opened his mouth and spat out a rolling orb. Bao Qi and Shea curiously looked at the orb. They did not know what it was. Demon beasts and savage beasts in this land all had dantian. They had never heard of wizard beasts having dantian as wells. Moreover, this rolling orb was emitting a very strange energy. It did not look like a dantian. Just when they were puzzled, the orb suddenly started to spin faster and faster. Suddenly, the orb disappeared and was replaced by a vortex visible to the naked eye. The vortex was chaotic and empty. It swallowed all the light and seemed to lead to another mysterious world. Bao Qi and Shaya were stunned for a moment, but they quickly came to a realization. The vortex led to a world that they had been to before. In that world, the wizard master was omnipotent. He was comparable to a real god. So, that world was created by an orb. What kind of orb had such a strange ability? What kind of treasure was this? Even the demon saint master did not have such a treasure, right? Although they were shocked, Bao Qi still said, "Master, forgive me for being blunt. Although this entrance looks mysterious, it might not be able to fool the demon kings. The demon kings have always been vigilant. If I say that this is the entrance to the place where the ancient saint fell, they might not believe me." According to Yang Kai's plan, Bao Qi would send a message saying that he had found the place where the demon race's ancient saint fell. When the demon race invaded last time, there was indeed a demon saint that fell. This statement was also based on evidence. Therefore, it should attract the interest of many demon kings. The place where the demon saint fell might contain a secret that could allow a demon king to become a saint. Any demon king that pursued power would definitely not be able to hold back their curiosity and would want to come and investigate. As long as he could trick those demon kings into entering this entrance and going to that world, no matter how many of them there were, they would all be crushed by Yang Kai and become his slaves. Bao Qi had always felt that this plan was too risky and did not have much hope of success. Therefore, when he sent the message, he was somewhat unwilling and wanted to drag Shea into this. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. He had already sent the message, and he believed that many demon kings would come. However, this vortex in front of him, no matter how he looked at it, it did not look like the place where the ancient saint fell. It was clearly a trap. Which demon king would foolishly walk into it? Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "What you said makes sense. However, what if it's like this?" While speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned solemn. Immediately after, a surging and incomparably pure demonic qi suddenly spread out from his body. The moment they sensed this demonic qi, both Bao Qi and Shea were shocked and felt uneasy in the depths of their hearts. This was because even their demonic qi could not compare to this aura. This was the demonic qi that only a demon saint could possess. "Master, are you a member of the demon race?" Bao Qi suddenly shouted excitedly, his face filled with excitement. Although he had already accepted his fate after being subdued by Yang Kai for so many days, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied deep down in his bones. He just did not dare to show it so easily. After all, he was a demon king, yet he was subdued by another race. It was truly humiliating. Only a shameless bitch like Shea would not care about it. A demon king had his own pride and dignity as a demon king. Now that he suddenly sensed the pure demonic qi in this young man's body, Bao Qi could not help but feel excited. This was the aura of a true ancient saint. Could it be that this young man was a descendant of an ancient saint? That's right. The last time the demon race invaded this land, they did leave behind some scattered bloodlines. It was said that there was a tribe called the Bone-Eating Tribe among the other races, and they had the bloodline of the demon race. If the wizard Master Ox really did have the bloodline of an ancient saint and was a descendant of an ancient saint, then being subdued by him would not be a disgrace. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. Bao Qi's eyes lit up, and for the first time, he felt that Yang Kai was so amiable. Shea also opened her mouth wide and stood dumbfounded. A thought flashed through his mind, and he finally understood why his demonic heartblood did not have any effect on the wizard Master Ox a few months ago. Since his body was hiding such pure demonic qi, how could his demonic heartblood have any effect? Was he really a member of the demon race? But these days, he had led the other races to slaughter countless members of the demon race, and he did not show any mercy. Why was that? If he was a member of the demon race, why did he have to go against the demon race? No matter what, the pure demonic qi flowing out of Yang Kai's body could not be faked. In the face of the two demon kings' shock and inquiry, Yang Kai only smiled lightly and did not give an answer. His mysterious appearance made Shea and Bao Qi's hearts itch even more unbearably. Of course, he was not a member of the demon race. The demonic qi he was activating now was just the ancient demon qi sealed in the dantian. If he had not practiced the wizard's technique, Yang Kai would not have dared to activate this power at will, lest the seal be broken and he accidentally become the demon race. But the wizard's technique seemed to have the ability to suppress demons, so it was not a big problem for him to draw out a little bit of demonic qi. As long as the seal was not completely broken, he would not have to worry about the danger of becoming the demon race. The pure ancient demon qi flew out of Yang Kai's hand and slowly enveloped the vortex. In an instant, the vortex leading to the small sealed world had an eerie feeling of demonic qi, as if there was some huge secret about the demon race hidden inside, attracting any member of the demon race to investigate. Even Bao Qi and Shea felt that if they had not seen Yang Kai's trick with their own eyes, they would have definitely thought of a way to go in and take a look. Bao Qi's expression turned solemn as he said in admiration, "If that's the case, we can deceive those demon kings." Chapter 2870. In the wilderness, in front of the small sealed world disguised as the entrance to the place where the demon saint fell, Bao Qi sat cross-legged alone with his eyes closed, as if he was waiting for someone. The entrance to the vortex that could be seen with the naked eye was now hidden by Yang Kai in the void, making it difficult to detect. Only a demon king level master could feel the pure demonic qi coming from the void. Yang Kai and Shaya were nowhere to be seen. After waiting for less than half a day, Bao Qi suddenly opened his eyes and stared deeply into the void in front of him, saying in a deep voice, "So what if you're here? Why are you hiding?" Suddenly, a strange laughter came from the void. Then, a black shadow appeared out of thin air. The person was wrapped in pure devil qi, which covered the person's body. It was impossible to see the person's face clearly. It was even impossible to tell whether the person was a man or a woman. The person's voice was magnetic and neutral, as if it contained a strange magic power. "Makoto!" Bao Qi narrowed his eyes and recognized the identity of the person who came. The shadow demon Makoto. The strongest existence of the shadow demon clan, and his true strength was even stronger than Yang Kai's. The shadow demon clan was good at concealment and assassination, and as the demon king, Makoto was one of the best. Among all the demon kings, he might not be the strongest, but he was definitely the most difficult to deal with. Because once targeted by him, no matter how strong the demon king was, they would not dare to say that they could survive. He could always find the most suitable time to launch a sneak attack, and the best place to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Bao Qi did not expect that the first to come here would be the shadow demon Makoto, which made him a little nervous. In a head-on confrontation, he was not afraid of the other party. But this guy had always appeared and disappeared like a ghost. If it was a life-or-death battle, Bao Qi felt that he could only stretch out his neck and be stabbed. "It seems that I'm here early." Makoto chuckled. His temperament seemed to be extremely lively. Even though his body was wrapped in black demonic qi, Bao Qi still felt that his eyes were staring at him. "You said that this is the place where the ancient saint fell? Where is it? Why didn't I see it?" "It's behind me. Sense it carefully." Bao Qi remained calm. As expected, Makoto began to investigate carefully. He immediately noticed the hidden entrance, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Clearly, he had also sensed the pure demonic qi, and his tone immediately turned grave as he asked, "Are you certain that this is the place where an ancient sage fell?" Bao Qi snorted. What else could such an obvious feature be? "But I can't guarantee it. I'm at least 80% sure." Makoto did not respond, as if agreeing with Bao Qi's words. Before entering, no one dared to make 100% guarantee. However, the aura that was being emitted was truly unbearable. "How did you find such a hidden place?" Makoto asked casually, but Bao Qi knew that he was being cautious. "This is my territory. I discovered it by accident." Bao Qi was naturally prepared for such a question. "You're quite lucky. Since you've discovered it, why don't you go in and take a look instead of inviting me over? If I'm not wrong, you must have invited others as well, right?" "Of course not just you," Bao Qi answered slowly. "But I don't know how many will come in the end. After all, this is the place where an ancient sage fell. There may be a secret that will allow us to enter the ancient sage realm, but there may also be danger. I, Bao Qi, haven't lived long enough. I want to live a few more years, but I don't dare to go in alone. Makoto sneered, as if he was mocking Makoto. His entire body was wrapped in black chi, and he circled the entrance of the vortex to investigate. Bao Chi said, "If you're willing, you can go in and take a look now. I believe that with the abilities of your Shadow Demon clan, there shouldn't be too much danger." He couldn't wait for Makoto to lose his patience and enter that world. As long as he entered, his life and death would no longer be in his control. Makoto seemed to be tempted by his suggestion. He stopped moving, and after thinking for a while, he still refused. "Let's wait for the others to come. You haven't lived long enough, and neither have I. The place where an ancient sage fell was suspected to be dangerous. How could he be willing to lead the way for others?" Bao Chi grunted and didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and continued to adjust his breathing. Makoto walked a few rounds in boredom. He was also a little bored, so he simply stayed by Bao Chi's side, motionless like a shadow. The two of them waited here for 2 days. Demon Kings continued to arrive. These Demon Kings were all well-known figures in their respective clans. Even if Bao Chi didn't have much interaction with some of them, he was still familiar with their names. The number of people who came exceeded his expectations. This made him a little nervous. He thought that it would be good enough if 10 people came under his invitation. After all, the Demon Kings weren't idle. Moreover, he wasn't familiar with some of the Demon Kings. But in just 2 days, 15 Demon Kings had already come. More than half of them were stronger than him. It seemed that he had underestimated the attraction of becoming a saint to everyone. With so many Demon Kings, could the wizard master cow eat them all? Don't go for wool and come home shorn. With so many Demon Kings gathered, the wasteland was instantly filled with demonic chi. Every Demon King who came here naturally had to ask Bao Chi about the situation here. Then, they would personally check and confirm that there was nothing wrong before they stayed. It had to be said that the entrance of the vortex that Yang Kai came out of was quite decent. At least it didn't arouse any Demon King's suspicion. It was rare for them to gather together, so naturally, the Demon Kings who were familiar with each other were chatting loudly. They boasted about how many experts of other races they had killed and how many beauties they had captured. When they were talking excitedly, their saliva was flying everywhere. Whenever there was a slight verbal conflict, they would get ready to fight at any time. Fortunately, everyone was relatively restrained. Even if there were conflicts, they were just talking. They didn't really fight. "Bao Chi, what are we waiting for?" A Demon King with flames all over his body suddenly stood in front of Bao Chi. The scorching flames seemed to be able to melt the void. This guy looked different from the other Demon Kings. His skin and flesh were incomparably red, just like lava from a volcano. Flame Demon Galen. His strength was above average among the Demon Kings. His temper was also relatively impatient. After waiting for 2 days, he couldn't help but feel anxious. The other Demon Kings also cast inquiring gazes at Bao Chi. Although Bao Chi's strength wasn't the strongest among the Demon Kings, and could even be said to be above average, this was his territory. This exploration of the ancient saint's fallen land was initiated by him, so everyone would give him some face. Bao Chi looked around and said, "The agreed date is tomorrow, but since everyone is anxious, let's start now. In any case, the number of people is almost there. Those who didn't come can only count themselves unlucky. What do you all think?" The Demon Kings naturally didn't have any objections. 15 Demon Kings were gathered here. Even if the ancient saint's fallen land was really dangerous, with their strength, they wouldn't be helpless. On the contrary, the more people there were, the more competition there would be. Who knew what was going on inside? Bao Chi's suggestion was quickly approved by everyone. Just as Bao Chi was about to say something, a sweet voice suddenly came from afar. "Aya, I'm late. Brothers, I'm really sorry." After saying that, Shaya appeared in front of the Demon Kings in a flirtatious manner. She arrived in front of them in just a few steps. Seeing Shaya appear in time, Bao Chi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two's gazes met, and nothing was said. "Trash." A low growl was suddenly heard. Then, a tall skeleton suddenly stepped forward to meet Shaya. This skeleton didn't have any flesh on its body. Its bones were pitch black, as if they were dyed with a layer of ink. Only its eyes had eerie, ghostly flames pulsing. "Bone Demon Felix." As he spoke, he walked towards Shaya, emitting a dangerous aura. This sudden change shocked Bao Qi and Shaya. They didn't know why Felix looked like he didn't like Shaya. Although the succubus demon didn't have a good reputation, they had never heard of any conflict between Felix and Shaya. Bao Qi cast a questioning look at Shaya, but Shaya's expression was full of innocence. Just as she was hesitating, Felix had already walked in front of Shaya. He extended his skeletal hand, grabbed Shaya's slender white neck, and raised it high. Shaya immediately couldn't breathe and struggled with all her might. She was like a powerless child instead of a powerful demon king. Shaya was helpless. If it was another demon king, she would have a way to save herself. However, facing bone demon Felix, who didn't have any flesh and didn't have any feelings, she couldn't resist at all. The bewitching arts she was proficient in had no effect on the Bone Devil clan. What are you doing? Shaya couldn't break free. Her face was red, and she could only ask with difficulty, looking pitiful. The demon kings watched on indifferently. None of them showed any pity for Shaya. Everyone knew that her pitiful appearance was just a disguise that could not be shown in public. You betrayed the trust of the demon Saint Master, and you still have the face to live? Felix's black chin moved as he made a strange sound. When he said that, Shaya and Bao Qi were shocked. They thought to themselves, could it be that the matter of me being subdued by the wizard Master Cow was exposed? But that couldn't be right. If it was really exposed, then Bao Qi wouldn't be safe. He would have been attacked by the other demon kings. But if that wasn't the case, why would Felix target Shaya like that? What do you mean? Shaya asked with a pale face. Half of it was because of Felix's torture, and the other half was to hide the uneasiness in her heart. Felix, Shaya is a demon king. How did she betray the trust of the demon Saint Master? We would like to know. Do you know something? A demon king jumped out and asked. The others also looked at Felix. Fei Li coldly snorted and said, the territory under her rule has already fallen, and the 3,000 people under her have also been completely annihilated. Is such a person not a waste? Doesn't she deserve to die? Chapter 2871. The demon kings were all shocked when they heard this. Firstly, it was because of the information Felix gave them. Secondly, it was because they didn't know anything about this. They had all dealt with the other races before. They knew what kind of methods the other races had. They had even personally killed some of their so-called experts, so they didn't think the other races were difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for the demon Saint Master giving them the order to defend before they went into seclusion to heal, they would have taken the initiative to attack and conquer this land. Now that they suddenly heard Felix say that Shaya's territory had fallen and that all of her clansmen had been wiped out, they were naturally shocked. It can't be? How could the other races be that strong? That's right. Felix. Did you make a mistake? Although Shaya isn't very strong, she is still a demon king. How could the other races have such great ability? A few demon kings who didn't know the truth began to question, but even more demon kings chose to watch from the sidelines. Facing the questioning, Felix only sneered. You can ask her whether or not it's true. I have no enmity with her, so why would I target her? A group of demon kings immediately looked at Shaya. Shaya knew that she couldn't hide it, so she could only bitterly say, Felix is right. The territory I rule has indeed fallen, and all 3,000 of my clansmen have been killed. This is my negligence and incompetence. Hearing Shaya admit it, the demon kings who had questioned her earlier immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes gradually turned cold as they looked at Shaya. It was a kind of coldness that was filled with disdain and contempt. Ever since they invaded this land, the other races had resisted until now. It seemed that they hadn't suffered any great losses. Even if the other races occasionally won, it was just some insignificant victories. Every demon king had never tasted the taste of failure. But on Shaya's side, not only had she lost her territory, even her clansmen had been wiped out. This was simply a disgrace to the demon race. She had indeed failed to live up to the expectations of the demon Saint Master. This kind of failure was enough to strip her of her qualifications as a demon king. She deserves to die. Felix's voice grew colder, as if he felt that Shaya's failure had made him lose face. This time, no one spoke up for Shaya. Even Bao Qi didn't dare to casually open his mouth, lest others see through him. Shaya was still lifted up in the air. Feeling the strength of Felix's skeletal hand, She could not help but laugh. I do deserve to die. But I want to tell you that my clansmen didn't die in vain. They fought a bloody battle with over 10,000 outsiders, and not a single one of them retreated. Before they died, they made the outsiders pay a huge price. Bao Qi heard this. Of course, he knew that she was talking nonsense. However, the expressions of the other demon king changed. It was as if he had seen his 3,000 tribesmen desperately resisting the encirclement of enemies several times their number, not willing to compromise at all. In the end, they were tragically annihilated because of the disparity in strength. The coldness on their faces melted a little. Then why don't you accompany them to die? Fei Li seemed unmoved, only the ghost fire in his eye sockets jumped slightly. Xia opened her mouth, but did not quibble. She only said, just kill me. After losing my territory and my clansmen, I really don't have the qualifications to be a demon king anymore. She no longer struggled. She looked like she was at the mercy of others. The ghost fire in Fei Li's eye socket suddenly became cold. He nodded slightly and said, You finally have some shame. Don't worry, I will give you a quick death. As he spoke, he was about to give Xia a fatal blow. Bao Qi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. Wait a minute. Fei Li turned his head to look at him. Xia could not help but let out a sigh of relief, but her expression did not change at all. She still looked like she was facing death with equanimity, so that others would not see her cowardice. Fei Li did not say a word. He only looked at Bao Qi, as if he wanted to hear his opinion on this matter. Of course, begging for mercy was useless. Since he had already made up his mind to kill Xia, no matter who begged for mercy, it would not work unless the demon Saint Master gave the order. Xia deserves to die, but she should not die by our hands. Bao Qi said calmly. As he spoke, he pointed at the disguised entrance and said, Why don't we let her be the vanguard and see what is going on inside? I believe that no one wants to be the first to go in, right? As soon as he said that, the eyes of the demon kings lit up. They looked at each other, and a few of them lowered their heads to discuss something. They nodded one after another, obviously feeling that this was a good idea. The place where the ancient saint fell was indeed very attractive to the demon kings, but the unknown made them somewhat nervous. Even the ancient saint fell inside, so there must be some danger inside. Although they did not talk about it in detail before, everyone had thought about it in their hearts. Who would be the first to go in? It was undeniable that this was an extremely dangerous matter. The first person to go in might encounter a different opportunity, but it was more likely that they would encounter a danger that was difficult to guard against. The demon kings all cherished their lives. No one was stupid enough to volunteer to scout for others. But there was a good candidate in front of them. Fei Li did not move. The flickering ghost fire in his eyes calmed down a lot, as if he was thinking about something. Bao Qi struck while the iron was hot and said, Fei Li, if you want to kill her, I won't stop you, but you have to be the first to go in. According to Bao Qi's previous plan, he would take the initiative to be the vanguard to eliminate the doubts in everyone's hearts. In any case, he knew where the vortex in front of him led, so there was definitely no danger. But if he did that, his persuasiveness and credibility would be reduced by a lot. After all, this place where the ancient saint fell was discovered by him. But if it was Xia who did this, it would be different. As long as she made a round inside and came back, no one would have any doubts. Fei Li snorted coldly and swung his hand, throwing Xia heavily to the ground. His dark chin opened and closed, saying, Xia, you heard it. I won't kill you this time, but you have to prove the value of your existence. Xia coughed lightly and stroked her neck. After a while, she finally caught her breath. She looked up at the demon kings with a pleading expression, as if she was unwilling to be the vanguard. But who would pay attention to her? In the end, Xia could only sigh. She activated her demonic qi and walked toward the vortex. The demon kings held their breaths and watched. Xia suddenly paused and said, If I don't return in 2 hours, it means there is danger inside. After saying that, Xia rushed into the vortex and was swallowed by the chaos and nothingness, disappearing without a trace. In front of the vortex, the demon kings were completely silent. They waited quietly, but every pair of eyes was staring at the entrance with expectant expressions. Xia said that if she didn't return in 2 hours, it meant there was danger inside, but if she really didn't return in 2 hours, the Demon Kings present wouldn't give up easily and would instead try to find a safer way to enter and investigate. At the same time, inside the small sealed world, Xueqi looked at Shaya, who walked in faintly, and nodded. "You did well." Shaya was taken aback. Only now did she realize that even if Xueqi was hiding inside, he was still aware of what was happening outside. She secretly thought to herself that it was fortunate she didn't have any bad ideas just now. Otherwise, she would have had to face a storm right now. It was Bao Qi who reacted well. "I almost ruined everything." Shaya didn't dare claim credit. Xueqi shook his head and said, "There are always some small accidents, but it doesn't matter. This is more perfect than the previous plan." Shaya smiled and said, "Then I'll wait here for half an hour and then go out and tell them there is no danger here?" Xueqi said, "Words alone are not enough to make them lose their minds and rush in recklessly." Shaya asked curiously, "Then what should I do?" "You'll know soon enough." Xueqi smiled mysteriously. Since he didn't explain clearly, Shaya didn't dare to ask and could only stand there quietly and wait for time to pass. Half an hour later in the wilderness, the Demon Kings who were quietly watching the entrance of the vortex suddenly looked shocked, as if they had discovered something, their eyes becoming more and more focused on the vortex. Under their watchful gazes, they suddenly discovered a strange ripple in the vortex. A graceful figure with a small and delicate tail appeared from within. "She's out!" Flame Demon's expression brightened as he shouted. Shaya had safely come out. In other words, even if this place where the ancient saint fell was dangerous, it was not enough to render the Demon Kings helpless. This was excellent news. The other Demon Kings also looked excited, but they also had some doubts. Because Shaya had actually come out of the vortex with her back to them. Not only that, the speed at which she emerged was extremely slow, as if there was some kind of force pulling her from the other side of the vortex. "What's going on?" someone asked. "What is Shaya doing? If she wants to come out, then hurry up and come out. Why is she showing her butt? Is she trying to seduce us? Haha, I have to say, that butt is really perky. It must feel good to touch." The group of people all talked at once, their words vulgar. Suddenly, Felix shouted, "She's in trouble." At this moment, the demonic chi in Shaya's body vibrated, and her entire body shot out, leaving only her arms in the vortex. It was as if she was tightly grabbing onto something and trying to drag it out of the vortex. "Hurry! Hurry up and help!" Shaya turned her head and shouted at the Demon Kings. No one moved. No one knew what kind of trouble Shaya was in. If they were careless and fell into the trap while trying to help, the losses would outweigh the gains. "What are you doing?" Bao Qi was even more anxious than the other Demon Kings. The plan was progressing smoothly, and as long as Shaya came out and told everyone that there was no danger inside, he believed that everyone would go in to investigate. At that time, his mission would be complete. But at this critical juncture, Shaya actually stirred up trouble again. This made Bao Qi anxious and angry. He did not know if this was the Wizard Master's plan, or if Shaya was acting on her own. Sacred artifact. Shaya's words shocked everyone. "I've caught the sacred artifact." "What?" The Demon King's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 2872. Holy artifacts were treasures that only Demon Saint were qualified to wield. There weren't many of them in the entire demon territory, and all of them had the power to destroy the world. As Demon Kings, everyone had more or less seen a few holy artifacts before. They had sensed the destructive energy fluctuations coming from those treasures, so they naturally had some understanding of holy artifacts. Now that they suddenly heard Shaya say that she had caught a holy artifact, they were a little stunned. Their first reaction was disbelief. However, Shaya didn't look like she was faking it. She had indeed caught something. So after a moment of hesitation, a few burly Demon Kings immediately rushed over and stood beside Shaya. They reached out to grab the vortex, but when they touched it, there was nothing. There was nothing at all. They turned their heads and looked at Shaya suspiciously. Shaya anxiously said, "Grab my hand." Only then did the Demon Kings come to their senses and grab Shaya's arm. As soon as they made a move, they were shocked. That was because they felt that there was a powerful force in front of them that was contending with Shaya. They all roared, and their demonic chi surged. Shaya immediately took a step back as if she had received divine help. Her arms, which had been hidden in the vortex all this time, were immediately pulled out. In the next instant, More than a dozen pairs of eyes looked at the object in Xueqi's hand with shock and greed. Strictly speaking, the object had not been completely pulled out. Only a part of it was exposed. It was the handle of a weapon. As for what kind of weapon it was, no one knew. However, the part that was exposed was emitting an extremely pure and dense demonic qi. It was an existence that was even more powerful than the demonic qi of the demon kings. It really is a holy artifact. A demon king muttered to himself. His eyes turned red in an instant. The other demon kings also had excited expressions. Even though the object in the vortex had not been completely pulled out and they had only caught a glimpse of it, none of the demon kings present doubted anything. This was definitely a holy artifact that only a demon saint could use. While they were still in shock and daze, an even stronger power suddenly came from the whirlpool. The power was so strong that even the demon king felt that they could not resist it. They cried out in alarm, and the demonic qi in their bodies became chaotic. Xueqi let out a blood-curdling scream as blood spurted out from her snow-white hands. Her body jerked backward. She fell to the ground, and even the demon king that had helped her earlier staggered backwards. The whirlpool in front of them calmed down once again. The half of the sacred artifact had already disappeared without a trace. However, the demon king continued to stare at the whirlpool, as if he wanted to look into its depths. He was searching for traces of the saint weapon. Xueqi's gasp brought everyone back to their senses. Only then did the demon kings remember to look at her, wanting to ask about the situation. Looking at Xueqi's hands, they saw that her hands were a bloody mess. Her palms revealed her white bones. It was obvious that she had been injured in the fight with the sacred artifact. Such injuries looked terrible, but they were nothing to a demon king. What was worth paying attention to was the unique demonic qi that lingered around Xueqi's wounds. Every demon king was watching, and every demon king's expression was extremely excited. This was because they could see that the demonic qi was the aura left behind by the sacred artifact. This made everyone know that what had just happened was not the water moon mirror flower. Xueqi had really pulled out a sacred artifact from the whirlpool. Unfortunately, she had failed at the last moment, and they could not see the sacred artifact's true appearance. It was a pity. Xueqi, what kind of sacred artifact was that? The shadow demon asked. He had always been able to maintain his calm, but at this moment, his voice was trembling. It was obvious that he was very excited. Xueqi's eyes flickered with nostalgia. A war hammer. A war hammer. The demon kings took a deep breath. Bao Qi said in a low voice. What did you see? Is there any danger inside? Xueqi shook her head. There's no danger. That seems to be a very special world. I saw a sacred artifact, and I also saw the corpse of an ancient saint. The demon king's eyes lit up, and they all turned to look at the whirlpool. Although Xueqi did not bring back much information, it was enough. Moreover, the sacred artifact that had appeared for a brief moment was a fatal attraction to the demon kings. Bao Qi took a deep breath and said loudly, everyone should have heard it. Since there's no danger inside, before he could finish, the shadow demon suddenly let out a strange laugh. However, what surprised the demon kings was that the other side had appeared from the other side. His voice actually came from the other side. When he looked in that direction, he saw that shadow demon had actually entered the whirlpool in a flash. The black shadow that was left outside was clearly a smokescreen. When he entered the whirlpool, it collapsed and disappeared. Makoto! Bone Demon Felix shouted. Unwilling to be outdone, he immediately chased after him. When the other demon kings saw this, how could they still be in the mood to listen to Bao Qi's nonsense? If they were any slower, they would not be able to catch up with the heat. They immediately rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared one by one. Bao Qi stood where he was, staring at his former colleagues with a strange expression on his face. He was not in the mood to talk. After all of them had left, he looked at Xueqi and asked, what was that? He did not believe that it was a real sacred artifact, but he could not find a reasonable explanation for what he saw. Xueqi slowly stood up. Her bloody hands recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming white and clean again. She smiled and said, didn't you see clearly what it was? Bao Qi frowned. But where did the wizard master cow get a sacred artifact? There were only a few demon saint invading this time. Although they had fought with the wizard saints of the other races before, no one died. Naturally, the sacred artifact would not be left behind. Why don't you go in and take a look? Shaya chuckled and stepped into the whirlpool. She entered the small sealed world without the slightest hindrance. Bao Qi did not want to follow in. After all, he had tricked so many demon kings under Yang Kai's orders. Although it was not his original intention, he really did not have the face to face them. However, he could not suppress the curiosity in his heart. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and walked into the whirlpool. Inside the small sealed world, a group of demon kings were fighting fiercely, as if they were all mortal enemies. When the demonic chi surged, powerful divine technique was released one after another, each move ruthless and vicious. Bao Qi, who had just walked in, was shocked by the scene in front of him. He could not help but feel a little dazed. He instinctively thought that he was hallucinating, but when he took a closer look, he found that he was not seeing things. The demon kings who had gathered together just now were really fighting, and their attacks were very heavy. Just as Bao Qi was in a daze, his eyes were attracted by a war hammer in the air. The end of the war hammer looked very familiar. It was the same section he had seen before. Now that the entire war hammer was in front of him, he was even more certain that it was a sacred artifact. That was because the pure demonic chi emanating from the warhammer was not fake. During the battle, the sacred artifact warhammer kept changing owners. Whenever a demon king managed to snatch it, it would be attacked by the other demon kings. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone to keep it. Even existences close to a demon saint like the shadow demon Makoto and the bone demon Philip could not do so. A bunch of idiots. Shaya's chuckle came from the side. Bao Qi turned his head and saw that the wizard Master Cao and Shaya had appeared beside him at some point. Shaya looked at the battle below with a mocking expression. The wizard, Master Cao, looked indifferent, as if he was watching a group of children fighting. Master, that sacred artifact. Bao Qi could not help but ask the question in his heart. It's real, Yang Kai replied. Bao Qi was shocked. He wanted to ask more, but he did not dare to open his mouth. The demonic warhammer was naturally real. It was a spoil of war that Yang Kai obtained outside Maplewood City. It was the weapon of the ancient Cyclops demon. After Yang Kai refined it, he gave it to his avatar to use. However, the avatar had been fusing with the origin of the sacred spirit stone fire and had not awakened until today. The demonic warhammer had not been used. Yang Kai used it today, and it was indeed an excellent bait. Even the demon kings could not resist the temptation of the demonic warhammer and stepped into the fray. Master, is it okay for you to appear like this? Shaya asked curiously. It was strange. She and Bao Qi were just standing there and watching the show. Even if the other demon kings had doubts in their hearts, they were not in the mood to think about it. However, even though Yang Kai was standing there so casually, the other demon kings didn't seem to notice him and didn't even cast a single glance at him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since I control everything, I naturally have a way to prevent them from seeing me." Shaya said, "Oh." Yang Kai said, "It's time for you to go on stage." Shaya said, "Master, you must protect me carefully." As she said this, she shouted, "I was the one who discovered the sacred artifact. It's mine." Then, with a sway of her delicate body, she joined the battle, looking as if she wanted to snatch the demonic war hammer. However, her strength was only at the bottom among the demon kings. Even though she put in a lot of effort into her performance, she was still unable to charge into the inner circle. She looked anxious and helpless. The battle between the demon kings was bloody and brutal. In order to snatch the demonic war hammer, they were willing to do anything. Not long after, someone was injured. However, the injuries did not stop the demon kings. Instead, it stimulated their ferocity and made the battle even more intense. The demonic war hammer changed owners again and again. After a round of confrontation, the weaker demon kings no longer dared to approach the center of the battlefield. They could only wander around the periphery and look for opportunities. This way, Shaya finally had a few companions and did not seem so unique. This chaotic battle between the demon kings lasted for more than 2 hours. In the end, an angry roar sounded, "All of you stop." The demon kings instinctively stopped. At the same time, they distanced themselves from the others and looked towards the source of the sound. On the other side, the bone demon Felix's bones had loosened a lot. A casual movement made cracking sounds. The flickering ghost fire in his eye sockets also seemed to have weakened a lot. It was the same for the other demon kings. Their originally powerful auras had weakened a lot. All of them were gasping for breath. The shadow demon Mokito was currently the owner of the demonic war hammer. Black gas wrapped around the warhammer and moved away from everyone. Felix did not look at the other demon kings. Instead, he looked towards the sky, the ghost fire in his eye sockets facing Bao Qi. Chapter 2873. Although he didn't say a word, the demon kings all felt that something was wrong. They all looked up at the sky. Although they all noticed Bao Qi's abnormality, no one was in the mood to think too deeply about it at the critical moment of fighting for the sacred relic. Now that he stopped, Bao Qi's calmness and the demon king's loss of self-control instantly became very clear. Bao Qi, you owe us an explanation. Felix's voice was bone-chilling. Why did you provoke the demon kings to fight? What do you want from this? Although the appearance of the sacred relic was somewhat inconceivable, Felix instinctively felt that this was a trap. It was a method Bao Qi used to make the demon kings fight. But he couldn't figure out why Bao Qi would do this. What kind of benefits could he get? The other demon kings frowned slightly before gradually coming back to their senses. Although they still had some attachment to the saint artifact, they still forcibly suppressed the restlessness in their hearts and turned their gazes to Bao Qi, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, as if they would teach him a lesson if he didn't give a reasonable explanation. Ha! Bao Qi couldn't help but sneer. His face was full of ridicule, as if he had stripped off a layer of disguise and revealed his true face. He lowered his eyes and looked at the demon kings below. He mocked, I thought you would fight until the end of time. I didn't expect there to be a smart person. As soon as these words were said, the demon kings' faces changed. If they were only suspicious before, then after Bao Qi said these words, they were already sure. This was really a trap. They didn't know what the hell Bao Qi was planning. He actually used a sacred relic as bait to make them kill each other. As this thought flashed through their minds, the demon kings' hearts burned with anger. Felix gloomily said, Bao Qi, you want to die. Bao Qi chuckled and said, do you have the ability? You'll know when you try. As soon as Felix finished speaking, his bones suddenly burned with green flames. He didn't see how he moved, but he took a step forward and arrived in front of Bao Qi. He reached out and pinched him. Although Bao Qi's strength was slightly higher than Xueqi's, he was still a level lower than Felix. According to the wizard classification, Xueqi was considered a low-level wizard king. Bao Qi was a mid-rank wizard king, while Felix was a high-rank wizard king. The suppression of absolute strength made Felix feel that it was impossible for him to fail. His movements were light and casual, as if he was going to squash a fly. Bao Qi smiled. In the face of the ruthless attack of this demon saint, the demon king's expression didn't change at all, and the ridicule in his eyes became even stronger. Fei Li instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Now that the arrow was on the bow, it had to be shot. There was no time for him to think too much. He immediately made up his mind to take Bao Qi's life and let him know the consequences of doing wrong. The next moment, the wisps in Felix's eye sockets jumped. This was because his hand had involuntarily stopped 3 feet away from Bao Qi's face. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch forward. Then, a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. It was a young man who had been eroded by demonic qi, but he didn't lose his mind because his eyes were full of wisdom. His expression was indifferent. The aura emitted from his body wasn't that great, but Fei Li felt extremely uneasy. This feeling hadn't appeared for countless years. The last time it appeared was 1,000 years ago. At that time, he was just a skeleton that wasn't very strong. He walked unsteadily, as if his bones would fall apart at any time. At that time, he encountered the nemesis of the Bone Demon clan, Bone Crusher. He carefully hid in the bushes, not daring to move. He was afraid that the Bone Crusher would eat him as a meal. Recalling the feeling from 1,000 years ago, Fei Li wasn't surprised at all. Although he didn't have flesh, he could still feel a chill. It was a chill that came from the depths of his soul. He didn't know how this young man appeared in front of him. It was as if he had been standing there all along. The expressions of the other demon kings also changed several times. More than 10 pairs of eyes focused on Yang Kai. The demon kings who were fighting to the death just now gathered all their auras in one place. Even the shadow demon Makoto who had snatched the sacred artifact was no exception. They were moving closer to the other demon kings without leaving a trace. Master. Bao Qi bowed, using practical actions to show Yang Kai's high and mighty identity. Master. The willow, the wisps in Fei Li's eye sockets jumped again. He was surprised by Bao Qi's address. As a demon king, he would only call master when facing a demon saint. The young man in front of him didn't have the aura of a demon saint at all. Instead, he was more like a transformed demon dweller. What qualifications did he have to be called master by Bao Qi? The transformed demon dwellers had the lowest status in the demon race. They were even inferior to demon beasts. Most of the time, the value of these demon dwellers' existence was to be used as food for demon beasts. Who are you? Fei Li asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai smiled at him. Fei Li was baffled by the smile. However, he didn't have the mind to think about other things in the next moment because a terrifying power suddenly came from the front. He, an existence close to a demon saint, was sent flying back without any resistance in front of this power. His bones rattled and were almost shattered. Fei Li let out a strange cry and fell back to the other demon king's side. The expressions of all the demon kings were somewhat sluggish. They looked at Fei Li in shock and then looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. They almost thought that they were hallucinating. This guy is strange. Fei Li shouted as soon as he landed. It was indeed very strange. His aura obviously wasn't that strong, but he was actually able to send him flying back. If he wanted to kill him just now, would he be able to resist? Bao Qi, what do you mean? Shaya jumped out and shouted. She was filled with righteous indignation. What do you want? It had to be said that the succubus demon really had an unparalleled talent for acting. Her expression and tone showed her anger. The other demon kings didn't have the slightest doubt. And the question she asked was the answer that all the demon kings wanted to know. Bao Qi smiled and said, Shaya, you asked the wrong person. It's not what I want, but what my master wants. Shaya sneered, Master? A guy who is equivalent to a demon commander has the right to call himself master in front of us. Bao Qi's face darkened. My master's methods are unimaginable with your limited IQ. Shaya had said similar words to him a few months ago. Now that he repeated it, he actually had a strange feeling. It was as if he had become the Shaya from a few months ago, and the group of demon kings below was him from back then. As if he wanted to show off his unparalleled strength, Yang Kai raised his hand slightly. The shadow demon Makoto suddenly let out a strange cry and involuntarily flew towards Yang Kai. In mid-air, the black gas that had been wrapping around its body suddenly collapsed, revealing an exquisite figure. This shadow demon king, who was mysterious even in the demon territory and whom no one had seen before, was actually a female demon race. And unlike the tall and mighty figures of the normal demon race, her figure was extremely petite. The group of demon kings were almost dumbfounded. The shadow demon Makoto was an existence that ranked very high among all the demon kings. No demon king dared to fight her alone. And all this time, Makoto had been shrouded in black gas. Other than the demon saint, no one knew her true appearance. Until now. So everyone was very surprised. They never thought that the shadow demon king's true appearance would be like this. Without the mysterious black gas, she looked like an ordinary demon race. There was nothing special about her, and even her appearance was extremely ordinary. Makoto was equally surprised and even shocked. It was not her intention to disperse the black gas. It was clearly the young man's method. What shocked her was that she could not resist at all. How could this happen? Even when facing the demon saint, she, who was proficient in concealment and assassination, would not be so helpless. At this moment, she could not help but have the illusion that her fate was controlled by someone else. And before this, she had always controlled the fate of others. Under the complicated gazes of all the demon kings, Makoto was dragged in front of Yang Kai. Makoto naturally did not want to wait for death. She instinctively wanted to resist, but she could not gather any strength. Her face turned pale as she looked at the young man in front of her in fear. The young man smiled at her, but she felt her hair stand on end. It was as if she was facing a prehistoric beast that could devour her. This is mine. Yang Kai reached out and pointed at her. Mokito looked as if he had been struck by lightning. With a grunt, he fell down like a meteor. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. He was clearly injured. This scene made the other demon kings feel their hair stand on end. It had only been a few breaths of time since this young man had appeared, but the ability he had displayed had already exceeded the knowledge of all the demon kings. He was like a god of this world, having the power to decide the life and death of anyone. The sacred tool that Makoto had snatched and held in her arms was now quietly floating in midair. Yonkai reached out and grabbed it, then casually threw it behind him. The demon war hammer immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared. No one knew where this young man had thrown the sacred tool to. At this time, no one cared about the whereabouts of the sacred tool. Everyone was thinking, if they joined forces, would they be able to contend against this young man? There was definitely no chance of victory if they fought him alone. Even Philip and Makoto could not block one of his attacks, so what could the others do? There was no need to say anything. All the demon kings looked at each other and reached a consensus. I am called Wizard Bull. Yonkai floated in midair and looked down at everyone from above. This made his figure seem even taller. As you can see, Bao Qi is my man. The demon kings did not say anything. This was obvious. What do you want to do? Shaya asked in a timely manner. Yonkai smiled. I want you to be like Bao Qi. Become my men. Chapter 2874. What a joke. Wishful thinking. Are you dreaming? The group of demon kings immediately shouted. Although this guy called Wizard Bull seemed invincible, it was impossible for them to voluntarily submit to him. Most of the demon kings were people who would rather break than bend. Shaya was an exception. Bao Qi stood beside Yonkai and watched coldly. He sneered in his heart. Back then, he was the same as these demon kings, unwilling to submit to the Wizard Master Bull. But in the end, so what? The Wizard Master Bull did not even need his cooperation. He forcefully broke through his Knowledge Sea's defense and planted a brand in his Knowledge Sea. Learning from the mistakes of the past, the fate of these guys below would probably be the same. In this place, there was no one who could resist him. Ever since these former colleagues of his took the initiative to step into this world, everything had already been decided. You want us to be your slaves, just like Bao Qi? Felix's chin moved as he laughed strangely. Then I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Kill us all if you can. Another demon king shouted. This was the voice of all the demon kings. Other than Sha Ya, who had other plans, the other demon kings were unwavering. Yonkai looked at him. The demon king looked back coldly, not showing any signs of weakness. Yonkai suddenly nodded and said, Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this point, he suddenly raised his hand. The demon king's expression changed, and his body involuntarily floated into the air. It was as if he was tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and no matter how he struggled, he could not resist. The other demon kings naturally would not sit by and watch. As they exchanged glances, they activated their demonic chi and were about to rush forward. But before they could do anything, Yonkai suddenly pressed down with his other hand. At the same time, an irresistible power descended between heaven and earth. That power was so strong that it was like the will of the entire world. It suppressed the 15 demon kings on the spot, making it difficult for them to even move their fingers. The demons' expressions changed. Although this Wizard Bull had shown an unimaginable power before, they still felt that they might not be able to defeat him. However, everyone felt that if they worked together, they might have a chance. With so many devil kings working together, even the devil saint would be flustered. But the truth was that they were scared out of their wits, suppressing 15 demon kings with just a raise of his hand. Moreover, it seemed like he did not use any strength. Demon kings. The eyes of the demon kings trembled violently as they looked up with difficulty. Cut. Fei Li gritted his teeth. Never bow down. The panic and bewilderment in the eyes of the demon king called Cook disappeared. It was replaced with determination. He nodded and said, I will never lower my head. He tried to raise his head and looked into Yonkai's eyes. Yonkai tightened his grip. There was a soft sound, as if he had crushed something. Cook, who had been floating in the air, suddenly broke into pieces. The flesh on his body turned into stone-like existences. They fell from the air and fell to the ground with a clatter. Cook was a stone demon. His flesh was like the hardest stone in the world. His defense was the strongest among all the demon kings. Even the shadow demon Makoto did not have the confidence to break through his defense in an instant and give him a fatal blow. But such a demon king had been casually crushed by that guy called Wizard Bull. Moreover, he had crushed him through the air. The stones fell. They were Cook's flesh and blood. Among them were 3 heart-like things. Those were Cook's demon hearts. As long as the demon hearts were not destroyed, the demon race would not die. As long as any of the 3 demon hearts were left, Cook would have a chance to be resurrected. Puff, puff, puff. In the process of falling, the 3 demon hearts exploded one after the other. The pure and terrifying demonic chi swept out, turning the whole world dark. The demon kings felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They felt cold all over. Cook was dead. He died without doing anything. The 3 demon hearts were all destroyed. Even the great demonic god did not have the ability to resurrect him. Every demon king knew that this was the wizard's method of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. But they still could not help but feel shocked. He actually killed Cook. They thought that when he said that he would make them his slaves, he would more or less cherish their lives. After all, the dead could not be slaves. But he killed Cook without hesitation, as if killing a few more did not matter. I forgot to tell you. Yong-kai crossed his hands behind his back. He swept his eyes over the demon kings and said neither too fast nor too slow. My ability is limited. I can only take 10 slaves. After all, your cultivation is higher than mine, so 10 is my limit. I can't do anything more. But there are still 15 of you, so... Yong-kai smiled. Some of you must die. That smile was imprinted in the eyes of the demon kings. They felt that it was even more terrifying than the anger of the demon saint. Bao Qi stood beside Yong-kai without saying a word. He did not know if Yong-kai's 10 number was true or not, but from what he knew, it should be true. After all, to plant the divine soul brand in someone else's mind, one had to pay a portion of one's attention. If there were too many splits, the body would not be able to bear it. The Wizard Master Ox's true realm was not too high. Being able to use the soul-splitting technique to enslave 10 demon kings was already shocking enough. Including himself and Sha Ye, there were only 8 spots left. And excluding Sha Ye, there were 14 demon kings present. In other words, he had to kill 6 more. If Bao Qi could calculate such a simple matter, then the other demon kings could naturally calculate it as well. For a moment, they all looked somewhat gloomy. Killing Cook was not only to set an example for others, but also a necessary method. Because there were too many people, it was useless for him to keep them alive. Realizing this, some of the demon king's mentality changed. If not for Yong-kai's words, everyone working together was not a big deal. Living and dying together was a refreshing thing. But now that some people were going to die and some could live, the selfish side of the demon kings began to stir in their hearts. It took root and sprouted, and the atmosphere of a common enemy seemed to be broken in an instant. Yong-kai said again, I'm not afraid to tell you, even if you are not willing to submit to me, I still have a way to turn you into my slaves. But I prefer people to take the initiative. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. Felix shouted in a low voice. Don't listen to his nonsense. He wants to break our psychological defenses. As long as we persevere, there is nothing he can do except kill us. As demon kings, we would rather die than submit. This shout had indeed aroused the bloodthirst in the hearts of many demon kings. Being a slave of a different race was a disgrace. If the cultivation of this different race was not as high as theirs, then it would be an even greater disgrace. Yong-kai smiled faintly and did not stop Felix's bewitching. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at a demon king with red eyes. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Do you want to live or die? The demon king had an unruly expression. When he heard Yong-kai's question, he sneered. His power was confined in his body and could not be used. He could only open his mouth and spit a mouthful of saliva at Yong-kai. Yong-kai said, Don't act like I bullied you. It was you who set foot on this land for no reason and burned, killed, and plundered my barbarian race. You are the invaders. The demon king laughed. Then you can just kill me. In any case, this king has also killed many different races. Dying is not a loss. As you wish. Yong-kai stretched out his hand and tapped the demon king's forehead. Accompanied by a light poochie sound, a hole was pierced through the head of the Demon King. Immediately after, several explosive sounds came from the Demon King's body. The Demon King's body softly fell down and the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. I will continue to ask until I have killed enough people. The rest of you will have to congratulate you. You will have the fortune to become my slaves. Yang Kai's tone was indifferent. Compared to the helpless Demon Kings, it was as if he was the real Demon King. Standing in front of him was a weakling who could not obtain any protection. So you better pray that the people I ask will reject me. That way, the others will have a way to live. He walked step by step and soon arrived in front of Xueqi. He asked indifferently, dead or alive? Xueqi's face was pale. It was as if the death of the previous two Demon Kings had given her a great shock. Even her expression had become panicked. Facing Yang Kai's question, she did not immediately answer. Felix shouted in a low voice, Xueqi, we will come to accompany you soon. Death is just returning to the embrace of the great demon god. There is nothing to be afraid of. Xueqi snorted, Felix, you make it sound so easy. The person being asked is me, not you. Dying is not a big deal, but dying in such an ugly manner would be a disgrace to our demon race. You. Felix was shocked. He looked at Xueqi with a gloomy gaze. Do you really want to? You have 3 breaths of time. Yang Kai slowly raised a finger and pointed at Xueqi. Xueqi immediately half knelt on the ground and lowered her head. Xueqi is willing to pledge her loyalty to the Wizard Master Bull. The expressions of all the Demon Kings changed. Most of them looked at Xueqi with disdain and anger. They felt that it was a disgrace to be a Demon King like her. Only a few people could empathize with Xueqi when they saw her expressions. Every race had people who were unafraid of death, and there were also people who were greedy for life and afraid of death. Although the Demon Kings were strong, they could not avoid this rule. Very good. Yang Kai showed a smile as he reached out and placed his hand on Xueqi's head, putting on an act. When Xueqi raised her head again, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. Many thanks, sir. Saying this, she stood up and walked to Bao Qi's side. Bao Qi glanced at her and gave her a look of approval. To be honest, if he did not already know about Xueqi's background, he would have been fooled by her. I should have killed you before. Felix gritted his teeth and shouted. Dying by his own hands was better than being enslaved by another race. This was the true disgrace to the demon race. Yang Kai turned around and shouted with a serious expression. I will ask you one last time. Do you want to die? Or do you want to live? Chapter 2875. For the last time, do you want to die or live? If no one is willing to surrender, I don't mind killing all of you. The Demon King is not only limited to you, I have many other choices besides you. Moreover, you don't have to feel ashamed. Those who don't surrender to me will die, and those who surrender to me will live. No one will remember your choice today, except for yourselves. Last 3 breaths. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became a little impatient. He issued the ultimatum, then raised 3 fingers, and at the same time, said with a cold expression, 3. After a pause, he continued, 2. All the Demon King's expression froze. They knew what kind of scene would happen after this wizard finished counting down. Without waiting for him to say the last number, a Demon King with a terrifying scar on his face immediately stood up and said in a low voice, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Master. He gritted his teeth and said these words. His expression changed, and it was obvious that he was struggling fiercely in the depths of his heart. The ghost fire in the eyes of the bone demon Philip didn't have any waves. When Xueqi was the first to surrender to this alien, he had already expected such a scene, so at this moment, he didn't go and blame others. Standing to die, kneeling to live, this was their own choice. Some guys were willing to throw away their dignity and pride to show their humble side to the alien, and he couldn't care less. However, he knew that most of the Demon Kings present wouldn't be so cowardly. They were Demon Kings. The facts were indeed as Philip expected. Under the cold gaze of him and most of the Demon Kings, only a few Demon Kings chose to surrender with shame and uneasiness. They half knelt on the ground, not daring to look at their former companions, as if they were a group of children who had done something wrong and were waiting for Yang Kai's judgment. 5. Yang Kai smiled slightly, Looking at the demon kings kneeling in a row below, and then looking around at the 8 behind, he smiled and said, "It seems that you have all made your choice." Fei Li snorted. He looked at the 5 demon kings in front of him with disdain, then met Yang Kai's eyes. His eyes were filled with mockery. "The number is just right." Yang Kai grinned. These words made the demon king somewhat baffled. Yang Kai slowly raised his hand, his expression indifferent. "Then now, please go to hell. The demon fire will not be extinguished. The demon race will not be extinguished." Fei Li shouted. The other demon kings also shouted, their faces showing that they were ready to face death with equanimity. Boom, 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 boom. The bodies of the demon king exploded into a bloody mist, and not even their bones remained. Even the demon heart hidden in his body had disappeared without a trace. Xia Ya's smiling expression froze on her face. Bao Qi's eyelids were twitching violently. The 2 balls of willow, the wisps in Philip's eye sockets burned even brighter, revealing the shock in his heart. The other demon kings were also dumbfounded. Because the ones that were killed by Yang Kai were not the demon kings who would rather die than submit, but the 5 cowards who had shown him their sincerity. Killed the wrong person? Every demon king couldn't help but have this thought, but thinking about it carefully, how could such a thing happen? If he didn't kill the wrong person, then there was only one explanation left. This was a deliberate move by the strange races. The ones he wanted to leave behind were not those cowards, but the remaining demon kings who would rather die than submit. No wonder he said that the number was just right, excluding Bao Qi and Xia Ya who had already submitted to him. The remaining 8 people were just the right number. "What do you mean?" Fei Li coldly looked at Yang Kai and asked. "What do you mean? Don't you understand?" Yang Kai slightly smiled. Fei Li said, "We will never submit, you should just kill us." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I have no doubt about this. You have also used practical actions to prove it. But as I said, even if you are not willing to submit to me, I still have a way to turn you into slaves. I need the strong among you. Those who take the initiative to submit are not of much use." His words made Xia Ya blush. Back then, she had surrendered without being tortured. Now that she thought about it, it was fortunate that she was the first to submit to Yang Kai. If she had been in the same situation, she would have probably been killed. Just because of this, you humiliated them, mocked them, and then killed them? Fei Li's mood suddenly became agitated. If those cowardly demon kings were to die, then so be it. But Yang Kai's way of doing things still made him angry. "Yes, just because of this." Yang Kai's expression was cold and emotionless. "Only in this way can I get rid of those few trash." Fei Li still wanted to say something, but Yang Kai waved his hand, not giving him a chance to speak, and said impatiently, "All right. Now it's your turn." As he spoke, he reached out with his hand, and a demon king was directly in front of him. His left eye suddenly became golden, and he looked at the demon king with a dignified gaze. The demon king struggled with all his might, but he could not escape at all. And with the suppression of this world and the influx of Yang Kai's divine sense, the demon king's face gradually showed a trace of pain. Soon, the pain disappeared, and it was replaced by a look of comfort. When Yang Kai put him down, the demon king shook his head uncomfortably. When he raised his head to look at Yang Kai again, his gaze was somewhat complicated, but there was no longer any hostility. He bowed respectfully and stood beside Bao Qi and Xia Ya without saying a word. "Welcome, Power Demon Yura." Bao Qi smiled. The power demon called Yura glanced at him and still did not say a word, which made Bao Qi feel embarrassed. Hey, what is this? This isn't good, is it?" The shadow demon Makoto swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was not in the mood to continue using the secret technique to hide his body. Seeing a demon king who was unwilling to lower his head in the face of death being subdued by a different race in such a short time, Makoto was greatly shocked and felt uncomfortable all over. The other demon kings who saw this scene also felt the same. They were not afraid of death. If they were, they would not have stood in place and refused to submit. But they were afraid of being enslaved for no reason and becoming someone's slave. Even the demon saint master had never enslaved them before. If not for the suppression of this world, they would rather use their magic power to self-destruct than drag out an ignoble existence. Sadly, they did not even have the ability to self-destruct now. Another demon king was brought in front of that different race. Everyone could predict what would happen next, which made the hearts of the remaining demon kings turn to ashes. Master, didn't you just say that a forcibly picked melon is not sweet? Just let us die, why go through so much trouble? Makoto opened her mouth and shouted at Yonkai. Yonkai looked up at her and grinned. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet, but it quenches my thirst. Makoto's expression froze and her face twitched. What kind of bullshit logic is this? Just as she was feeling indignant, her body was involuntarily sucked over by Yonkai. She sighed slightly, knowing that she could not escape no matter what, so she could only stand there helplessly. One by one, the demon kings were branded with the soul brand. Finally, it was Fei Li's turn. As the invisible leader of the many demon kings, Fei Li did have the capital to be proud. Even when Yonkai branded him, he still tried to resist. Unfortunately, in the small sealed world, his resistance had no effect at all. In less than a stick of incense worth of time, the 8 demon kings led by Fei Li had finished dealing with them. Everyone stood together, looking at each other with strange expressions. Shaya enthusiastically circled around the many demon kings, intentionally or unintentionally flattering Yonkai's strength to dispel their dissatisfaction. This process consumed a lot of Yonkai's strength, but he had the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so he could bear such consumption. He only needed to rest for a while to recover. In the small sealed world, the 10 demon kings all looked solemn and focused their attention on Yonkai. Looking around, Yonkai said, I need you to do a few things for me. Please speak, master. Fei Li said somewhat awkwardly. The first thing is to send all the transformed demons under your command to me. I know that each of you more or less have a few transformed barbarians under your command. I need those people. Fei Li nodded and said yes. The transformed demons had a low status in the demon race, so no one would take them seriously. The second thing is, I want your demon beasts. Yonkai said again. This request was more difficult than the previous one, but it was not impossible. Now that the Devil Saints were recuperating from their injuries, there was almost no one who could restrain the Devil Kings. They had the final say in their respective territories. If they wanted to send the demonic beasts away, their subordinates would not dare to question them. The third thing is to gather the subordinates of the demon kings I killed today. Also, be careful not to leak the news of their deaths. All the demon kings nodded in agreement. Fei Li said, Master, do we need to meet up with you after doing this? No need. Yonkai shook his head. After doing this, you can do what you need to do. When I need you, I will naturally summon you. Makoto said, what if there are foreign races attacking us? Master, you know that your clansmen are fighting back everywhere. Yonkai looked at her and said, it shouldn't be difficult to send your subordinates to their deaths, right? As soon as this was said, the 8 demon kings' expressions changed slightly. They had indeed been implanted with the soul brand by Yonkai and had become his slaves, but it was still difficult for them to accept sending their clansmen to their deaths, even if this was Yonkai's order. Yonkai did not care what they thought. After saying what needed to be said, he sent them all out of the small sealed world. In the wilderness, the 8 demon kings went their separate ways. After watching the demon kings leave, Shaya smiled slightly and said, I thought Master would use them like before and then nibble away at their subordinates. Yonkai said lightly, it's not a good thing to have too much power. Also, I need a little more time. The Wizard's Bull clan originally only had 3,000 people, and they had already nibbled away 2 demon kings' troops. If they did as before, they would be invincible in a short time, but it would also attract the attention of the demon race. Chapter 2876. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, there were some changes in the Wizard Bull tribe's camp. The most obvious change was the sudden increase in the number of people. After 3 months of battles, the army of 3,000 people had expanded to 5,000 people. After conquering this city, the number of people had increased by a lot, to 7,000 people. And now, the 7,000 people had increased by 2 to 3 times. The number of people was approaching the 20,000 mark. This was an extremely terrifying number. It was not a number that a great wizard could control. Only the Wizard King could command so many people. The extra clansmen were naturally sent over by the demon kings led by Felix. Under the leadership of Yu Lu and the other wizards, many of the clansmen had recovered their consciousness under the treatment. The wizard did not know where these demonized people came from. They just followed Yang Kai's orders and accepted them from time to time. During this time, Bao Qi and Shea also contributed a lot. If the two Demon King did not take the lead, the handover work would not have been so smooth. Every wizard was so busy that their feet did not touch the ground, but they were all happy. This was not the only good thing, because among the people who were sent over, there were some wizard existences. Originally, the Wizard Bull tribe only had a dozen wizards. But after a month, this number had increased to 40 to 50. Most of them were apprentices and wizards. Only a few were wizard-level existences. There was not a single great wizard. Thinking about it, the great wizard himself had the protection of wizard spells. Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely that they would be demonized. If they really encountered a strong demon race, they would definitely be killed. How could they leave them for Yang Kai? In addition, the Demon King's subordinates were also sent over. Originally, the cavalry of the Witchcraft Bull tribe only had a few dozen people. But now, it had expanded to 1,000 people. Once 1,000 cavalrymen charged, the might that they could cause was not to be underestimated. They would play a huge role in the future war. The number of people increased. Of course, the small teams had to be rebuilt. But Yang Kai did not interfere. He let Yulu do it. He believed that they could handle it well. The air cavalry went out to investigate every day. The range of investigation was also getting wider. According to the news, the barbarians' counterattack was quite effective. They had already recovered a large amount of lost land. Everywhere the army of the barbarians went, there were more victories than losses. Step by step, the demon race was suppressed to the north. As the vast line of defense shrank, the forces of the devil race gradually began to concentrate. The resistance encountered by the barbarian race was also getting stronger and stronger. Their resistance was also getting more and more intense. There were already several large tribes that had gathered all their forces to fight against the devil race. Both sides had victories and losses. That was indeed the case. On a certain day a month later, a sharp horn suddenly sounded in the encampment. It was a clarion call to gather everyone. At the same time, there was a knock on the door of Yang Kai's room. Rain's voice was heard. Yang Kai got up and opened the door. The twins were standing outside with a solemn expression. After seeing him, Rain immediately said, "Master, the Wizard King has summoned all the people of the southern barbarian tribe to gather at Jiaohe." Yang Kai looked serious. "How long is the deadline?" "Within 10 days. Are they going to fight with someone?" Yang Kai frowned. Rain said, "The message said that more than 10 demon kings have gathered there, so they need to integrate all the forces of the southern barbarian tribe." More than 10 demon kings. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The first thought that came to his mind was whether there were any of his people among the demon kings. If there were, then things would be easier. The sound of the horn was still echoing in the city. Since it was an order from the Wizard King, Yang Kai naturally couldn't disobey. He nodded and said, "Let the people get ready. We will set off in 2 hours." "Yes." The twins nodded and turned to leave. 2 hours later, nearly 20,000 people gathered outside the city. Yang Kai didn't ride a giant eagle. Instead, he sat on the back of a tall demon beast and looked around at his army. He didn't say much and just waved his hand. "Let's go." The sound of neat footsteps sounded, and the rhythm of the footsteps was like the sound of war drums. Nearly 20,000 people were divided into more than 20 teams and marched toward Jiaohe. After a while, Yang Kai turned to look at Bao Qi and whispered, "Ask Felix what's the situation with the demon race." Bao Qi gently nodded, and a black crow flew out from his body. It flapped its wings and disappeared from everyone's sight. The barbarians didn't find it strange. The march of 20,000 people was not a simple matter. The coordination, cooperation, and vigilance between the teams were all knowledge. Although it was the first time Yang Kai controlled so many people, he still had the foundation of the Emperor realm. His spiritual sense was strong, so after the first few days of not adapting, he was able to give out all kinds of orders in an orderly manner. He was like a commander who had experienced the battlefield. Although the army was large in number, their speed was not slow at all. On the way, they encountered some stragglers of the demon race. They killed all of them without any effort. The morale of the Wizard Bull division rose steadily. However, Yang Kai's heart was filled with a trace of uneasiness. because Felix didn't reply, which made him feel that something bad was going to happen. Felix had been planted with his soul brand and had become his slave. Although he was too far away to feel his thoughts, Xueqi knew that Felix would never betray him. But after a few days, he still didn't receive any reply. From what he could sense, Felix hadn't died. It wasn't until the 7th day that a small black dot appeared on the horizon. Xueqi looked up and confirmed that it was a black crow formed by the demonic qi. This was the most common method that the demon kings used to communicate with each other. The black crow flew over, circled above the army for a while, and then landed on Bao Qi's shoulder. Bao Qi grabbed the black crow, and the lifelike black crow turned into a black gas that was absorbed into his body. Immediately after, Bao Qi's body shook, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. He turned to Xueqi and said, "Modo is here." "What?" Xia Ya's beautiful face turned pale as she looked at Bao Qi in shock. "How could he be here?" Xueqi frowned and said, "Who is that?" From the expressions of the two demon kings, he guessed that this Modo was definitely an incredible person. Otherwise, Bao Qi and Xia Ya wouldn't be so afraid. And for an existence whose name could have such an effect, it could only be, Modo is a demon saint. Xueqi became more and more confused. Aren't the demon saint all healing their wounds? What's going on with this Modo? He turned to look at Xia Ya. He had basically gotten all the information about the demon race from Xia Ya. Xia Ya had indeed said that the demon saint were all healing, and the information from the barbarians had confirmed this. For someone as strong as the demon saint, it would take a few months for them to fully recover. Xia Ya said with a pale face, "Master Modo, he should be new." "New?" Bao Qi said, "He only recently arrived." Xueqi was shocked. "That's possible? Your demon territory can send a demon saint over at any time?" If that was the case, then the barbarians had no hope at all. In the last battle between the saints, the demon saint and the wizard saint didn't have it easy either. Both sides were rushing to heal, which was why there hadn't been any activity from the saints in the past few months. But if the demon territory could casually send another demon saint over, the barbarians wouldn't have the power to resist at all. Bao Qi shook his head. "It's impossible under normal circumstances. The last time the demon god opened the world barrier, enough demon race passed through. If more demon race passes through, the world barrier will definitely become unstable, and we won't be able to return. Master Modo might have paid some price to descend to this land." Xia Ya also said, "The demon saint's methods are beyond imagination. Perhaps there's something we don't understand." Bao Qi took a deep breath. "No matter what, the Modo demon saint is already here, and his target is the southern barbarians." Xueqi's expression changed. "Master, we can't go over." The reason why Felix replied so late is because the Modo demon saint is by his side, so he doesn't dare to casually send a message. But according to the information he received, the Modo demon saint wants to destroy one of your tribes this time and let you barbarians know the consequences of killing the demon race. The reason why he hasn't made a move yet is because he's waiting for you to gather. Once the time is right, he'll use the divine technique to annihilate all of you." Xia Ya said, "That's right, Master. Let's go back." Xueqi glanced at them and said in a low voice, "If it were you, would you charge forward bravely or retreat timidly?" The two didn't answer. Regardless of what Xia Ya would do, Bao Qi would definitely charge forward bravely. 20,000 people was not a small number. Once they gathered in the southern barbarians, they might have some unexpected effect. Not to mention turning defeat into victory, they would definitely increase the strength of the southern barbarians greatly. The two already knew Xueqi's choice. "Speed up!" Xueqi shouted in a low voice. He urged the demon beasts under him to speed up suddenly. The wizard's incantations sounded. Circles of light from the lightness spell enveloped the army. The marching speed immediately increased by a lot. In 1 day's time, they had traveled for 2 days. The gathering point was in sight. But at this moment, an extremely uneasy aura suddenly shrouded them from all directions. It was as if the entire world had sensed something abnormal and was warning everything in the world. The demon beasts under the cavalrymen clearly showed uneasiness. They actually roared uncontrollably and became irritable. Dozens of demon beasts even charged into the crowd, causing chaos in the orderly troops. The army's rhythm was suddenly disrupted. Xueqi frowned. He looked forward as if he sensed something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his hand to stop the army from advancing. The demon beasts became more and more restless. The cavalrymen tried to suppress them, but to no avail. Chapter 2877. The clansmen didn't know why they stopped here. They all looked at Xueqi and followed his gaze into the distance. More and more clansmen cast their gazes in that direction. For some reason, everyone felt a palpitating feeling from the sky over there. At a certain moment, a black dot suddenly appeared on the horizon. Although the black dot was small, it was extremely conspicuous. At first, the small black dot quietly floated in the air, fluctuating with a terrifying aura. But after only 3 breaths, the small black dot suddenly fell vertically. During the falling process, the small black dot rapidly expanded, like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. Everything in its path turned into nothingness. Dark light. Bao Qi's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Xia Ya's face suddenly turned pale without a trace of blood. She stared at the rapidly expanding black hole with fear and horror, unable to say a word. If Xueqi wasn't standing next to her, she would have turned around and run away immediately. Xueqi's heart sank to the bottom. Although he didn't know what the dark light that Bao Qi mentioned was, he could still feel the aura of destruction from it from such a distance. The direction that the dark light fell was obviously the Jiaohe boundary, the place where all the southern barbarian tribe gathered. This was a conspiracy to destroy the southern barbarian tribe. The wizard king of the southern barbarian tribe didn't know, and neither did the great wizard of the southern barbarian tribe. Xueqi knew, but it was too late. How is this possible? How is this possible? Bao Qi kept muttering after the shock, as if everything in front of him was incomprehensible. What is that? Xueqi turned his head and looked at him. Bao Qi took a deep breath and explained. That is a natural disaster in the demon territory. It has an extremely strong corrosive power that can even corrode the earth. Once it appears, ordinary demon race can't resist at all. Even the demon king has to retreat. But how could the dark light appear here? The demon territory was not a pure land. Compared to this land, the environment in the demon territory was extremely bad. From time to time, natural disasters would appear. The dark light was one of the many natural disasters in the demon territory. No one knew what it was, but every time it appeared, it would take away a large number of lives of the demon race and destroy a large area of the demon territory. That was why the demon race had to constantly fight. On the one hand, it was in their nature to fight, and on the other hand, they were making plans for their own survival. However, every great world they conquered would become fragmented in less than 10,000 years. Then, they would set their sights on a new great world. The cycle repeated itself. Bao Qi did not understand why the dark light, a natural disaster that belonged to the demon territory, would appear in this land. However, the truth was right in front of him. Most likely, no one would survive the dark light. As he spoke, the black light had expanded to the point where it almost covered half of the sky. To the naked eye, it looked like stars had flown from outer space and crashed heavily onto the ground. There was no strange sound, and the land was instantly enveloped in darkness. The darkness gradually spread to the surroundings. The bull demon wizard clan's demonic beasts became more and more irritable. They swung their hooves and refused to move forward no matter how the warriors on their backs urged them to. Butterfly! Xueqi shouted. Butterfly looked at him. Xueqi calmly said, If I don't return in half an hour, take your people and leave this place. Butterfly gently nodded. Master, what are you doing? Bao Qi looked at Xueqi in shock. However, he did not get any response. The next moment, Xueqi, who was sitting on the back of one of the demonic beasts, had disappeared. Xia Ya was uneasy. He is. She looked at the area covered by the dark light. Sure enough, she saw a faintly discernible trace that was moving very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from her sight. Bao Qi's face was ugly. What is he doing? The dark light exploded. The barbarians gathered there would definitely die without a burial place. The best thing to do now was to immediately turn back and retreat. However, as the commander, the wizard Master Bull actually took the risk alone. From his point of view, he really could not see through this. It's over. It's all over now. Xia Ya seemed to have lost her soul. Her eyes were blank. If Yongkai did not plant the divine soul brand on her, she would rather Yongkai die early and reincarnate. However, since there was a layer of divine soul connection, she could not help but worry about Yongkai's safety. This was obviously not a wise decision. Yongkai did not know how terrifying the dark light was. However, the demon race knew better than anyone else. Even the Demon King had to retreat. The Wizard Master Bull was only equivalent to a demon commander. What good would come of going there? The two Demon Kings looked at each other. They could only secretly pray that the dark light would disappear before Yongkai arrived. It was unknown if their prayers were effective, but the darkness in the distance only lasted for a stick of incense's worth of time before gradually dissipating. This surprised Bao Qi and Xia. In the demon territory, once the dark light exploded, it could last for a few days or even a few months. During this time, large areas of land would disappear and turn into nothingness. The laws of heaven and earth would be destroyed. It could be said that the destruction of the demon territory had a lot to do with the dark light. This was the first time they had seen the dark light disappear after a stick of incense's worth of time. They had never even heard of it before. The appearance of the dark light in this land was unusual. The two guessed that it was either the demon Saint Modo or the great demon god who had used some heaven-defying method to transfer the dark light from the demon territory to this place. Although the method was shocking, there were always various restrictions. This was probably the main reason why the dark light lasted for such a short time. At the same time, Yongkai also noticed this. He continued to approach that place. Although he knew that a demon saint had suddenly arrived, this did not make him afraid. He did not even know why he wanted to go there. There might not even be a single person alive, but there was an impulse in his body that made him want to go forward. He suddenly realized that he had completely adapted to his identity as a barbarian. Had he adapted to his role as a great wizard? Shaking his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts, Yongkai used his eyesight to see that in the distance, there was a huge crater with corpses lying everywhere. At the edge of the crater, more people were gathering and surrounding the crater. The distance was too far. Even with Yongkai's eyesight, he could not see the situation clearly. However, he knew that the southern barbarian tribe was not completely wiped out. There were still survivors. The demon race had obviously expected this. That was why they surrounded the crater and prepared to massacre. Under the fluctuation of the law of space, Yongkai teleported again and again. The demon race that surrounded the crater began to charge down. They were like ferocious beasts that wanted to devour all the barbarians. The surviving barbarians gathered under the command of their respective leaders and tried their best to resist. Unyielding roars and blood-boiling battle cries began to reverberate in his ears. The crater that was corroded by the dark light suddenly became a bloody battlefield. The demon race was approaching from all directions. The southern barbarian tribe survivors were shrinking their defense line little by little. They did not show any sign of weakness. However, the huge disadvantage in numbers and the damage caused by the dark light made them unable to resist the long-planned attack of the demon race. The destruction of the southern barbarian tribe was only a matter of time. At this time, Yongkai arrived at the battlefield. He rushed down from the outermost edge of the crater, holding the wide myriad sword. He was invincible. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Yongkai plowed one abyss of death after another in the demon race's army. Countless demon race members were scared out of their wits. Many demon race members noticed his existence. Different demon race members of different races rushed toward him fearlessly. However, they could not stop him at all. They turned into ghosts under his sword one after another. Even the powerful demon commanders were the same. No matter how powerful the demon commanders were, they could not withstand Yongkai's attack. The remaining power of the myriad sword shattered their bones. 30 miles away, a pair of deep eyes stared at him. The owner of that gaze was a young man with fair skin. He was tall and slender. The appearance of Yongkai seemed to have injected new vitality into the stagnant pool of war, arousing his interest. Several demon kings gathered around him respectfully. Occasionally, they would look at him with awe. There was only one identity of this young man that could make the demon kings show enough humility. Demon Saint, Modo. Before seeing his true face, no one would have thought that the murderer who attracted the dark light and killed 200,000 to 300,000 people of the southern barbarian tribe in one fell swoop was actually a harmless-looking young man with fair skin. There was no trace of demonic chi on him. It was as if he was just an ordinary human. But the demon kings who were familiar with him all knew how terrifying the demon Saint Master was. That kind face was just a meaningless disguise. One of the demon kings noticed Modo's gaze and carefully asked, "Master, do you need me to teach him a lesson?" This was a battle to establish the might of the demon race. The outsiders only needed to stand there obediently and let the demon race kill them all. This battle was used to attack the outsiders' morale and let them know what the end result of resisting the demon race would be. So, those outsiders couldn't be allowed to be impudent. That outsider youth who swept through everything on the battlefield was clearly a bit too excessive. This demon king couldn't help but want to go down and kill him. Modo shook his head and said with a smile, "That's good." The demon king who spoke immediately stopped talking. He coldly stared at the other side, as if he wanted to see how Xueqi would die. The huge crater was extremely large, occupying at least 100 miles in radius. And within 100 miles, it was a battlefield. The 300,000 people of the southern barbarian tribe gathered here under the order of the shaman king. When the dark light broke out, more than 2/3 of the 300,000 people died in an instant. Those who were lucky enough to survive mostly had broken limbs. None of them was in good condition. There were also many people on the demon race's side. All the forces under the command of more than a dozen demon kings were gathered together. There were nearly 100,000 people of the demon race. Right now, nearly 200,000 people were gathered here. This was almost the largest battle since the outbreak of the war between the two races. But the situation was extremely unfavorable for the barbarian tribe. Chapter 2878. Xueqi's sword swept across everything. A few demon generals who were confident in their strength were cut in half by Xueqi. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The remaining power of the sword cleared a wide area. All the demon race were smashed into pieces. There was only one tall barbarian standing there. The light of a witchcraft shield flickered on his body, but it still couldn't hide the fact that half of his body had turned into a puddle of liquid. Before Xueqi came here, he had killed dozens of demon generals and demon commanders with his own witchcraft. The flames of his life were burning madly, supporting his incomplete body from collapsing. The two of them looked at each other. The barbarian grinned, "Hee, the wizard is awesome, wizard too." Xueqi looked at the great wizard in front of him with a complicated expression. Just a few months ago, the two of them had some conflicts in the southern barbarians' king city. This wizard too provoked him and was not convinced. After a few months, the great wizard still looked at Xueqi with an unfriendly expression. There was a hint of rivalry. "I thought you didn't come. Turns out you were here a long time ago." Wu Tu chuckled softly. He didn't care about the fact that half of his body had been corroded by the dark light's explosion. Bones were exposed one by one. Even the internal organs were clearly visible. They were constantly melting and dripping to the ground. "I just arrived." Xueqi gently nodded. "Very good." The wizard too was still smiling. The pain didn't make him lose his mind. Instead, he became more clear-headed than before. He said with a serious expression, "In the past few months, more than 7,000 demon race people died in my wizard two's hands. What about you?" "Not as good as you," Xueqi replied. Wu Tu laughed heartily. "That means I've won. Ha 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 ha." He still remembered the bet he made with Xueqi before leaving King City. Xueqi nodded and said, "You have indeed won." He paused for a moment and said, "Can you still hold on?" The wizard shook his head and said, "I can't. You've seen me like this. Besides, my people are all dead. I'm the only one left in the wizard's map department. It's time for me to go find them." "Take care." Xueqi nodded and placed his hand on his chest. Wizard Tome raised his skeletal hand to return the greeting. Suddenly he shouted, "Go find the wizard king, master. The southern barbarian tribe will not perish." With that, he turned around and strode towards the territory where the demon race was most concentrated. Wu Tu's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. That light was like a ball of fire, and it engulfed him fiercely. Life sacrifice. This was a forbidden technique. It was a mega spell that was forbidden to be used casually. However, at this moment, Wu Tu had used it to display the final brilliance of his life. In this ancient era, all barbarians believed that they would return to the arms of the barbarian god after death, and their souls would go to the wizard temple. Death was not the end for them, but another kind of beginning. Only one kind of people did not have this qualification, and that was the wizard who used the forbidden technique of life sacrifice. So under normal circumstances, even if the great wizard died, he would not use such a forbidden technique easily. Once he used it, it meant that he had lost the right to return to the arms of the barbarian god, and his soul would go to the wizard temple. This was almost intolerable. But facing the demon race who invaded his home, the wizard too had no other choice. Even if he was abandoned by the barbarian god, he had to contribute his last bit of strength to his people. The demons who didn't know what was going on surrounded him. Wu Tu laughed loudly and allowed the sharp weapons to slash his body. However, the flames of life that were burning brighter and brighter. The demon race who gathered around him finally realized that something was wrong, but it was too late to turn around and escape. With a loud explosion, as if someone had lit a colorful firework, the wizard too exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and the demon race who gathered around him also disappeared in an instant. Within a radius of 100 feet, everything was cleared. Yang Kai had already rushed to the center of the battlefield. He sensed a familiar aura there. It was the aura of the Wizard King, but it was weak. Obviously, the wizard's condition was also very bad. After the outbreak of the Dark Light, there were only a few tens of thousands of people left in the southern barbarian tribe. Now, after the demon race's attack, the number of barbarian soldiers fell one by one. Without the protection of the soldiers, the wizard could not play his role. Although they were relatively weak, even if they used the most exquisite wizard spells, they could not make up for the huge gap in numbers. There were constantly great wizards singing the incantation of life sacrifice in desperation. There were constantly people who burned their last bit of life force, dragging the demon race down with them. All the scattered barbarians were slaughtered. Only the tens of thousands of barbarians gathered in the center of the battlefield were able to maintain an orderly rhythm. All kinds of magic had dyed their bodies with all kinds of colors. Every single one of these barbarians was fighting the demons with an unflinching look on their faces. The defense line shrank step by step, and the tens of thousands of people were rapidly reduced. Yang Kai's sudden appearance shocked everyone. Even the demon race stared blankly at him, watching him kill a bloody path and regroup with the barbarians who were surrounded. Rushing to the innermost layer, Yang Kai quickly saw the wizard Dang. Master! The wizard Dang was blind in one eye, and thick water was flowing out. His appearance was terrible. His condition was really bad. Just like the wizard too, his body was corroded by the dark light. There were several other great wizards around him, and each one of them looked more miserable than the last. The wizard Dang raised his only eye, and when he saw Yang Kai, he could not help but bitterly smile. Why are you here too? Yang Kai knew what he was worried about, so he quickly explained. The wizard bull did not come, I came alone. When the wizard Dang heard this, he immediately showed a relieved expression and nodded. Good, good, very good. While talking, he took out a wood carve-like thing from his arms. That thing was carved out of an unknown material. There was nothing special about it, but the wizard Dang regarded it as a treasure. He solemnly put it in Yang Kai's hand. This is the sacred object of the southern barbarian tribe. Take it and leave here. The southern barbarian tribe cannot be destroyed. Every tribe in the barbarian race had their own sacred objects. These sacred objects were a kind of spiritual sustenance. They weren't rare treasures. However, these sacred objects symbolized supreme power. The person who possessed these sacred objects could even command the entire tribe. Generally speaking, the sacred object was in the hands of the most powerful wizard king of the tribe. The wizard Dang was the sixth wizard king, so the sacred object of the southern barbarian tribe would not fall into his hands. There was only one explanation for this situation. The other wizard kings were all dead. The wizard Dang was the last wizard king of the southern barbarian tribe, but he knew that he would not live for long. Among the people present, Yang Kai was the only intact great wizard, so the sacred object of the southern barbarian tribe could only be given to him. The wizard Dang had no other choice. Can you do it? The wizard Dang grabbed Yang Kai's hand and looked at him solemnly. Yang Kai nodded and made a promise. The southern barbarian tribe will not be destroyed. The wizard Dang showed a smile. That's all I need to hear. Like the last radiance of the setting sun, he regained the aura he had when Yang Kai first met him. The power of the wizard king instantly awakened in his body, and he said in a deep voice, "We will create an opportunity for you to escape from here. After leaving here, Take your wizard bull tribe to the other big tribes and tell them what happened to the southern barbarian tribe today, so that they can learn from it. Xueqi opened his mouth and wanted to tell him that there was still a demon saint here. The wizard Dang probably did not know that all of this was the work of the demon saint, so he was so confident in creating an opportunity for Xueqi to escape. If he knew, he would not think so. However, Xueqi did not say that if possible, he was even willing to use the small sealed world to take the rest of the people away. But even if he had this intention, he could not do it, because all the barbarians he saw were corroded by the black light like the wizard picture. Their bodies were slowly melting. Even the most powerful wizard king was no exception. When he used the small sealed world, all he could take away was a pool of thick water. The shackles of life on them couldn't save their lives. They could only delay their deaths. He clenched the holy artifact in his hand and said with a serious tone, "The southern barbarian tribe will be reborn in the fire, I promise." The wizard Dang laughed and suddenly asked, "Yuan Lu, they are all good." Xueqi replied, "The war has made them grow a lot. It should not be long before they become great wizard." "Master, do you have any words for me to convey?" "No need." The wizard Dang waved his hand. "They know their duties, I don't need to worry about them." He took a deep breath and said, "Are you ready?" Xueqi nodded. The wizard Dang immediately waved his hand and a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared from his hand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a lifelike electric python and blasted into the demon race in front of him. Swish! 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 The demons were thrown off their feet. The electric python wandered and guided the rest of the southern barbarian tribe forward. The great wizard's spells and the warrior's shouts intertwined into a tragic melody. All the remaining clansmen gathered around the wizard Dang and formed a rope and drilled forward fiercely, as if they were trying to drill a way out. It was like cutting tofu. Even if they were facing enemies 10 or 20 times their number, the barbarian tribe was like a hot knife through butter, quickly advancing forward. Unfortunately, this momentum could not be maintained for long. When several demon kings came together, the southern barbarian tribe's advance was blocked. The wizard Dang flew up into the air, his wizard power fluctuating wildly. With his own strength, he faced the several aggressive demon kings. At the same time, he shouted at Xueqi, "Think of a way to escape." He was unable to provide more protection for Xueqi. Whether he could escape or not depended on Xueqi's own efforts. Although the hope was not great, he still tried his best. Xueqi nodded at him. He had no intention to expose himself here. Ever since he stepped into this battlefield, he had felt a pair of eyes silently watching him. Without needing to confirm, he knew that the owner of the eyes was Demon Saint Modo. So he had been hiding his true strength. He had not experienced how powerful the Demon Saint was, but he knew that he was definitely not a match for the Demon Saint. If the Demon Saint really attacked him, he might not be able to escape from here. Chapter 2879. Teleportation was of no use here because the laws of heaven and earth had been severely damaged by the dark light, and the void was extremely unstable. As long as he could find a way to leave this crater that spanned 50 kilometers, he would be able to use the techniques he was most proficient in. This huge crater with a radius of 100 miles was the key. He did his best to charge out of the battlefield without leaving a trace. However, someone still noticed him. One of them was a demon king with a pair of wings. He didn't seem interested in attacking the wizard, so he simply stood in the air with his arms crossed and coldly watched. Xueqi's abnormality quickly attracted his attention. He first watched with interest as Xueqi fled, but he quickly became furious. This was because he discovered that this outsider actually had some ability. Not a single one of his clansmen could stop him. As he charged out, several hundred of his clansmen had died at his hands. Seeing that this outsider wanted to kill even more, the winged demon king couldn't hold back any longer. With a flap of his wings, he swooped down and blocked Xueqi's path. He wielded a spear that flickered with cold light and thrust it at Xueqi. A fist-sized ball of pitch-black energy condensed at the tip of the spear. Xueqi leaned to the side and hurriedly raised the myriad sword, looking extremely flustered. This embarrassed state caused the demon king to laugh loudly, his face filled with delight. It was as if he could already foresee the scene of Xueqi being blasted to smithereens by his spear. However, the result left him shocked. Not only did this outsider not die immediately, He even borrowed the force of his attack to float away as if he was weightless, breaking free of his entanglement. The Demon King frowned and muttered, "His luck isn't bad." He attributed all of this to Yang Kai's good luck. He didn't think that this was all done on purpose. With that, he began to give chase. Although he couldn't kill this outsider in a single blow, he was still a Demon King. He couldn't let this outsider escape right under his nose. Master Modo was paying attention to this massacre, and his clansmen were all doing their best. If he couldn't even take down a foreign kid, he would most likely be punished. He no longer held back. With a flap of his wings, he arrived above Yang Kai's head in an instant. The long spear danced once again, fiercely thrusting downwards. Only this time, the pitch-black energy ball at the tip of the spear was no longer the size of a fist, but the size of a wash basin. The aura emitted by the energy ball had also become extremely terrifying. Even a Demon King wouldn't be able to easily withstand this attack. The foreign races who were in the midst of breaking out of the encirclement didn't seem to notice at all. His attention was still focused on the demon race around him, ignoring the Demon King above him. But in the next moment, it was as if the outsider had eyes on the top of his head. He raised his sword and struck the tip of the spear. With a loud bang, the energy ball exploded. The Devil King was caught off guard and was forced to take a few steps back. By the time he steadied himself and looked back, the alien had already fled more than 300 meters away. Furthermore, the more he fled, the faster he ran. Not a single member of the demon race was able to hold him back for even a moment. The wide sword in his hand was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. His clansmen would die if they touched it, and they would be injured if they touched it. His two attacks had been inexplicably neutralized, and the foreign race kid had used the power of his own attacks to escape even further away. This was no longer something that could be explained by pure luck. The Demon King's expression changed, and he angrily roared, "Damn it, I'm going to cut you into 10,000 pieces." He felt as if he had been toyed with by a foreign race kid who was weaker than him. He felt as if he couldn't keep his face. He charged forward with all his might, breaking through the barrier of sound and chasing after Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. This was the third time he attacked, and this time he used his full strength. He didn't hold back in the slightest. In an instant, the demonic chi rolled, and the demonic spear's might was astonishing. Yang Kai had no choice but to turn his head and face him. The myriad sword in one hand was dazzling, and the other hand was constantly changing seals. The incantations in his mouth changed, and powerful wizard spells bloomed with dazzling light. The two of them instantly became entangled in a fight. To Yang Kai, this battle was extremely difficult, but it wasn't because his opponent was too strong. He was now an upper-level great wizard. Although he was still a step away from the Wizard King, the foundation of the Emperor realm was there. The many divine technique and methods weren't something that a great wizard could possess. He had the ability to kill this Demon King who had grown wings and was like a maggot on a bone. However, this Demon King was easy to kill, and it might attract the attention of the Demon Saint. Therefore, he had to show just the right amount of strength, as if he was going to use all his strength. Under his opponent's attacks, he was on the verge of collapse and could be killed at any time. This moderate amount of strength wasn't easy to grasp. Fortunately, he did well. The Demon Saint's attention was still there, but it didn't increase his interest too much. He retreated while fighting with his opponent, retreating purposefully to the periphery of the giant pit. Compared to Yang Kai, his opponent at this moment was getting more and more frustrated. There was always a strange feeling in his heart. Because this foreign race kid was like an undying cockroach, standing firm under his frenzied attacks. Even though he seemed to be in a fluster and was in imminent danger, he was always able to turn the situation around in the nick of time. The strength of his attacks became stronger and stronger, but he still couldn't kill him as he wished. On the contrary, the aftermath of the collision between the two of them killed many of his clansmen. He felt that beside the Demon Saint Master in the distance, his colleagues were pointing at him, as if mocking his incompetence. This was intolerable to him. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and he stabbed his spear. Although Yang Kai blocked it with difficulty, he revealed a cold smile and said malevolently, "Die." At the same time, one of the wings on his right wing suddenly turned scarlet red and left his body. Like an indestructible spear, it attacked Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. This was the Demon King's divine technique. Unlike Sha Ya's Light of Charm, which could be released without limit, his divine technique required the use of his own wings. Moreover, it was a wing that had been carefully refined. After it was used, it would disappear. It was a consumable item. However, its lethality was also incomparably great. Under normal circumstances, this Demon King wouldn't use this move so easily. However, this foreign kid had humiliated him too much, and he urgently wanted to kill him to regain his face. All the pores on Yang Kai's body tightened. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He hadn't encountered such a crisis in a long time. Even if his strength was at its peak, he probably wouldn't be able to resolve it so easily. He instinctively stretched out his hand. This time, he didn't use the wizard spell, but banish. A black hole suddenly formed in front of him, as if it could swallow everything in the world. Seeing this scene, the two-winged Demon King's expression changed drastically. He stared at the black hole and almost turned to flee. This black hole looked very similar to the dark light that had erupted earlier. The Demon Saint Master had used a shocking method to transfer the dark light to this land. He had seen it with his own eyes. Countless Demon Kings had died in an instant, and it seemed that only one of them had survived. He was only a Demon King, so he naturally couldn't face the terror of the dark light directly. However, he soon realized that he had seen wrongly. That wasn't the dark light, because his wings had directly shattered it. Although its power had been greatly reduced, it still shot straight toward that outsider brat. Everything happened in a flash. When the wings broke through Yang Kai's space divine technique, he had no choice but to roar, dragon form. Behind him, a golden dragon phantom raised its head and roared. Its voice was loud and resonant, covering the noise of the battlefield, causing the entire world to tremble. Demon Saint Modo, who had been watching the battle from afar, finally changed his expression. A pair of sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the barrier of space and reach Yang Kai's heart. The golden dragon phantom flashed and disappeared, entering Yang Kai's body and disappearing. Kacha, his body, which wasn't very tall, suddenly doubled in size. Scales covered his exposed skin, and his hands turned into sharp dragon claws that seemed to be able to shatter metal. Two short dragon horns grew out of his forehead. The myriad sword, which could be considered quite large, was held in Yang Kai's hands like a child's toy. With a cheap sound, the crimson feather struck Kai Yang's chest, but it didn't have the expected effect of killing him in one hit. After dragon forming, Yang Kai's body was greatly strengthened, and his body was covered in dragon scales. The two-winged Demon King's innate divine technique was extremely powerful, but it was only able to penetrate 3 inches into his flesh before it was unable to do anything else. The two-winged Demon King was stunned by this turn of events. He didn't think that this outsider would have this kind of ability. Moreover, the aura this outsider was emitting made him feel extremely uneasy. He instinctively felt that he wasn't a match for this guy in front of him. He let out a strange cry and thrust his spear forward, preparing to feint and escape. However, Yang Kai grabbed the spear tightly with one of his dragon claws and pulled it in front of him. The two-winged Demon King couldn't help but pounce towards him. Yang Kai's feet moved, and at the same time he put away the myriad sword, he jabbed at the Demon King's chest with one hand. With a whoosh, his arm pierced through the two-winged Demon King's chest like a piece of paper. At this moment, Yang Kai was holding a beating pitch-black demon heart in his hand. The two were so close that their eyes met. The Demon King had a terrified expression, while Yang Kai's expression was cold. Exerting force in his hand, the demon heart was crushed. The two-winged Demon King let out a mournful scream, and was turned into a bloody mist by the terrifying dragon aura. Of the 3 demon hearts in his body, 2 were destroyed in an instant, leaving only the last one. It flew away as if it had a mind of its own. Inside that demon heart, there was still a faint human-like black aura. From its appearance, it was clearly the two-winged Demon King that had shrunk countless times. Yang Kai didn't chase after it. He didn't want to chase after it, and he didn't have the time to do so. With 2 of its demon hearts destroyed, even if the Demon King could revive with the help of the last demon heart, its strength would be greatly reduced. It wouldn't be a cause for concern in the short term. He turned around and rushed out of the huge pit. He wasn't far from the edge. After 10 breaths, when Yang Kai rushed to the top of the huge pit, a figure blocked his way. That figure wasn't tall, but the shadow it cast seemed to cover the entire sky. Chapter 2880. I'm going to get medicine in a bit. I've been treating my stomach for 2 months and still haven't recovered. I drink 2 cups of medicine every day. Modo hadn't been in this land for long, but he knew the methods of these outsiders like the back of his hand. He suddenly discovered that one of them had used a completely different kind of power, and this power could easily kill a demon king. Modo was naturally very interested. As such, he personally took action. He wanted to capture this outsider and study what kind of power it was. When he suddenly appeared in front of Xueqi, he stared down at this foreign race in front of him without any trace of politeness, releasing his powerful divine sense unscrupulously, as if he wanted to examine him thoroughly from top to bottom. However, the result shocked Modo because even he couldn't pierce into the depths of this outsider's sea of consciousness. This outsider's sea of consciousness seemed to be protected by a layer of invisible power. That power was so strong that even the demon saint couldn't do anything about it. What a strange fellow. Modo's interest grew. He asked, "What's your name?" Xueqi maintained his dragon transformation and stared warily at the youth in front of him. Even though it was their first time meeting, Xueqi still knew his identity. This was because this pair of eyes gave him a very familiar feeling. It was a gaze that had always been paying attention to him. He nimbly jumped out of the crater and stood 100 feet away from Modo. He clapped his hands and grinned. "Damn you!" With that, Xueqi immediately took action. With a clap and a pull, a massive crescent blade formed and slashed at Modo. Modo frowned, revealing a surprised expression. However, he was even more pleasantly surprised. He didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out to grab the pitch-black crescent blade as if he wanted to personally experience it. The crescent blade sliced through his large hand, banishing half of his arm into the void. Blood immediately flowed out from the wound. Modo's expression became even more excited, as if he had seen something new and fun. Not only did he not retreat because of the pain, he even took a step forward. Xueqi's storm-like attacks arrived as expected. After using the moon blade, he pounced towards Modo and faced Modo's body in front of him. The 2 dragon claws turned into claw images that filled the sky, instantly enveloping Modo. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly. Blood spurted out from Modo's body, and his body quickly shattered. 3 short breaths of time later, Demon Saint Modo had died an unnatural death, turning into a pile of minced meat. The demon kings who were watching in the distance were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at this scene, wishing they could gouge out their eyeballs. Demon Saint Modo died? How was this possible? Moreover, the one who killed him wasn't a king saint of the alien race, but a nameless guy who didn't know anything about him. This was definitely an existence of the great emperor's head. This was definitely an existence comparable to the great emperor's. That was because only a great emperor could emit that kind of aura. But such a guy was actually killed by him with just a few punches and kicks? There was no surprise at all. On the contrary, he felt somewhat uneasy. He quickly realized where this uneasiness came from, because Modo, who should have been dead, had inexplicably appeared behind him, as if everything he had just experienced was just an illusion. But Xueqi knew that it was not an illusion, because the feeling of the tentacles and the splattering of blood were so real. If it was an illusion, there was no reason for him not to feel it. Modo, who was standing behind him, opened his arms. Demonic chi flew out from his fingertips and quickly closed, turning into a cage that seemed to want to capture Xueqi alive. How could Xueqi just sit there and wait for death? Facing a powerful enemy comparable to the great emperor's, he immediately used his trump card. Ding! A light sound rang out. A small, simple bell appeared in his palm. The surface of this bell was engraved with images of mountains, rivers, birds, fish, and beasts. It gave off a desolate aura. Mountains and Rivers Bell. Although it was a little difficult for Xueqi to control this emperor artifact with his current strength. However, this was indeed the most powerful technique he could use. When the bell rang, Modo frowned. The pitch-black demonic chi released from his 10 fingers suddenly shrank, revealing a gap in the encirclement. Xueqi reacted extremely quickly, immediately jumping out of the gap. Turning around, he tossed down the Mountains and Rivers Bell. The small bell spun, rapidly growing in size as it descended towards Modo. Modo raised his head, wanting to escape, but to his shock, he found that everything within the range of the small bell had been sealed. With his strength, it would be quite difficult for him to leave. Before he could do anything, The mountains and rivers' bell suppressed him with a rumble. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he charged forward and slapped the mountains and rivers' bell. Guang. A loud sound rang out, and a sound wave visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions with the mountains and rivers' bell as the center. The demon kings who were about to come over to help were hit by this sound wave, and like birds with broken wings, they fell to the ground with faces full of shock and confusion. The weaker ones even coughed up blood as if they had been struck by lightning. As for the demon race who were still encircling the southern barbarian tribe in the huge pit, they could not withstand the terrifying power of the mountains and rivers' bell at all. Whether it was an ordinary demon race or a demon general, they were all reduced to dust by the sound wave. One bell rang, and tens of thousands of enemies were wiped out. However, Yang Kai was not happy at all, because Modo, who had been suppressed in the mountains and rivers' bell, had actually exploded into a bloody mist. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Interesting. Who are you? You're not a barbarian. Modo's voice came from behind him. It was full of energy, and he did not seem injured at all. It was as if he had an undying body, and he could recover even after exploding into a bloody mist. I'm your grandpa. Yang Kai put away the mountains and rivers' bell and turned to look at Modo with a scrutinizing gaze. Modo did not mind, or rather, disdain to argue with him. Instead, he seriously sized up Yang Kai, and a moment later, he looked like he had come to a realization. He said with interest, "Which world are you from?" The methods Yang Kai used and the treasures he took out were clearly not something a barbarian could possess. He naturally believed that Yang Kai was the same as the demon race, from another world. Yang Kai did not answer the question. He smiled and said, "So you're just strong on the outside but weak on the inside." After 2 rounds of fighting, he finally saw some clues. This demon Saint Modo in front of him was indeed in existence on the level of the great emperors. However, the current him could not use the abilities of the great emperors. Otherwise, even if he recovered to his peak, he would not be able to cause any waves in front of him. Bao Qi was right. Modo had definitely paid a price to enter this place from demon territory, so his strength had been reduced. The dark light destroying the world had definitely consumed a lot of his energy. At this moment, Yang Kai was only facing someone who had the foundation of the great emperors but could not use their full strength. This was somewhat similar to his current situation. Answer my question first. Modo looked seriously at Yang Kai, as if he was just chatting with him and meeting an enemy. Yang Kai said, "I'm a wizard ox, a wizard of the southern barbarian tribe." Modo shook his head and extended a hand to Yang Kai. "Come to my side. I can give you anything the barbarians can give you. I can also take you to see more great worlds. This is something the barbarians can't give you." Yang Kai sneered disdainfully and pointed at him with his dragon claw. "Take your clansmen and get out of this land, or you will perish." Modo sighed and retracted his hand. He looked at the huge pit and said indifferently, "Those who are still struggling on the verge of death are your clansmen. They are about to perish. Your threat is meaningless." Yang Kai said fiercely, "I will avenge them. Today, 300,000 of the southern barbarian tribe died. In the future, the demon race will pay the same price." Modo smiled. "But you won't have the chance. I'm standing here. You can't leave. If I want to leave, you can't stop me." Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Modo did not say anything else. The demonic qi in his body began to surge. Clearly, he had lost his patience. To him, Yang Kai's appearance was just a novelty. He had invited him to become the demon race because he wanted to study his power. Since he did not agree, he could only destroy him. He raised his finger slightly. A pitch-black energy ball suddenly appeared on his fingertip and spun. As Modo's demonic power poured in, the energy ball spun faster and faster. Although it did not increase in size, its power rose steadily, emitting an extremely shocking aura. He gently pointed in Yang Kai's direction, and the energy ball at his fingertips suddenly flew over. Yang Kai had no intention of dodging. He only maintained his smile. Modo frowned imperceptibly. When the energy ball was about to hit Yang Kai, a strange energy fluctuation appeared, and Yang Kai's figure suddenly disappeared. Spatial teleportation. Modo's expression changed slightly. He suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He raised his hand and slapped at the void. This attack seemed ordinary, but it seemed to be able to break through the barriers of space and hit that mysterious area. Modo faintly heard a groan, and then the wizard's voice resounded through the world. The demon race will pay the price for today's scheme. All members of the demon race will live in fear and unease. The voice disappeared. Modo could no longer grasp the traces of the wizard. Only the words he had left behind echoed in his ears like a curse. Modo's expression sank. After a while, he softly snorted. If he was at his peak, even if the other party had used teleportation, he would have been able to pull him back from the void. However, reality was just as Xueqi had expected. He had the foundation of a demon saint, but he could not display the strength that a demon saint should have. He was completely helpless against an enemy who could use spatial teleportation. Everyone had heard Xueqi's words before he left, including the hundreds of thousands of members of the demon race and the hundreds of barbarians who were still alive. The wizard was bathed in blood. He had fought several demon kings alone. There was not an inch of his body that was unscathed, and he was missing an arm and a leg. Only a few barbarians remained standing beside him, but it was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. Hearing Xueqi's voice, the wizard smiled. At the last moment, he ignited the flame of life and used life sacrifice. Chapter 2881. The city that originally belonged to the barbarian tribe had long been occupied by the demon race. The demonic chi lingered in the city and did not disperse for a long time. However, at this moment, the huge city was silent. Not a single person could be seen on the streets. It was as if it had become a dead city. Clouds of black fog floated over from afar at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the city, revealing the figures of several demon kings. There were quite a few of them, as many as 5 of them. The demon king in the lead did not have any flesh on his body. He was just a pitch-black and tall skeleton. Too gloomy willow. The wisps in his eye sockets were constantly jumping. Bone demon Felix. We're late. A demon king standing behind Felix scanned the entire city with his divine sense. His face suddenly sank. The other demon king's expressions were not very good either. Only Felix could not show any expression because he did not have any flesh. However, the wisps in his eye sockets were jumping more and more fiercely, as if showing the anger in his heart. This is the 19th place. Abominable alien. The demon king who spoke gnashed his teeth, as if he had a deep hatred with someone. Another demon king stood out and frowned. I remember that when that alien was escaping from Master Modo, he once said that the southern barbarian tribe had exterminated 300,000 people. Our demon race will also have to pay the same price. Could it be that he will only stop after killing 300,000 people? Where did he get so much energy? 300,000 people. Not 300,000 insects. Even if there were 300,000 insects, it would take a lot of effort to kill them. But in fact, since that alien escaped that day, he had been wandering in the demon race's territory. He had become the demon race's rear. Everywhere he went, the demon race stationed there would be completely wiped out. Even the demon king was not spared. In a month's time, that alien had already wandered through 19 places, turning 19 demon race stations into ghost regions. All the demon race that he encountered were completely wiped out. Modo was furious about this. He even personally tracked down the alien's whereabouts, but to Modo's helplessness, the alien was extremely cunning and could avoid his pursuit every time. The closest the two of them had been to each other was only 50 kilometers away, but that foreign being had still managed to escape without a trace. He never fought with the demon saint. He only looked for soft persimmons. Furthermore, the demon race that he killed were also extremely strange. 90% of the demon race did not have any obvious wounds on their bodies, but every single one of them had a terrifying expression on their faces. It was as if they had encountered something extremely frightening, and then died in fear. That outsider's unreasonable pestering had taken away a large portion of the demon race's attention. Within a month, the number of demon race members that had died at his hands was more than 100,000, including 5 demon kings. Such a loss was extremely heavy for the demon race. Although there were as many as 100 to 200 demon kings invading this time, no matter how many people there were, they could not withstand this kind of expenditure. Most of the demon saint members were recovering from their wounds. Although Master Modo had rushed over to help, for some special reasons, He could not use his full strength. In the battle against the aliens, the demon kings were a cornerstone of strength. Once too many of them were used up, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the future. The demon race's line of defense quickly shrank. The demon kings did not dare to move alone, instead forming groups of 3 to 5. Some resisted the attacks of the alien army, while others pursued the whereabouts of that alien great wizard. Gazing at the city below, Felix said, "I remember that this is Bahan's territory, but I can't sense his aura. Who can go over and see how he's doing?" "I'll go take a look." The demon king who had spoken first hesitated for a moment, then volunteered. He turned around and descended, heading straight for the largest building in the city. The remaining 4 demon kings released their divine senses. They remained vigilant. Although they had not encountered that alien during this period of time, and every place they went was filled with corpses, no one could guarantee that the alien great wizard would not be lying in ambush here. Every demon king felt fear towards that alien great wizard, because he had the strength to kill a demon king. The surroundings were quiet, but the air was inexplicably cold. Apart from Bone Demon Felix, the remaining 3 demon kings were all slightly nervous. At this moment, a berserk wave of demonic energy suddenly surged out, disappearing in a flash. Immediately after, a building below suddenly collapsed, turning into fine powder. The expressions of the several demon kings all changed. Their divine senses swept over like a tide, but after investigating, they were extremely shocked. This was because there was actually nothing there. Even the companions who had just gone to investigate the situation did not have the slightest bit of aura. Someone began to call out that demon king's name, but they did not receive any response. This made their hair stand on end, faintly realizing that their companions had encountered some kind of mishap. "He's right here," Felix shouted in a low voice. His skull turned left and right, and the wisps in his eye sockets flickered, as if he was looking for traces of the enemy. The remaining 3 demon kings also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They each took out their demon weapons, and the demonic chi in their bodies surged, ready to attack at any time. The air seemed to have frozen, and the tense and austere atmosphere made every demon king's hair stand on end. What made them helpless was that no matter how they searched, there was no way to find traces of that alien great wizard. He had always appeared and disappeared unpredictably, making people's hearts feel like a sharp sword. But every demon king knew that he had not left, and was still hiding in the dark, ready to pounce at any time to deal a fatal blow to one of the demon kings who had let down their guard. If only Mokito was here. In terms of concealment and assassination, she was a grandmaster. With her ability, she could definitely find traces of that alien great wizard. "Behind!" Felix suddenly shouted, making the 3 demon kings, who were already nervous, instinctively react. And at the same time that he shouted, Felix had already raised his hand, and the wisp's attack flew in that direction. The other 3 demon kings released their killing moves at the same time, attacking the void. They did not sense the alien great wizard's aura approaching, but Felix was the strongest among them, so everyone believed in his judgment. All the attacks hit the same place, but there was no effect. Just as the 3 demon kings were still in shock, a muffled groan suddenly sounded. One of the demon kings lowered his head and looked at his chest, his eyes wide open. He saw a skeleton hand pass through his chest, and that skeleton hand was actually holding his 2 demon hearts. This skeleton hand was so familiar that he did not dare to believe it. Felix. The other 2 demon kings were also frightened out of their wits by the sudden turn of events. They didn't know why Felix, who had been advancing and retreating with them, would suddenly kill his own people. This moment of hesitation made them lose the vigilance they should have. A figure appeared from the side like a ghost, rushing over like lightning, brushing past another demon king and standing 10 feet away. Puff! There was the sound of blood spurting out. Looking over, they saw a tall figure more than 20 feet tall, covered in scales, with a short horn on his head. Who else could it be other than the alien great wizard? But at this moment, this alien great wizard was holding half a corpse in each hand. A demon king was directly torn apart by him, blood and internal organs spurting out. The wizard is awesome. The only remaining demon king could only feel the blood in his body freeze as he cried out in alarm. 5 people came together. One of them went down to investigate the situation and did not know whether he was alive or dead. Now it seemed that he was most likely dead. One of them was sneak attacked by Felix, and his demon heart was taken. It was estimated that he would not survive. Another one was torn in half by this wizard. He was the only one left. His expression changed rapidly. He looked at Xueqi, then looked at Felix, and said bitterly why. Felix had obviously betrayed the demon race. Otherwise he would not have sneak attacked his companions and misled them to attract their attention. If he did not interfere, no matter how powerful this alien great wizard was, the demon kings would still be able to fight against him. But now, it was just that he did not understand why Felix betrayed the demon race. He was a demon king, and one of the best among the demon kings. What could the alien race give him that made him throw away the dignity and position of the demon race? Since you have already guessed, why ask? Felix coldly replied. His skeletal hand exerted force, and the demon heart in his palm burst open. The eyes of the demon king who was pierced through by him quickly dimmed. Felix shook his hand as if he was shaking off something unclean, and the demon king's corpse fell straight down. You are the disgrace of the demon race. The eyes of the demon king who was still alive spurted out unprecedented anger, as if he wanted to burn Felix. Enemy and traitor, the latter was always more hateful. The ghost fire in Felix's eyes jumped, and he threw himself at him without saying a word. The two demon kings immediately fought, and when their demonic chi surged, they were inseparable. But Felix was much stronger. According to Xueqi's classification of demon king strength, Felix was a high-rank demon king. Even among high-rank demon kings, he was probably one of the top existences, but his opponent was only a mid-rank demon king. The difference of a minor realm was an insurmountable gap. It was like the difference in strength between a second-order Emperor Realm Master and a third-order Emperor Realm Master. This battle did not last long. Under Xueqi's cold gaze, Felix only spent a stick of incense worth of time to smash his opponent's body, shatter his demon heart, and consign him to eternal damnation. 5 demon kings came together, and in the end, only Felix survived. Master. After a great battle, Felix did not show any signs of fatigue and bowed his head to Xueqi. Xueqi had already removed his dragon transformation secret technique and returned to his original appearance. In order to kill in one blow, he had to use some means. Demon kings were not so easy to kill. Glancing at him coldly, Xueqi said, You should have told me about Mo Duo earlier. A month ago, if Xueqi had received news of Mo Duo earlier, the southern barbarian tribe might not have been destroyed, or at least would not have suffered such a heavy blow. But that 1 or 2 delays had destroyed the entire southern barbarian tribe's 300,000 people. Chapter 2882. Facing Xueqi's question, Philip said bitterly, Modo came very suddenly. None of us expected it. After he came, he began to deploy. I was by his side the entire time, so I didn't have the chance to spread the news. Xueqi didn't say anything, making Philip a little nervous. He didn't know if Modo would vent his anger on him because of the destruction of his tribe. Fortunately, not long after, Xueqi asked again, How much strength can Modo use now? Philip let out a sigh of relief and replied, He was slightly injured when passing through the world wall. Right now, he should only be able to use 60% to 70% of his strength. However, if he's given enough time to recover, he'll become stronger and stronger and eventually return to his peak. 60% to 70%. Xueqi muttered. It seemed that his guess was right. Although Modo was comparable to the great emperors, he was indeed unable to use his full strength. However, the great emperors who only had 60% to 70% of their strength were definitely not people he could fight against. Master, I've already been exposed. I'm afraid I won't be able to return, Philip said. This time he had come out with the other 4 demon kings. All 4 of them had died, but he had returned alive. If there wasn't a demon saint overseeing things, it would have been fine. After all, his strength was one of the top among the demon kings. However, if he returned to face Modo, he might reveal some flaws. Yes. Xueqi nodded. He had clearly expected this. I want you to take me to Riptide Castle. Riptide Castle. Philip was shocked when he heard this, understanding Xueqi's plan. Master, are you really going to kill 300,000 people of the demon race? Do you think I'm joking? Xueqi glanced at him indifferently. Philip shivered and said worriedly, But there are more than 100,000 people of the demon race at Riptide Castle. In the past month, more than 100,000 people from the demon race had died in the hands of Xueqi. If the demon race in the Riptide Castle was included, the total number would be about 300,000. However, the largest stronghold that Xueqi had destroyed previously only had 10,000 demon race garrisoned there. Moreover, because of his hunting, the demon race's defensive line was getting tighter and tighter. All the scattered demon race members were gathered in one place, and Riptide Castle was one of the major strongholds. As far as Philip knew, there were as many as 8 demon king overseeing that place, and more than 100,000 clansmen. In such a terrifying place, the wizard Master Bull dared to set his sights on it? Xueqi glanced at him and said, "I'm not alone." Philip was stunned. He quickly understood what Xueqi meant. It seemed that the chess pieces that the wizard Master Bull had placed in the demon race were about to play a role. Riptide Castle was originally the capital of a large barbarian tribe. After the demon race invaded, this large tribe was destroyed. The territory was naturally seized, and this place could be considered the hinterland of the demon race. More than 100,000 people of the demon race gathered here, and the converging demonic chi almost turned this part of the world black. The 8 demon kings were overseeing the place, and there were countless demon general and demon commander under their command, making this place impregnable. Because they were still in the hinterland, the demon race here had not yet crossed swords with other races. However, the bloodthirsty and aggressive demon race members were looking forward to rushing to the battlefield every day, wantonly slaughtering those weak races, and conquering this land. Philip's uninvited visit surprised the 8 demon kings overseeing this place. However, Philip's strength and reputation were there for all to see, so even if they were surprised, they did not show too much vigilance. Instead, they warmly received him and tried to figure out his purpose for coming here. Philip kept his mouth shut, looking extremely mysterious. No one dared to ask too much, and they wondered if this was Master Modo's orders. The power demon Yura was also one of the demon kings overseeing Riptide Castle. When he exchanged glances with Philip, he read a lot of secret information, which made the power demon somewhat nervous. Riptide Castle quickly welcomed more demon kings. Shadow demon Makoto, Flame demon Galen, Snow demon Ashina. In a short 3 days, a total of 7 demon kings had gathered here, including Philip, causing the number of demon kings in Riptide Castle to explosively increase to 15. This was an extremely rare situation. Modo had descended on this strange land. Under his command, every demon king had their own responsibilities and territory to protect, so they would not easily leave. However, the arrival of Philip's group broke this rule. Even the dumbest demon king knew that something was about to happen. Everyone tried to figure out the new demon kings, and in the end, they came to a conclusion. They had indeed been sent by Master Modo, but no one knew what their purpose was. Only Philip knew everything. Philip shut himself in and did not come out, making it impossible for anyone to find out. This suspicion ended 5 days after Philip's arrival. In the largest building of Riptide Castle, a total of 15 demon kings were gathered together. Philip took over as the host, sitting at the head of the table, the willow, the wisps in his eyes as calm as a pool of spring water. The other 14 demon kings were seated to his left and right. No one made a ruckus, and every pair of eyes was focused on Philip. Philip raised his head and said shockingly, "There's a traitor among us." The hall was completely silent. After a long time, a demon king said in a low voice, "Philip, are you joking?" "That's right. How could there be a traitor among us? What do inferior outsiders have that makes us demon kings betray them?" "Philip, if this is a joke, then it's a great failure." The demon kings couldn't hold themselves back any longer and started shouting at the same time. Philip said, "This is Master Modo's judgment." The noisy crowd immediately fell silent, and their expressions became serious. Their eyes drifted left and right, seriously sizing up each of their companions, their gazes filled with scrutiny. When Philip said that there was a traitor among them, they could still laugh it off, unwilling to believe it. However, if this was Master Modo's judgment, then the problem was serious. Master Modo definitely had enough information and even knew who had betrayed them, which was why he had sent Philip here. In other words, there really was a traitor among them. "Who?" Makoto's neutral voice rang out. She sat to Philip's left, surrounded by a pitch-black aura. No one could see her true appearance. This question was what everyone was thinking. They all looked at Philip. As long as Philip said the Demon King's name, he would immediately be killed by the others. You know who it is, Fei Li said with a mysterious look. Does Master Modo not have any clear instructions? A demon king asked with a frown. Philip stood up and said, Master Modo naturally has a way to resolve this. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A vortex appeared in the void in front of him. The vortex was deep and dark, and even the demon kings present could not see what was going on inside. What is this? A demon king asked curiously. This was the first time he had seen such an existence, so he felt it was very strange. Philip said, This is what Master Modo gave me. There is a sacred artifact inside that reflects one's heart. As long as you stand in front of that sacred artifact, you will know who the traitor is at a glance. Everyone's expression turned cold. They were all shocked by Master Modo's methods. Everyone, please, Philip said indifferently. The remaining 14 demon kings looked at each other, hesitating. No one was willing to be the first to eat crabs. At the crucial moment, it was still the shadow demon Makoto who snorted coldly. Her body was wrapped in black aura as she stepped into the vortex and disappeared. Philip said in a timely manner, Only those with ulterior motives would hesitate. These words were a bit serious, causing the remaining demon kings to tremble. Coupled with Makoto's actions, no one dared to hesitate and walked toward the vortex. One demon king after another disappeared. Not long after, all the demon kings entered the vortex. Fei Li also followed and stepped into it. It was the same world he had entered last time. There was no sun, moon or stars, but the environment was very good. When everyone saw Philip appear, a demon king immediately yelled, Philip, where is that sacred artifact that reflects one's heart? Why didn't I see it? He wanted to prove that he was not a traitor, so he was a bit impatient. He did not think that this was a trap, and a trap set by 8 demon kings at that. Philip did not answer his question. Instead, he turned to Makoto and the other demon kings and said, Master said that it's time for everyone to prove themselves. The demon kings guarding Riptide Fortress were confused when they heard this, but Makoto, Galen, and the other demon kings had solemn expressions. They understood Philip's meaning. In the next moment, Makoto's strange laughter rang out. He turned into a black fog and wrapped around the demon king closest to him. A scream immediately rang out, causing everyone's expression to change slightly. Before they could regain their senses, Balrog Levin, Power Demon Yura, Snow Demon Ashina, and the others all made their moves. Each of them found a demon king, looking as if they had an irreconcilable hatred for each other. Every move they made was fatal. Apart from Philip, the 14 demon kings were divided into 7 groups. They attacked in pairs. The demonic chi moved freely, and all kinds of innate divine technique bloomed with extraordinary splendor. The demon kings of Riptide Fortress were all unable to recover from the sudden change. However, in the face of danger, they naturally resisted with all their might. However, no one knew why, but this world seemed to have a power that suppressed them, causing them to be unable to use even 30% of their strength. Facing Makoto and the others who were like wolves and tigers, how could they be a match? One demon king after another fell. Their demon hearts exploded, and they died without a burial ground. It was only when the last demon king was about to die that he suddenly realized. You are the traitors? Galen's entire body burned with flames, as if he could burn everything in the world. The strange flames enveloped the demon king, and he said coldly, It's too late to know now. Under the scorching flames, the demon king only lasted for 3 breaths before being burned to ashes. Even his demon heart turned into ashes. After personally killing a demon king, Makoto and the others knew that they had already walked on a path of no return. Although Yonkai had planted a soul brand and enslaved them, they had been forced to do so. Even if Master Modo had noticed, they still had an excuse. If Modo was in a good mood, they might have been able to escape this calamity. However, personally killing their own companions made it impossible for them to return to the demon race. From now on, they could only walk this path to the end. Chapter 2883. Yonkai's figure suddenly appeared, as if he had been hiding nearby the whole time. The 8 demon kings, led by Fei Li, all trembled and bowed in unison. Master. Yonkai nodded. He didn't praise them, nor did he exchange pleasantries. He only said one sentence, I want Riptide Fort to be barren, and there will be no peace. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the 8 demon kings were thrown out of the small sealed world and returned to the main hall. Fei Li, Makoto and the others looked at each other. A chill rose from the bottom of their hearts, as if it could freeze the blood in their bodies. The 8 demon kings all knew that this was Lord Voodoo Bull taking revenge for his own clansmen. The curse and oath he left behind a month ago were not a joke, they had to be carried out. And they were the most powerful tools in Lord Voodoo Bull's hands. Let's discuss it. Fei Li had a headache. Although he had no flesh and blood and was only a skeleton, he still felt a headache that he hadn't felt in a long time. The wizard master Nyo had given them, the demon kings, a difficult problem. They were indeed strong, but there were more than 100,000 demon race in Riptide Fort. No matter what, they couldn't kill all of them with their own strength. If they wanted to complete their mission, they could only use some means. The only advantage they had now was that the demon kings who were originally stationed in Riptide Fort were all dead. Riptide Fort was like a headless dragon. If the 8 of them operated properly, they might be able to take control of Riptide Fort and find a way to complete their mission. The 8 demon kings gathered in the main hall and began to discuss seriously. The content of their discussion was not about how to deal with the strange races, but how to completely wipe out the demon race in Riptide Fort. Brainstorming, the 8 demon kings quickly came up with a set of rules and dispersed. One day later, rumors began to spread in the Riptide Castle. All kinds of rumors began to spread among the demon race. Some said that the non-human army was coming to invade, some said that the demon king had betrayed the demon race, and some said that the demon race was going to be defeated. No one knew where the rumors came from, but they kept spreading and fermenting among the crowd. The demon race soldiers stationed in the Riptide Castle had nothing to do. All they wanted to do was charge into the battlefield all day long. Their emotions were depressed and sensitive. The appearance of these rumors amplified their various emotions. The entire Riptide Castle was shrouded in a strange atmosphere. In the beginning, the effects of these rumors weren't that obvious. However, as time passed and the Demon King didn't appear to clarify anything, many members of the demon race began to suspect something. In 3 days, the emotions stirred up by the rumors completely exploded. None of the members of the demon race could stay out of it. They were either subjectively or passively implicated, unable to think normally. Felix and the other demon kings stood out at this time. They each gathered a group of people and divided the several 100,000 members of the demon race among themselves. Immediately, the civil war began. In the Riptide Castle, large and small groups of demon race met in the streets and alleys. They fought without asking for any reason. Groups of demon race fell down. The Riptide Castle was almost overflowing with blood. Perhaps the clansmen who had been drinking and chatting merrily a few days ago were now irreconcilable enemies. No one knew why this was happening. They only knew that this was the order of the Demon King and the Master. They only knew how to carry it out and never asked for the reason. No one would have thought that the high and mighty Demon Kings would betray them. No one would have thought that these Demon Kings would point their butcher's knives at their own clansmen. There were some demon commanders and smart demon general who saw some clues, but smart fellows didn't live for long. Felix and the other demon kings had been paying attention to those demon commanders and demon general. Once someone became suspicious, they would find any reason or excuse to kill them. The Riptide Castle seemed to have turned into a huge meat grinder, trapping the several 100,000 members of the demon race inside and turning them inside out. The civil war didn't stop from the beginning. At the end of the war, every member of the demon race had bloodshot eyes and were delirious. They mechanically raised their weapons and killed any suspicious enemy. This war lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Several 100,000 people were divided into 8 groups and killed each other. Countless corpses were piled up in the streets and alleys of the Riptide Castle. They were bitten by mosquitoes and flies, emitting a rotten stench. After 3 days, less than 10,000 people were still alive, and all of them were injured. Many of them had broken limbs and were howling in pain. The 8 demon kings stood in the void, silently looking down. The scene they saw was like purgatory. Then, they acted together and sent the remaining 10,000 disabled members of the demon race to hell, turning the entire Riptide Castle into nothingness. A figure flickered and Xueqi appeared like a ghost. The 8 demon kings bowed. "You will follow me from now on," Xueqi said. After the incident at Riptide Castle, it was impossible for Felix and the others to return to the demon race camp. The 8 demon kings all nodded with complicated feelings. Yang Kai opened the entrance to the small sealed world bead and let them enter one by one before turning around and flying off in a certain direction. 10 days later, Yang Kai arrived above a jungle and scanned the area below with his deep eyes. A moment later, as if he had found something, he rushed straight down. After landing, he looked in a certain direction and shouted, "Come out!" Behind a large tree, a graceful figure appeared, and after seeing Yang Kai, she immediately showed a look of surprise and exclaimed, "Master, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken." Saying so, she rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared at her coldly. Xueqi suddenly stopped 10 meters away from Yang Kai, as if she had noticed something, her beautiful face changing slightly as she hurriedly tried to explain. "Master, I didn't betray you, I really didn't, please believe me." Yang Kai coldly said, "If you had any thoughts of betrayal, you would already be a dead woman." Xueqi's face turned slightly pale as a look of panic appeared on her face. The joy she felt when she saw Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. "Tell me what's going on. Why are you here alone? Where's Bao Qi? Where's the Wizard Bull clan?" Yang Kai threw out a few questions in succession. From what he could sense, Xueqi and Bao Qi were not in the same place, which made him feel a little strange, so he came here directly. At first, he thought that one of the two Demon King Bao Qi and Xueqi had betrayed him and left the Wizard Bull clan to act alone. But after seeing Xueqi, he realized that his guess was wrong. Xueqi did not have any thoughts of betrayal, but she was a little anxious, like a lost rabbit. "Bao Qi is with them," Xueqi quickly replied. "They were all captured." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Captured? Who captured them?" The Wizard Bull clan had 20,000 people, a few dozen wizards, 1,000 cavalrymen, and a few dozen aerial cavalrymen. In the entire war between the two races, it was a powerful force. Although it could not be compared to the demon race's base like Riptide Fortress, it was still very powerful on the barbarian side. Who had the ability to capture 20,000 people? "It's the barbarians. I think it's a tribe called the Bone-Eating Tribe," Xueqi recalled. Yang Kai's expression changed. "Are you sure it's the Bone-Eating Tribe?" "I don't know what the Bone-Eating Tribe looks like, but that's what Dai said. She said those people were from the Bone-Eating Tribe." "Why did the Bone-Eating Tribe attack the Wizard Bull clan?" Before he could finish, Yang Kai suddenly realized the problem. Xueqi said, "Bao Qi and I were discovered by them. They seemed to think that the Wizard Bull clan was under our control, so they attacked." The twins tried to persuade them, but it was useless. Instead, they were injured by the Wizard King. "Bao Qi and I couldn't beat them. When Bao Qi was captured, I found a chance to escape and have been hiding ever since." Xueqi was so sad that she was about to cry. A few months ago, she was still the high and mighty demon king of the demon race with thousands of subordinates. A few months later, she had been reduced to a stray dog that everyone wanted to beat up. The barbarians did not like her background and identity. They would definitely attack her if they saw her. She did not dare to return to the demon race either, for fear that Modo would discover something. A dignified demon king was actually hiding like a mouse, not daring to show himself. "Did the Wizard Bull clan suffer any casualties?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Xueqi shook her head. "Only Yu Lu was slightly injured. The others are fine." Dai ordered everyone not to make a move. Not making a move was the right thing to do. Yang Kai nodded. In that situation, if the Wizard Bull clan really did make a move, they would not be able to clear their names. It was unthinkable for them to be together with two demon kings, so it was normal for the Bone-Eating Tribe to be suspicious. It would be fine if they did not make a move, but if they did, the two tribes would definitely fight. The Bone-Eating Tribe was able to capture Bao Qi and force Xueqi to retreat, so they must have mobilized a lot of experts. The Wizard Bull clan had no chance of winning. They were all taken to the Bone-Eating Tribe's camp. "I don't know how they are now." Xueqi looked worried as she secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction. "Master, are we going to save them?" Yang Kai said, "I am a member of the Wizard Bull clan. Of course we have to save them." Xueqi said, "But there's no need for you to show yourself. Just stay here." As he spoke, Yang Kai reached out to grab her. Xueqi did not resist and was directly thrown into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in another direction. He did not need Xueqi to point out the direction because he could feel that Bao Qi was there. He had planted a soul brand in Bao Qi's mind, so this was a connection that could not be easily severed. He did not delay and rushed over at full speed. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens, but the fact that 20,000 members of the Wizard Bull clan had fallen into the hands of the Bone-Eating tribe made him a little worried. Not to mention that the Bone-Eating tribe was originally an anomaly among the barbarian tribes. If it were not for the Wizard Saint, they would have been wiped out by the other tribes long ago. Just the fact that he had some conflicts with the Bone-Eating tribe before was enough to make Xueqi worry about the safety of his 20,000 subordinates. The Bone-Eating tribe had always been vengeful and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Last time, that wizard Xueqi was injured by him and escaped, so he definitely held a grudge. If it were not for the demon race invasion, the Bone-Eating tribe would have taken an even more intense revenge. Chapter 2884. The Bone-Eating tribe was one of the 4 strongest tribes of the barbarian race. This was because this tribe had a wizard saint overseeing it. Moreover, compared to the other barbarian tribes, the Bone-Eating tribe was even more savage and ruthless. Before the demon race invaded, no barbarian tribe was willing to clash with the Bone-Eating tribe, even though everyone hated this tribe to the core. They were even unwilling to admit that they were barbarian tribes. However, it was undeniable that the Bone-Eating tribe had played a huge role in resisting the demon race's invasion. The Bone-Eating tribe had single-handedly held up the eastern battlefront. They had advanced layer by layer, reclaiming large amounts of lost land and killing countless members of the demon race. The Bone-Eating tribe had used their bravery to prove the barbarian tribe's viciousness. Their savagery and ruthlessness had become an excellent weapon at this time. Many experts of the demon race had learned of their existence and were paying close attention to them. Kangar Valley, one of the Bone-Eating tribe's encampments. Over 100,000 Bone-Eating tribe members were gathered here, with 5 wizard kings overseeing them. It was close to the front of the battlefront. It was one of the most important war encampments for the Bone-Eating tribe, perhaps even the entire barbarian race. Ever since the Bone-Eating tribe had set up camp here, they had clashed with a demon race army 100 kilometers away 6 times. They had won more than they had lost, and had achieved decent results. However, for some reason, the demon race seemed to have become much more obedient in the past month. As a result, the Bone-Eating tribe had nothing to do. Today, the entire Kangar Valley was immersed in a bustling atmosphere. Over 100,000 people were gathered at the center of the valley, looking at the temporarily erected platform. Their eyes burned with excitement. The Bone-Eating tribe members would only reveal such an expression when they saw the most delicious and novel food. There was a thick wooden stake erected on the platform. A tall figure was bound to the stake by various wizard chains, unable to move. The wooden stake was engraved with complicated and strange patterns. Bolts of lightning would occasionally flow out of those patterns, flowing past the bound figure and causing the tall figure to convulse. His expression was twisted as if he was enduring immense pain. All the members of the Bone-Eating tribe stared at the large figure with burning gazes. Some of them even licked their lips from time to time, if they did not know who that person was. He was afraid that someone would rush up and bite off a piece of flesh to taste it. It was a demon king. A powerful demon king. Several of the tribe's wizard kingmaster had worked together to capture it. Even though the Bone-Eating tribe had no taboo against eating humans, and they had done so for many years, no one dared to have such thoughts in front of a demon king. No one knew if they would be corroded by the demonic chi if they ate a mouthful of the demon king's flesh. Transform into a devil cultivator. However, this kind of fear was still unable to conceal the restlessness in the depths of their hearts. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to taste the demon king's flesh. He wanted to know what would happen to him after eating it. However, this wasn't the time for the ordinary clansmen to indulge in their fantasies because a wizard king was already standing beside the demon king. This was Xueqi's old acquaintance, Wizard Qi. Wu Qi held a dagger made of an unknown material in his hand. His face was filled with a ferocious and crazy expression. He held the dagger and cut the demon king's flesh piece by piece. At this moment, his thick palms actually became extremely nimble. With each cut, he only cut off a thin piece of flesh, not a bit more or a bit less. Many of the Bone-Eating tribe members had done a lot of research on eating the living, because to these people, fresh flesh was more delicious than the rotting flesh of the dead. Moreover, if they could enjoy the struggle and miserable howls of their food while eating, it was undoubtedly the most enjoyable scene. As one of the best among them, the wizard Qi was especially fond of this. When the first piece of flesh was cut off, Bao Qi's expression didn't change. He just stood there coldly and looked at the wizard Qi. It was as if the flesh that was cut off wasn't his. As a demon king, he naturally had strong willpower and enough tenacity. The reason he had submitted to Yang Kai before was because he had been forcibly implanted with the divine soul brand. He couldn't resist. He really wasn't afraid of this wizard king's tricks. However, Bao Qi clearly knew too little about the bone-eating tribe. When the wizard Qi excitedly put the piece of flesh into his mouth and chewed, revealing an ecstatic taste, Bao Qi's expression finally changed. Cutting off flesh from the bone wasn't much. However, the wizard Qi's method of swallowing the flesh was clearly beyond Bao Qi's expectations. The flesh that originally belonged to him was currently being chewed in the wizard king's mouth, making tisk-tisk-sk sounds. Even the demon race didn't have such an anomaly. Over 100,000 bone-eating tribesmen stared at the wizard Qi with eager eyes. Some of them kept swallowing their saliva, desperately wanting to know if the demon king's flesh was delicious or not. They wanted to know how different it was from the ones they had eaten before. The ecstatic expression on the wizard Qi's face didn't weaken at all. He closed his eyes as if he was enjoying the best food in the world. After a while, he swallowed the chewed piece of flesh with a gulp and shouted, "Delicious!" The tribesmen were in an uproar. They all seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they cried out loudly. The wizard Qi turned to look at Bao Qi, a sinister smile on his lips. "But you died too quickly. The demon king isn't easy to catch. You have to let my tribesmen have a taste of something new." Bao Qi's face twitched slightly. Even though he didn't count in detail, he knew that there were at least 100,000 bone-eating tribesmen standing here. In other words, the wizard king in front of him would only allow him to die after cutting off 100,000 pieces of flesh. The demon king's vitality was incomparably strong. Even if 100,000 pieces of flesh were cut off from his body, Bao Qi wouldn't die. However, this kind of torture undoubtedly made the pain even more unbearable. The wizard Qi sneered and cut down again. A short while later, another piece of flesh was cut off from Bao Qi's body. He tossed it back without looking back and said, "This is the punishment for your demon race. My bone-eating tribe will eat all of your tribesmen so that you will never dare to set foot in our territory again." When the thin piece of flesh flew into the crowd, it immediately caused chaos. Many bone-eating tribesmen fought over this piece of flesh. Blood flowed from their heads. In the end, the piece of flesh fell into the hands of a female bone-eating tribeswoman. She swallowed it without hesitation. She hugged her head and squatted down to endure the beatings of her tribesmen while shouting excitedly, "Delicious, delicious! It's so delicious! Do you see? These are my bone-eating tribesmen. Your demon race is nothing." The wizard Qi didn't care about the chaos below. Instead, he was proud of it and smiled sinisterly. Bao Qi remained silent. If he stood in the shoes of the demon race, he could naturally retort, but he had been subdued by Yang Kai long ago. Although he was the demon king, he had always been working for the barbarian race. Sadly, he had been captured by the barbarian race and would only die after being cut 100,000 times. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to explain, but no one in the bone-eating tribe believed him. "Persevere. You must persevere." The wizard Qi raised his knife again. "Don't die so easily. You are the demon king. Don't embarrass the demon race." Another piece of flesh was cut off and thrown into the crowd by the wizard Qi, causing another commotion. Then, the wizard Qi's movements clearly sped up. Moreover, he really did have good technique. With each cut, the light from the knife seemed to connect into a single line. Every flash of the knife represented a piece of flesh that flew out, causing the tribesmen below to fight over it. In less than half an incense stick's time, half of Bao Qi's arm had disappeared, revealing the white bone. During this time, he had endured at least 3,000 cuts. Even someone as strong as the Demon King could not help but tremble. Large amounts of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and the intense pain made him grit his teeth. Over a dozen meters away from where the bone-eating clansmen had gathered, another 20,000-odd people silently observed everything. These people were clearly different from the bone-eating clansmen because they seemed to have been imprisoned. They were surrounded by a few bone-eating clansmen. The slightest abnormality would lead to a detailed investigation. These people were naturally members of the Wizard Ox tribe. With the Yulu twins in the lead, they also looked towards the wooden platform. Many of them revealed sympathetic expressions. They all knew that Bao Qi had already submitted to Yang Kai. Many of their previous victories were due to Bao Qi's contributions. Even though the tribesmen could not accept him as a comrade because of his identity as a demon race member, they had indeed fought side by side before. Seeing Bao Qi suffer such torture, many people could not bear it. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding his head. The wizard king of the bone-eating tribe was simply too cruel. Yu Chao walked over to a great wizard of the bone-eating tribe and stood behind him. She gritted her teeth and said, "I want to see the wizard king." The great wizard turned around and glanced at her. He sneered and ignored her. "I want to see the wizard king," Yu Chao shouted again. The great wizard looked at her coldly. "Go back." Yu Chao did not move. She said, "Bao Qi was subdued by the wizard master ox. He is now working for the barbarian tribe. You cannot kill him." The great wizard sneered. "He is the demon king. The demon king cannot be subdued by the wizard ox. You have all been fooled by him. The wizard master ox will explain everything. Let him go first. When the wizard master ox comes, you will know." "The wizard ox?" The great wizard showed a disdainful smile. "Who is that? I have never heard of him." The wizard master ox is the great wizard of the southern barbarian tribe. The southern barbarian tribe? The great wizard pretended to think for a moment and showed a look of realization. But the southern barbarian tribe has been destroyed. With us here, the southern barbarian tribe is not destroyed. Yu Chao shouted. The southern barbarian tribe is not destroyed. A group of people behind her shouted. They all showed a look of righteous indignation. They stood behind Yu Chao and glared at the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe. It had been a month since the dark light destroyed the world. The news of hundreds of thousands of people in the southern barbarian tribe being destroyed had already spread like wildfire. The wizard ox tribe naturally knew about it. They might be the only team left in the southern barbarian tribe. As long as they were still alive, the southern barbarian tribe would not be destroyed. Chapter 2885. The great wizard glanced at everyone and revealed a meaningful smile. The southern barbarian tribe will be destroyed. Rain frowned. Suddenly, her heart sank. She understood the meaning of the other party's words. The thought that appeared in her mind made her hair stand on end. Lu seemed to want to say something more, but was pulled by her sister. She shut her mouth. Rain walked back and went straight to Butterfly. She whispered, "Can't you escape?" Butterfly was the strongest out of everyone present. She was a great sorcerer. If there was anyone who could escape this place, it was most likely Butterfly. However, ever since she was captured, Butterfly had been quietly staying here without any intention of escaping. Butterfly shook her head. "Aren't you from the floating tribe? You're the best at hiding." Butterfly said, "But I'm just a great wizard. There are 5 wizard kings here." Yu was speechless. The huge difference in strength made it impossible for Butterfly to have any hope of escaping. Rain said, "We will be eaten by them. Someone has to escape and find the wizard master bull." Butterfly said softly, "He will come, and we won't be eaten." But Rain was anxious. The great wizard's words made her realize something. The 20,000 wizard bull tribe members were imprisoned here not because they were with the demon king, but because the bone-eating tribe treated them as food. Hundreds of thousands of bone-eating tribe members gathered here. They definitely needed to eat and drink, but how could there be so much food in this chaotic world? The 20,000 wizard bull tribe members were food sent to their doorstep. That was why the great wizard said that the southern barbarian tribe would be destroyed. "Aren't we here now?" Butterfly suddenly pouted her lips and smiled, as if she had expected this. Rain and the others quickly turned to look. The next moment, their eyes lit up. On the platform, the wizard master bull had appeared out of nowhere. He stood in front of Bao Qi and the wizard pool and grabbed the wizard pool's right hand. The sudden appearance of a person stunned the 100,000 bone-eating clansmen for a moment. Wizard Qi's expression changed drastically. He instinctively used his wizard powers to block the attack. However, he found that his right hand was bound and he couldn't break free. When he looked up, he saw the face that made him unable to sleep and eat well. "It's you!" Wizard Qi gritted his teeth and growled, his expression suddenly becoming ferocious. "Wizard Pool, you're getting old. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Wizard Qi's face twitched when he heard this. What kind of wizard spell did you use on me? Compared to half a year ago, Wu Qi had indeed aged a lot. When Kai Yang first met him half a year ago, Wu Qi looked like he was in his 40s, but now that they had met again, Wu Qi was much older. He looked like he had aged 10 to 20 years. This was very unusual for a wizard king. However, the wizard king who was hit by the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle was an exception. Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle was the divine technique of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It had the power to control the flow of time. Yang Kai used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal as a great wizard outside Songnan village. Wizard Qi was hit. Although it wasn't fatal, he was still affected. This aging of 10 to 20 years was the mark left behind by the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle. Wizard Qi didn't know what kind of wizard spell this was. Every time he thought about it, he felt uneasy. The hatred in his heart grew stronger and stronger. You don't understand, and you don't need to understand. Yang Kai replied indifferently. How could the wizard king of this world understand the divine technique of the great emperors from hundreds of thousands of years in the future? He exerted force, and Wizard Qi couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. Bao Qi is one of my people. Yang Kai looked straight at Wizard Qi. He doesn't deserve to be tortured like this. Master. Bao Qi resisted the trembling of his body and softly called out. He thought that he would definitely die here, but Yang Kai's appearance gave him hope of survival. Although there were 5 wizard kings here, Bao Qi believed that the wizard master could save him. It was an instinctive feeling, and Bao Qi firmly believed in it. Yang Kai nodded, and a light flashed in his hand. He tapped on Bao Qi's body, and the wizard spell binding Bao Qi immediately broke apart, allowing him to regain his freedom. How dare you let him go? Wizard Qi angrily roared in order to capture this demon king. The bone-eating tribe had put in a lot of effort, but this Wizard Qi let them go as soon as he arrived. He didn't even put the bone-eating tribe in his eyes. Open your mouth. Yang Kai ignored him and ordered Bao Qi. Bao Qi obediently opened his mouth, and in the next moment, something was thrown from Yang Kai's hand. It shot into Bao Qi's throat. Refine. Bao Qi immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and urged his power to refine the thing that entered his stomach. He immediately felt a cooling sensation spread throughout his body, greatly reducing the pain. This was especially true for his arm, which had turned into white bones. There was a numbing sensation. This scene made Wizard Qi's lungs explode with anger. He looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move, so he just sneered and said, Wizard Qi, I should be the one thanking you. Thanking me for what? Yang Kai looked up at him. Wizard Qi urged the wizard power in his body, and an extremely powerful force immediately spread out. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, Oh? Middle-level Mage King, I really have to congratulate you. Wizard Qi said, If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to become a middle-rank Wizard King so quickly. Last time, he suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai. Although he was injured, Wizard Qi was still brave after the humiliation. During the healing period, he actually faintly realized something. During this period of time, he continuously fought with the demon race, which allowed him to break through in one fell swoop. He was promoted from a low-rank Wizard King to a middle-rank Wizard King. You're welcome. This is your own effort. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Wizard Qi's face twisted. This kind of response wasn't what he wanted. He immediately shouted, Wizard Qi, the southern barbarian tribe has already been destroyed. If you want to live, you better know your place. The southern barbarian tribe hasn't been destroyed. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. The southern barbarian tribe still has me and my subordinates. Wizard Qi laughed. With a great wizard like you? The wizard king of the southern barbarian tribe is all dead. Without a wizard king, the tribe doesn't have the qualifications to exist. Don't you know this? Among the barbarian tribes, there were often annexations. For example, in Songnan village, if it wasn't for Yang Kai's appearance, after the old village chief died, the village without a wizard's protection would quickly be annexed by other villages. It was the same for all the large and small tribes. The most important criterion for the existence of a large tribe was to have a wizard king. A large tribe without a wizard king would lose its foothold. Having a wizard king is enough? Yang Kai closed his eyes as he spoke. Then as you wish. When he opened his eyes again, the light in his eyes was wanton, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out from his body. Wizard Qi's expression changed. He thought that Yang Kai was going to attack him, and he couldn't wait for this to happen. This way, he could fight back without hesitation and take revenge for the previous hatred. Hatefully, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai didn't have the intention to attack him. It was just that the aura in his body was getting stronger and stronger, more and more fierce. In a flash, it surpassed the level of a great wizard and directly approached the Wizard King. This is... Wizard Qi couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Before his voice fell, Yang Kai's aura suddenly skyrocketed. In the dark, it seemed that some shackles were broken, and Yang Kai's realm climbed to a new level. Wizard Qi's eyes trembled, and he almost couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. Wizard King, so this is it. Yang Kai grinned at him. Not far away, the imprisoned wizard tribe's 20,000 people suddenly burst into cheers after a moment of silence. All of them were extremely excited. Especially Yu Lu. Wizard King, the southern barbarian tribe still had a wizard king. This meant that in this war between the two tribes, the southern barbarian tribe still had the right to be independent. They didn't have to rely on or become a vassal of other large tribes. The cheers were quickly suppressed. A few figures suddenly appeared around the high platform and surrounded it in 4 directions. All of them had deep cultivation and revealed the aura of a wizard king. They were the wizard kings of the bone-eating tribe who were guarding the Tsang Air Valley. They didn't want to appear before because they didn't think it was necessary. Yang Kai was just a great wizard, and the Wizard Qi could easily deal with him. However, when Yang Kai inexplicably became a wizard king, they had no choice but to appear. Among them, a bald wizard king had the strongest aura. He seemed to be a lot stronger than the others. He looked at Yang Kai with a dignified gaze and said, "I have never seen a wizard king who had such an easy promotion process. That means your vision is too shallow." Even when facing a high-rank Magus king who was 2 levels higher than him, Yang Kai's expression didn't change at all, and he spoke with confidence and assurance. "I heard that you were blessed by the barbarian god. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems that it is possible." The bald wizard king looked at Yang Kai from head to toe as if he wanted to see through him from the inside out. "Master, you have heard of me?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. The bald wizard king glanced at the Wizard Qi and said, "You defeated the strong and injured the Wizard Qi's people. Of course, I know a little about you." The Wizard Qi's face became ugly. He stared at Yang Kai with hatred. It was as if someone had poured salt on his wounds that hadn't healed yet. "But," the bald wizard king continued, "even if you broke through the Wizard King realm, it doesn't mean anything. The southern barbarian tribe has already perished. This is a fact. No one can change it. I am still alive. My 20,000 subordinates are still alive. We can rebuild the southern barbarian tribe," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. "Master, you don't have to be so arbitrary." The bald wizard king shook his head and said, "The southern barbarian tribe's holy relic is gone. Where did you get it?" His eyes suddenly stared at the wood carving in Yang Kai's hand. There was a similar wood carving in the bone-eating tribe, but it was in the hands of the wizard holy master. Even if he was an upper wizard king, he wasn't qualified to touch it. The holy relic was a symbol of the power of every tribe. Most people thought it was just a symbol, but only a few wizard kings knew that the holy relic had many other uses. Being able to get a holy relic was a great help to a wizard king's training. Chapter 2886. There was one thing the bald wizard king could not understand. How did the southern barbarian tribe's holy relic appear in the hands of this wizard bull? When the dark light destroyed the world, hundreds of thousands of people of the southern barbarian tribe died, including all the wizard kings of the southern barbarian tribe. Logically speaking, the holy relic should have been lost or destroyed with the death of those wizard kings, but now it was right in front of his eyes. Could it be that this wizard bull had been to that battlefield? The bald wizard king immediately rejected this idea because as far as he knew, there was a powerful demon saint there at that time. That was an existence equivalent to a wizard saint. If this wizard bull had really gone to that battlefield, there was no way he could have returned alive. The southern barbarian tribe still had a wizard king, and the holy relic still existed. This was somewhat different from what the bone-eating tribe had expected. With the bald wizard king as the leader, Several wizard kings of the bone-eating tribe looked at each other as if they were secretly communicating something. A moment later, they reached a consensus. The bald wizard king said, "Wizard Bull, hand over the holy relic. You have sided with the demon race and are no longer the people of the barbarian god." Yang Kai snorted. "Which eye of yours saw that we sided with the demon race?" The wizard Qi Li shouted. "Still trying to quibble? If you didn't side with the demon race, why did you save this demon king?" Yang Kai said, "I said, he's one of mine. Of course I have to save him." The wizard Qi Li laughed disdainfully. "From what you're saying, this demon king has been subdued by you?" "Yes." The wizard Qi Li laughed, obviously not believing it. The other wizard kings also shook their heads slightly, thinking that Yang Kai was too shameless. Just a moment ago, Yang Kai was just a great wizard. How could he subdue a demon king? That was an existence on par with them wizard kings. They were equally proud and arrogant. If they were in his shoes, they would not submit to a demon marshal. They would rather die than live. "You have been tainted by the demonic Qi. You have become the demon race." The bald wizard king sighed. "Fortunately, your demonic Qi is not too deep now. Hand over the holy relic. Give it to the southern barbarian tribe. I know very well whether or not I've turned into a devil. You don't have to worry about me. I've come here today just to take away the people of my witch bull tribe. I hope the master can make things easier for me." The wizard Qi Li shouted. "Don't talk nonsense with him. This guy is already delirious. He only wants to save the demon king. Let me kill him and take back the holy relic." The wizard Qi Li had a bad temper, so he acted very quickly. As he spoke, he had already activated the wizard's power. A huge skull suddenly flew out and turned into the size of a house. It opened its mouth and bit Yang Kai as if it wanted to swallow him. The bald wizard king and the others looked on coldly. They didn't stop or help. Obviously, they acquiesced to the wizard Qi's actions. Yang Kai had seen the skull before. Last time when he fought with the wizard Qi, he used this wizard tool. It was extremely vicious. But today, when the wizard Qi Li activated it, the power seemed to be much stronger than before. A gloomy aura rushed towards him. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. The skull descended and swallowed him whole. The wizard Qi was startled. He obviously didn't expect to succeed so easily. The joy on his face turned to shock. In the next moment, the skull shot out a shocking sword aura. It flew out from the skull's 7 orifices. The skull was like a headless fly. It stumbled around in the air. No matter how the wizard Qi tried to disperse it, it didn't listen to his orders. The wizard Qi's face changed. He quickly changed his hand sign. The skull opened its mouth. Yang Kai turned into a sword aura and rushed out with his sword. The remaining skull quickly shrank and lost its spirituality. The wizard Qi's eyes were about to split open. His heart ached. He was secretly shocked. How could this wizard's strength be so terrifying? Last time, he suffered a loss when he fought against a great wizard with the strength of a low-rank wizard king. He thought that now that he was promoted to a mid-rank wizard king, he could regain some face. Who knew that the other party's growth was even more terrifying? He was completely not a match for him. Although it was only a moment, the wizard Qi had a clear judgment. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. He thought so in his heart. The wizard Qi raised his head. On the other side, in front of Yang Kai, the bald wizard king blocked in front of Yang Kai. He raised his hand and a jet-black energy pillar blasted towards Yang Kai. The power was amazing. It seemed to be able to turn the world upside down and shatter the universe. The full power attack of a high-rank wizard king was naturally terrifying. He shouted in a low voice, "Wizard Qi, you were originally a rare genius of the barbarian race. If there were no accidents, you would have great achievements in the future. Unfortunately, you don't know how to love yourself and become the demon race. The barbarian race can't tolerate you. You will die here." Yang Kai laughed. "There are many people who want me dead. Their endings are not good. Master, you will not be an exception." As he spoke, Myriad's sword pointed forward. A cold light suddenly appeared, and then the sword shot out like a dragon. The jet-black energy pillar was shattered by the sword flowers. It was like snowflakes under the scorching sun. It quickly melted. The bald shaman king remained calm. With a slight thought, he changed the seal in his hand and the shattered pitch-black energy suddenly shrank inwards, forming a cage that seemed to want to trap Xueqi inside. At the same time, other than the wizard Qi, the other 3 Wizard Kings' attacks also arrived. They were all ruthless and didn't hold back. They were determined to kill Xueqi here. It wasn't just because of the old grudge between Xueqi and the Bone-Eating tribe, but also because of the southern barbarian tribe's holy artifact. Moreover, the Wizard Ox tribe people were mixed in with the demon race. They didn't deserve to die. Even if they were all killed, the people of the other tribes wouldn't say anything. The more than 20,000 Wizard Ox tribe members cried out in alarm. Yulu and the others were even more nervous. They wanted to help Xueqi, but in a battle of this level, they knew that they wouldn't be of much use. They could only make up their minds. If the Wizard Master Ox tribe really met with any mishap, they would immediately resist. They would rather be killed by the Bone-Eating tribe than be trapped here and become food. On the high platform, Xueqi still didn't panic in the face of the combined attacks of the 4 Wizard Kings. The myriad sword in his hand slashed to the east, west, up and down. It seemed chaotic and without any pattern, but after a few slashes, he completely destroyed the wizard spells of the Wizard Kings. Only the bald Wizard King's cage firmly restrained him. Xueqi's body shook, and a majestic power erupted from his body. The invisible cage suddenly expanded several times, and there was a faint cracking sound, as if it could shatter at any moment. The bald Wizard King's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and he began to chant an obscure incantation. The other 4 Wizard Kings also suddenly turned solemn, and they also began to chant incantations. The voices of the 5 quickly merged together, as if they were spoken by the same person, and there was no longer any distinction between them. As the incantation changed, an incomparably huge skeletal hand appeared out of thin air. The skeletal hand was several hundred feet long, and it stretched across the sky, grabbing down at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. Its target was Xueqi's position. With this grab, it was as if even the laws of heaven and earth could be grasped in its palm. Xueqi inexplicably felt his breathing stop, and his body became shorter. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his neck, making him unable to straighten up. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Although he didn't know what kind of wizard spell this was, a wizard spell that required the cooperation of 5 Wizard Kings was definitely not something to be taken lightly. He kicked Xueqi aside, and then his body swayed to the side. There was a loud bang, and when the skeletal hand grabbed down, the temporary high platform was turned into powder. Without waiting for Xueqi to regain his footing, the huge skeleton hand once again reached out to grab him. Xueqi's face turned gloomy. Just as he was about to test the ability of the skeleton hand, he saw a scorching light spurt out from its palm. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the void and headed straight for his chest. Xueqi dodged again. It was the same for several consecutive moves. Xueqi was furious, and he shouted, "Enough!" Wu Qi laughed loudly. Run as fast as you can, let's see how long you can run." "Wizard Qi, you are looking for your own death." Xueqi coldly looked at him. "You can't even protect yourself, and you still have the energy to threaten me?" Wizard Qi disdainfully curled his lips. "Take care of yourself first." "Do you know why I want to run?" Xueqi coldly asked as he dodged the skeletal hand's attack and chase. Wizard Qi laughed. "If you are not strong enough, then you naturally want to run. Everyone has the instinct to run." "You are wrong." Xueqi slightly shook his head and said, "I just don't want the Wizard Saint Master to chase after me." "Why would the Wizard Saint Master want to chase after you?" Wizard Qi frowned. Xueqi grinned, revealing his fangs, and coldly said, "If I kill all of you, do you think the Wizard Saint Master will chase after me?" Wizard Qi was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed as if he heard a funny joke. "With just you? You want to kill us? Wizard Bull, are you still dreaming?" Xueqi no longer spoke to him, but turned to look at the bald Wizard King. "You shouldn't die in my hands. The demon race is still wreaking havoc on this land. You should save some strength to deal with the Demon King." "You don't need to worry about the Demon King. We will take care of it. You should just obediently wait to be captured." The bald Wizard King coldly snorted. Xueqi sighed and made a final effort to say, "It's not too late to stop now, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." The bald Wizard King seemed to be angered as well, and coldly snorted, "This is the first time I've seen someone with such a big mouth. I hope your abilities are greater than your words." As he spoke, not only did he not stop, But he also increased the power of the wizard force even more, and the power of the giant skeletal hand increased again. Whether or not my abilities are greater, you open your eyes wide and see for yourself. Yongkai suddenly stopped running and stood in the air, myriad swords slightly raised. The 5 bone-eating wizard kings' expressions turned cold when they saw this. They knew that Yongkai was really going to go all out, so they did not hesitate to use the giant skeletal hand to grab him. The tiny figure and the gigantic skeletal hand formed an incredibly stark contrast, causing all the berserkers who saw this to feel an incredibly strong visual conflict. It did not matter whether it was the members of Bone-Eating Tribe or Shaman Bull Tribe, they could not help but hold their breaths at that moment, as if they were about to witness an exciting moment that would be recorded in history. Chapter 2887. The skeletal hand reached down, but this time, Yongkai did not dodge. When the hand closed, Yongkai's figure disappeared. The hundreds of thousands of Bone-Eating Tribe members let out thunderous cheers as they looked at the 5 wizard kings with reverence. Yulu's face was pale. She could not accept what she was seeing. Butterfly's voice came from beside her. He's fine. Butterfly was a very special existence in the Wizard Bull Tribe. She was only a great wizard, but she seemed to have the ability to observe things that even the Wizard King did not have. Her words often came true. She had said that Yongkai would come. Then Yongkai came. Thus, when she spoke, the Wizard Bull Tribe members seemed to be affected by her words. They calmed down a lot. On the other hand, the 5 wizard kings of the Bone-Eating Tribe suddenly paled. They did not feel any joy from their success. A low murmur came from the skeletal hand. No one could hear what the murmur was saying, but after the murmur, a loud dragon's roar suddenly rang out. Immediately after, an enormous golden dragon head appeared and disappeared in a flash, flying into the skeletal hand. An aura that made people tremble spread out. The 5 wizard kings of the Bone-Eating Tribe who were working together actually felt extremely small at this moment. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the skeletal hand that was tightly clenched was pushed open by an invisible force. Through the gaps between the fingers, a tall figure could be vaguely seen standing in the middle of the palm. When the sword swept out, the skeletal hand trembled, and all 5 fingers were severed. They fell from the sky like 5 small mountains, causing the Bone-Eating Tribesmen gathered below to flee in panic. Yongkai, who had already dragonized, jumped onto the skeletal hand's raised wrist. He dragged the myriad sword under his feet as he ran up the arm. Everywhere he passed, the sword's edge rubbed against the skeletal hand, producing an ear-piercing sound as sparks flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Yongkai had already reached the skeletal hand's elbow. He stood there alone like a high and mighty king, looking down at everything with a dignified gaze. The 5 bone-eating wizard kings couldn't help but look up. They saw a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The giant skeletal hand formed by the 5 of them was actually broken apart by the brute force of a newly promoted wizard king. A huge crack extended from the wrist of the skeletal hand all the way to the elbow. It was like a ravine in the earth, a testament to the passing of the flowing time great emperor and the changes of time. Yongkai stamped his foot lightly, and the entire skeletal hand split into 2. The wizard's spell was broken, and the huge skeletal hand immediately turned into fluorescent light and disappeared. Pointing the myriad sword downwards, Yongkai said with a cold expression, "Just because I don't want to fight with you doesn't mean that I don't have the ability to take care of you. Since the battle has begun, then I will teach you all an unforgettable lesson." He turned his gaze to the wizard pool. Wizard Pool panicked, and his body uncontrollably took a few steps back. He saw a strong murderous intent in Yongkai's eyes. "Save me!" Wizard Pool shouted, wanting to approach the other wizard kings. The bald wizard king was the first to react, wanting to run towards him as well. However, a sword slash in the air blocked his path. When the sword slash dissipated, the bald wizard king stopped in place, looking forward with a gloomy expression. On the other side, the wizard bull had rushed to Wizard Pool's side at some point, and its wide long sword was resting on Wizard Pool's neck. "Hundreds of my Tsongnan village villagers died because of your bone-eating tribe. Today, I will kill one of your wizard kings as revenge for my people." Wizard Pool was shocked and shouted, "You dare! The Wizard Holy Master will not allow you to do this. If you really kill me, the Wizard Holy Church will hunt you down all over the world." Yongkai sneered, "I was just hunted down by a demon saint. Do you think I will be afraid of your wizard holy church? Not to mention, he seems to still be recuperating, right? So, you better die obediently. Stop. The bald shaman king suddenly let out a stern shout. Yongkai looked at him and said calmly, Master, is there anything else you want to say? Release the wizard Dang, and I'll let you go. The bald wizard king said sternly. Yongkai smiled and shook his head. When I told you to stop earlier, you kept pressing on. Now that you've caused trouble, you want to make peace? How can there be such a convenient choice in the world? I'm very sorry, but the decision is in my hands now. The bald wizard king said, killing the wizard pool won't bring you any benefits. It'll only make my bone-eating tribe hate you. Yongkai curled his lips. You're talking like you won't hate me if I don't kill him. You're a tribe that seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. If it weren't for the invasion of demon folk, you would have attacked my Tsongnan village long ago. Since you have old grievances, I don't mind adding new ones. Right now, the two tribes are at war. A wizard king is an indispensable force. You can't kill him. What a joke! Yongkai said sternly. I'm also a wizard king. Who was the one working together to kill me earlier? That's because we thought you'd already become the demon race. If I become the demon race, all of you will die today, not just one. With that, the myriad sword in Yongkai's hand flashed with cold light, and the wizard pool's head flew into the air. Blood gushed out from his neck. The remaining 4 wizard kings of the bone-eating tribe were stunned. They originally thought that Kai Yong was just saying it and wouldn't really kill Wu Qi, but they didn't think that he would really do it. Wu Qi's body was still standing in the same place, and his head that had been sent flying had a look of astonishment on his face. Obviously, he didn't think that his life would end like this until he died. He didn't die at the hands of the demon race, but at the hands of the barbarians. After killing the wizard pool, Yongkai arrived before the bald wizard king in a flash. The myriad sword pressed against his chest, sinking 3 inches into his flesh. The bald wizard king immediately stiffened. He was afraid to make any sudden movements. Don't think I'm joking. If I want to, I can kill all of you. Yongkai stared at the bald wizard king coldly. A drop of cold sweat flowed down the bald wizard king's forehead, sliding down his cheek. But you still have value. You can still fight against the demon race, so I won't kill you today. Yongkai withdrew the myriad sword and looked down at the bald wizard king. His voice was sharp as he said, You better remember, don't provoke the southern barbarian tribe again. Otherwise, no matter who you are, you will pay the price. The bald wizard king didn't make a sound. Clearly, he was greatly shaken deep down. The myriad sword disappeared. Yongkai brushed past the bald wizard king and headed straight for the place where the 20,000 wizard tribe members were imprisoned. The bone-eating tribesmen blocking his way looked at him in fear, as if they were looking at some kind of monster. They couldn't help but make way for him. When he arrived in front of the wizard tribe, the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe who had been guarding the wizard tribe seemed to have been struck dumb. He stood there in a daze. Yongkai raised his eyes. The great wizard immediately dodged to the side. The wind blew, and a chill ran down his back. Master! Yu Lu and the others stepped forward and bowed. Everyone's eyes were filled with worship. Let's go, Yongkai called out. Tiger stepped forward and said, Our mounts have been stolen by them. Yongkai turned around and looked at the bald wizard king. The bald wizard king's expression was full of struggle. Yongkai's smile began to turn meaningful. A moment later, the bald wizard king seemed to have made a difficult decision. He shouted, Return those things to them. Immediately, the bone-eating tribesmen rushed out. Soon, thousands of magical beasts and dozens of giant eagles rushed out of the place where they were imprisoned and returned to their master's side. The cavalry rode on the backs of the magical beasts, while the aerial cavalry rode the giant eagles. More than 20,000 people marched out of the Tsong-Er Valley. The entire troop was orderly, and their steps were neat. Every member of the wizard tribe straightened their backs. They were like javelins that towered into the sky. Behind them were the complicated gazes of the hundreds of thousands of bone-eating tribesmen. Only when the wizard tribe disappeared from sight did the bone-eating tribesmen let out a sigh of relief. The 4 wizard kings were exhausted, as if they had exhausted all their strength. Outside the valley, excitement spread and finally broke the silence of the army. People began to whisper to each other in groups of 3 to 5, discussing what had just happened. The more they talked, the more excited they became. No one stopped them. Over the past few days, they had been imprisoned by the bone-eating tribe, enduring mental torture. Now that they had finally been rescued, and they had been rescued by Sir Wu Niu in an extremely shocking manner, they naturally needed to vent their emotions that had been suppressed for a long time. "What do you want to say?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Rain. She had been hesitating since the beginning. It was obvious that she had something to say. However, before she spoke, Yang Kai had already guessed. "Do you think that I shouldn't have killed the wizard pool?" Rain nodded. "He's the wizard king of the bone-eating tribe after all, but he died at your hands. If news of this spreads, the other tribes might reject us. Our southern barbarian tribe is in decline now, and we need to keep a low profile. We shouldn't be so ostentatious." Yang Kai smiled. "It's precisely because we're in decline that we can't keep a low profile. We need to let the other tribes know that even if the southern barbarian tribe is left with only one wizard king and 20,000 people, we're still the southern barbarian tribe. Our fate is in our own hands, and we won't be controlled by anyone. We won't be the vassal of any other tribe." His gaze gradually darkened. The demon race's defense line is shrinking, and the battle will become more and more intense. If we don't show enough toughness, we'll be used as cannon fodder by the other tribes sooner or later. Rain thought about it and found herself speechless. She could only nod and say, "Perhaps you're right." Yang Kai said, "Besides, they were the ones who started the trouble first. Although I'm wrong for killing a wizard king, I don't think anyone will be in a hurry to stand up for the wizard pool. The bone-eating tribe will continue to hate us, but if they want to attack us, it'll be after the war between the two tribes. I hope they can survive until the end." "What about us?" Rain looked up at Yang Kai like a child who hadn't grown up yet. "We'll survive. We'll drive the demon race away and rebuild our home." Rain's eyes blurred, as if she saw a beautiful scene in the future. "The wizard master is dead," Yang Kai suddenly said. The longing expression on Rain's face disappeared. Her eyes drooped, and she didn't say a word. However, she was shrouded in sadness. Lu reached out and held her arm, and the two sisters leaned close together. Chapter 2888. The earth groaned and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. The demon race had already invaded for 2 years. During these 2 years, the two races had clashed thousands of times. Barbarian tribes were exterminated one after another, and demon race armies were slaughtered one after another. The northern part of the land was filled with battlefields, and people were dying almost every moment. The shaman sages and devil sages had already finished their recuperation 1 month ago, and came out of seclusion one after another. Both sides once again fought each other, but this time, everyone was somewhat restrained. They were not as ferocious and intense as 2 years ago. This time, the fighting was more of a probing factor. The barbarian side was at a disadvantage because the demon race side had one more modo compared to 2 years ago. The addition of this demon saint broke the balance between the two sides. After 2 years of bloody battles, everyone who survived had matured a lot. The southern barbarian tribe's remaining troops grew stronger day by day during the war. Now, they had expanded to more than 100,000 people. The Wizard Ox's fame spread throughout the two races. It was no longer a secret that he had 10 Demon King slaves by his side, and it was precisely because of these 10 Demon Kings that the Wizard Ox tribe could succeed in this long war. 2 years was enough for a lot of changes to happen. The biggest change was that the reinforcements of the demon race kept coming from the boundary wall. Although the boundary wall was not stable and could not allow powerful experts to pass through, those small fries could come as many as they wanted. But this still could not stop the barbarians' determination to reclaim their lost territory. The demon race had 100 tribes, and almost every tribe had their own divine technique. If not for the 10 demon kings that Yang Kai had subdued, the barbarian side would have suffered a lot of losses. The demon kings were very clear about the details of the demon race. Yang Kai had already gathered all the information they knew, and passed it on to the leaders of the various tribes. With this information, the barbarian side reduced a lot of losses. Otherwise, the war would not have gone so smoothly. Even though the demon race continued to surge out of the world path, 2 years later, the demon race's defensive line had shrunk to a perimeter of 2,000 li with the world path as the center. All the members of the demon race were gathered here. And 2,000 miles away, The various barbarian tribes were gathered. Millions of clansmen were facing it from afar. In the sky, there was a huge gully. The demonic chi in the gully was rolling and surging. It was extremely frightening. Everyone could clearly see the existence of that ravine. It was like a scar in the sky that would never be extinguished. This was the passage that the great demonic god of the demonic territory had torn open with a heaven-shaking method. It was called the boundary path by the barbarian tribe. If the realm Tao was not sealed, this war would never end. All the higher-ups of the barbarian race were well aware of this. Therefore, for the past 2 years, all the barbarians had been working hard to achieve this goal. They had been pressuring the demon race in every way. They wanted to attack the world path and then find a way to seal it. As long as the world path was sealed, then the source of the demon race's power could be cut off. No more demon race would come from the demonic territory. The demon race that remained in this land would also be weakened and become fish on the chopping board. The barbarians had launched several large-scale attacks, but they were all blocked by the demon race. Both sides had suffered losses, but there was no way to break through the world path. Yang Kai himself had also gone to the world path to investigate a few times, but he found that the world path was too big. It was connected to another great world and involved the laws of heaven and earth of that world. Even if he was proficient in the laws of space, with his current strength, there was no way to repair it. Unless he could become one of the great emperors. Right now, he was only an upper wizard king. It seemed that he was very close to becoming one of the great emperors, but it was still far away. In just a year, he had become an upper wizard king from a lower wizard king. It was definitely a miracle. In the history of the barbarians, no one had been able to become an upper wizard so quickly, but Yang Kai had done it. Of course, the foundation of the Emperor realm was part of it, but the biggest help was the holy relic that the wizard Dang gave him before he died. When he first received the holy relic, he didn't find anything special about it. It wasn't until he became a wizard king that the holy relic showed its uniqueness. Every time he went into seclusion, the holy relic seemed to become a medium that connected him to the wizard temple. The wizard temple was the most important place in the entire barbarian race. The sorcerer's temple contained the memories and precious witchcraft techniques of all the barbarian race's masters. With the saint artifact in hand, Yang Kai was able to use his soul to wander around the sorcerer's temple. He was able to witness the miraculous abilities displayed by the ancient sages and absorb the knowledge they imparted. This knowledge was even more extensive than what the evergreen god tree had passed down. Only after discovering this did he understand why the shaman kings of the bone-eating tribe wanted to take his sacred relic so much. Clearly, they already knew how helpful the sacred relic was to cultivation, which was why they had thought about it. A tribe with an upper wizard king in charge naturally couldn't be underestimated. Not to mention, there were also 10 demon kings in the tribe. As the last tribe of the southern barbarian tribe, the bull wizard tribe continued to exist and was recognized by all the major tribes of the barbarian race. The Yu-Lu twins also successfully became great wizard, becoming the existent second only to Yang Kai in the bull wizard tribe. The other wizards more or less improved. Those who followed Yang Kai in the past all became the backbone of the wizard tribe. Butterfly was still the same. The 2 years of war didn't seem to leave any traces on her body, and her cultivation didn't improve at all. She seemed to be indifferent to the war and just followed Yang Kai. When Yang Kai didn't look for her, she never appeared. But as long as Yang Kai looked for her, she would appear in time. It was as if she could see through all of Yang Kai's thoughts. Even after 2 years together, Yang Kai felt that he couldn't see through this woman. There was a knock on the closed door. Yang Kai exhaled softly and ended his divine sense journey in the sorcerer god's temple. He put away the artifact and looked up. "Come in." The Yu-Lu twins pushed the door open and entered. The sisters' faces were a little too serious. "What new instructions do the wizard saints have?" Yang Kai looked up at them. The sisters were just summoned by the wizard saints to discuss with the wizard king of the other tribes. They were only great wizards and didn't have the qualifications. But the situation of the wizard tribe was a little special. Yang Kai didn't show up, so no one cared about this. During this time, Yang Kai had been cultivating, so he left the wizard tribe's affairs to Yu-Lu. Now that he saw their faces when they came back, Yang Kai realized that something might happen. "The final battle," Yu-Lu replied, her voice trembling. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. They found a way to seal the world passage? This was a problem that the barbarians were eager to solve. As long as the world passage was blocked, The demon race invading this land would fight alone. The barbarians would win the final victory sooner or later. But this was also an unsolvable problem. Even the 4 great wizard saints didn't have the power to seal the world passage. So recently, the 2 races had been fighting non-stop, but it wasn't a decisive battle. Both sides knew that this war wouldn't end easily unless the world passage was sealed. Suddenly, the wizard saints wanted to launch a decisive battle. Xueqi could only guess that they had found a way to seal the world passage. This was good news, but Xueqi didn't think that the wizard saints had the ability to do so. It was not that he underestimated them, but it was the truth. It seems that they have found it. It seems? Xueqi frowned. The wizard saints answered you like this? There was no room for seems in war. One seemed to be enough to destroy hundreds of thousands of people. Lu said, looking at the master's expression, they seemed to have some confidence, but they didn't say anything. Lu continued. The master wants you to go no matter what. Xueqi touched his chin and said, it seems that they really have some confidence. If they didn't have confidence, they wouldn't have asked him to go again. They didn't say it clearly because they were afraid that the Wizard King would leak the secret. Without delay, Xueqi walked straight out of the Wizard Bull Tribe's encampment and went straight to where the Wizard Saints were. He had been there several times before, so he was naturally familiar with the place. But later on, he had been training and was too lazy to waste time, so he let Lu do it for him. Every time the Wizard Saints gathered, he didn't show up. But this time, the situation was obviously a bit unusual. In a simple hall, Xueqi saw the wizard holy ground. Among the 4 great wizard saints, holy ground was a very special existence. Looking at the past, present and future, he might be a special existence because although he was a wizard saint, he didn't know many wizard spells. All his power came from his own body. He was a strong person with a holy ground. The barbarian warriors focused on refining their bodies, but he was the only one who could achieve what he did in hundreds of thousands of years. In the Holy War 2 years ago, almost all the barbarian demon race saints were injured. Only he was unscathed and escaped with the other 3 wizard saints. His strength was evident from this. Although Holy Ground was a wizard saint, he didn't have the slightest arrogance of a wizard saint. Xueqi had met him several times and had a good impression of him. No matter what happened, this wizard saint was always smiling and was very amiable. The other 3 wizard saints were nowhere to be seen. Xueqi let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he was too lazy to meet the bone-eating saint. The bull wizard tribe and the bone-eating tribe had a deep grudge. Xueqi had killed a wizard king of the bone-eating tribe. The wizard saint of the bone-eating tribe had always disliked Xueqi. If it weren't for the bull wizard tribe's outstanding performance in the war between the 2 tribes, killing many members of the demon race and making a lot of contributions, the bone-eating tribe saint would have attacked the bull wizard tribe long ago. This was one of the reasons why Xueqi didn't respond to the summons of the wizard saints. Holy Ground didn't look very old, around 40 years old. He had a wide mouth, a split nose, a square head, and big ears. His face was dark red, and his body was tall and sturdy. His arms were unusually long, almost reaching his knees. His palms were also very wide, as if they could hold a mountain or block a river. Every time Xueqi saw him, he was shocked by the fierce and surging blood energy in his body. This was the result of Holy Ground's efforts to suppress it. If he didn't, his blood energy would be even more terrifying. Xueqi had no doubt that even if a giant dragon stood in front of him, he could tear it apart with his bare hands. If Xueqi's body was like the rising sun, then the wizard Holy Ground's body was like the scorching sun at noon. Just standing next to him made him feel hot. Chapter 2889. Master. Xueqi stood in the middle of the hall with his hands on his chest. Su turned around. The smile that had been on his face for a long time had disappeared this time. His eyes were dignified and solemn as he said in a deep voice, "You should know why I called you over, right?" Xueqi said, "I heard that the final battle is coming." "That's right." Ruin nodded. "The final battle, victory or defeat, will be decided here." Xueqi frowned. "Forgive me for asking, but how do we seal the world path? Have you found a way?" Ruin smiled. "I found it. But I can't tell you the specifics yet, but I can promise you that this is a feasible method." He was a wizard saint, so there was no need for him to promise anything to a wizard king, but he still said so. Obviously, he had great confidence in this method. Xueqi nodded. Then master, why did you call me here? Ruin's expression became serious again. I need you to carry out this method. Me? Xueqi was stunned. The saint is still here, why me? Ruin said, this method needs to be unexpected, so whether it's me or the other three, it's not convenient for us. Only you wizard kings have a chance of success. And among all the wizard kings, you are the strongest, and your wizard bull division is also the most elite, so we need you to deal with it. We need your wizard bull division to deal with it. Xueqi pondered for a moment and didn't refuse. Instead he said, what do you need to do? You don't need to know now. Before the final battle, someone will tell you. You just need to tell me. Can you bear this responsibility? Ruin's eyes became serious for the first time, like a burning flame staring at Xueqi. Xueqi grinned, if I can't bear it, master wouldn't have called me here, right? Ruin laughed and patted Xueqi's shoulder. Don't worry, on the day of the final battle, all the barbarians will create an opportunity for you. You only need to do one thing. When is the final battle? Xueqi looked up and asked. 5 days later. After returning from the ruins, Xueqi did not cultivate in seclusion. 5 days. It was no longer enough to increase his strength. He slowly walked around the area where the voodoo bull tribe was stationed, looking at the familiar and unfamiliar faces. Every barbarian who saw him bowed respectfully, expressing their utmost respect to him. The news of the final battle seemed to have spread. The 100,000 wizard bull tribe members were all rubbing their hands in anticipation. The soldiers sharpened their weapons, and the cavalrymen fed their mounts so that they could unleash their full power in battle. While the archers were crafting arrows, the wizards were meditating in seclusion so that they could maintain their best condition. 5 days later, he would pour out his power. Xueqi saw many familiar faces. They were all people who had followed him since the beginning. After 2 years of war, less than half of the 200 villagers of Tsongnan village were left. Most of the villagers died in the war, and those who survived became stronger. However, most of them were unfamiliar faces. These people had been recruited by the voodoo bull tribe in the past year or so. They had different backgrounds, but now, they were all members of the voodoo bull tribe. Xueqi saw Ahu feeding his mount in a corner of the camp. Tiger was very happy to see Xueqi. He left his mount and ran over. Why are you here? Tiger asked. I came to see you. Xueqi smiled and looked at the dozens of wounds on Tiger's body. These were all proof of his bravery in killing the enemy. War made people grow quickly. Tiger was no longer a villager of Tsongnan village, but a captain of thousands of cavalrymen. With his own strength alone, he could fight an adept head-on and not be at a disadvantage. Come, look at my mount. Ahu pulled Kai Yong in front of a spirit beast. This spirit beast was just like its master, full of courage. It moved its huge head close to Ahu and intimately rubbed against him. Tiger grinned and said, not bad, right? Xueqi reached out and touched the magic beast's head. He asked, have you named it? Tiger scratched his head. He was a little embarrassed and replied, it's also called Bull. Xueqi laughed and said, same as me. Yes. It was not very obedient before, so I told Bull to teach it a lesson. Then it became obedient. Maybe it heard too much, so it thought its name was Bull. Now when I call it Bull, it is very obedient. Hey, this guy bullies the weak and fears the strong. Tiger grinned. He looked simple and honest. Although he had grown a lot, his smile was still the smile of a villager 2 years ago. The magic beast Bull next to him made a few low cries, but no one knew what it meant. Let's go and see Hua and the others. Tiger smiled and said, I heard that the final battle is coming soon. They are very tired. Xueqi nodded gently and looked at Tiger. Survive. Tiger responded with a smile, you too. Xueqi turned around and left. Tiger shouted behind him, Bull, this is the last battle, right? Xueqi stopped and said in a deep voice, the last battle, I promise. Tiger's smile became brighter and brighter. He turned to a group of cavalrymen and said, did you hear that? Master said that this is the last battle. When the time comes, we will use all our skills to kill all those magic beasts. Then we can go home. Roar, roar, roar. A group of cavalrymen roared and howled. They were very excited, as if they had already returned victorious. 5 days was neither too long nor too short. Yang Kai walked around the whole station with a smile on his face. He nodded to every barbarian he saw, and even had a simple chat with some of them. Everyone was asking him if this was the last battle. Although 2 years of war was not a long time, it had created endless pain and suffering. The barbarians were tired and fed up. They saw hope when they heard that it was the last battle. They tirelessly pursued a definite answer. Yang Kai gave them the expectation they wanted. However, in the end, how many people could really see this expectation? 50,000? 20,000? Or 10,000? Although he did not know what the Wizard Saints wanted his Wizard Bull division to do, it was definitely a difficult task. If he wanted to complete this task, he had to be mentally prepared to pay the price. Most of the people of the Voodoo Bull tribe would die. This time, the battle would be different from the previous ones. No one would be allowed to retreat or cower. In this battle, only one of them would survive. Regardless of whether it was the Barbarian tribe or the Devil tribe, there was no way to retreat. In the early morning of the 5th day, the Wizard Bull division was ready to go. 100,000 people, nearly 100 small teams, lined up in an orderly manner. Although the number was large, it was silent. Only the hot blood flowing in their bodies could be heard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the scar in the sky in the distance, their eyes full of determination. There were friendly troops on the left and right sides. They were the troops of the other big tribes. Just like the Voodoo Bull tribe, no one opened their mouths to talk. The atmosphere of nervousness and excitement spread among the crowd. The barbarians couldn't help but hold the weapons in their hands tightly. They hoped that they could obtain a little bit of spiritual comfort. Millions of barbarians, at this moment, were ready for battle. Without any warning, the dull sound of the horn sounded. The Wizard King of each tribe trembled and issued the order to advance. The Wizard Bull division also did the same. Yang Kai walked at the forefront, maintaining a kind of mutual connection with the allies on his left and right. He glanced around, but when the person Sorcerer Saint mentioned didn't appear, he suppressed the doubts in his heart and stopped thinking about it. The sound of the horn was steady and dull, just like the footsteps of millions of barbarians. The earth trembled slightly. In the distance, the demon race army also began to move. In 5 days, not only did the barbarians have enough time to prepare, the demon race also had a buffer. So when the barbarians moved, the demon race responded. The armies of the two races slowly approached each other. The breathing of the warriors began to become heavy, and the austere atmosphere slowly condensed, gradually turning into an invincible aura. The war drums sounded, and the rhythm became faster. The pace of the barbarians also quickened. They went from walking to sprinting, and when the sound of the war drums became more and more intense, the sprinting became a trot. The distance between the two races was quickly shortened. When the distance between the two sides was only 50 miles, the intensity of the sound suddenly increased by a level. Roars were heard, and one after another, cavalrymen rushed out from the barbarian tribes. These warriors were riding their mounts, and were charging at each other in a fearless and meaningless manner. The demon race's side was surging with demon chi, and their numbers were greater. Although the barbarian race's side was smaller in number, their momentum was stronger. This was because all of the barbarian race's cavalrymen had been enchanted with various kinds of witchcraft. Each of the barbarian race's cavalrymen flickered with multicolored lights. Among them, there was a green light that was the most eye-catching. It was like a green ribbon that connected the cavalrymen closely together. Life chain. It was because of this powerful wizard spell that many barbarians were able to survive in the war. Before the cavalry arrived, the arrows had already been released. The archers of the two races shot deadly arrows at each other's camp. The arrows that flew out of the sky were like locusts, covering the sky and earth. The sound of the arrows breaking through the air was incessant. Powerful arrows rained down from the sky, and one by one, the fleeing cavalrymen fell to the ground. The cavalrymen behind them did not slow down and directly ran over them. Even the strongest warrior would be trampled into a pile of meat paste. Ahu turned around and looked at Yang Kai. Anyo, the demon beast he was riding, roared in a low voice, as if it could not suppress its impulse to join the battle. The wizard's cavalrymen were all like this. But they did not move, because Yang Kai did not let them move. The wizard's ox tribe was the only troop that did not have cavalrymen. Ahu's eyes were full of inquiry, but Yang Kai ignored him and just looked into the distance. Ahu withdrew his gaze in disappointment and suppressed the restlessness of his mount. Chapter 2890. Swish, 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 swish. After a few rounds of arrow rain, the cavalry of both races suffered some damage. The distance between them had been wiped out, and the cavalry of both races officially began to fight. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and bones and flesh were torn apart. One after another, the cavalry of both races were knocked to the ground. Those who lost their mounts would usually die on the spot in less than 10 breaths. This was the case for both the barbarian race and the demon race. Arrows were still being shot, but the targets were no longer the cavalry of the other side. Instead, the archers of both sides began to shoot at each other. This was a competition of archery. Whoever had better archery and more agile would have the advantage. The barbarian race suffered quite a bit. The archers were all riding on the flying monster beast, so they had to rely on their mounts to dodge. On the other hand, the demon race's archers were all flying demons, so they were undoubtedly more agile. The dull sound of war drums continued to sound, as if it was a call from ancient times, stirring up the blood in the hearts of all the barbarians. The cavalry of both sides fought for an incense stick, leaving behind large amounts of corpses and blood on the ground. Following closely behind, the ordinary soldiers collided. The millions of barbarians and the demon race charged at each other as if they had agreed beforehand. Everyone only had one thought in mind: kill all the enemies and obtain the final victory. With heaven and earth as the furnace, flesh and blood as the charcoal, the flames of war burned fiercer and fiercer. The wizard's bull tribe had not moved, quietly standing behind their own camp, watching the battle in front of them. The 100,000 people of the tribe could not hold back the impulse in their hearts. Bring this to the bottom of the boundary path. Butterfly suddenly came to Xueqi's side and handed him a ball of 7-colored mud. Xueqi took it and turned to look at her, slightly stunned. This is the key to victory, Butterfly said seriously. Why are you here? Xueqi asked her. Butterfly shook her head and did not answer. Instead she urged, go. Xueqi gathered his thoughts and did not have time to ask too many questions. He held the 7-colored mud tightly in one hand and raised the myriad sword with the other. He shouted in a low voice, kill. As soon as the order was given, the 100,000 people of the Witch Bull tribe became excited. Their excitement was evident on their faces. They had been waiting for too long. They watched as all of their clansmen charged forward. Seeing so many of their clansmen die under the demon race's slaughter, their hearts were filled with the desire to rush forward. Even if they died, it was better than standing there and watching the show. Xueqi's order came at the right time. Or rather, Butterfly's message came at the right time. The Wizard's Bull tribe's 100,000 people's morale was at its peak. Xueqi rode his magic beast and charged at the front. Tiger led a few thousand cavalrymen and followed closely behind. In the army, hundreds of wizards of different levels chanted incantations. First, a nimble light spell enveloped the army so that everyone could keep up with the pace of Xueqi and the cavalrymen. Then, all kinds of wizard spells were cast. All of a sudden, multicolored lights flashed. The myriad sword was still held high. Xueqi's dazzling sword light was like an eye-catching flag, guiding the Wizard's Bull tribe forward. His mind was immersed in the colorful mud in his hand. He wanted to see what it was. Butterfly was no doubt the messenger of the Wizard's holy ground. Xueqi didn't understand why it was her. But at this moment, it was meaningless to think about it. What he wanted to understand now was why the key to the war was in a ball of mud. In the end, Kaiyong didn't know what material this 7-colored mud was made of, but he knew that its grade was extremely high. If it was placed in the future, it would definitely be an extremely rare treasure. Once it appeared, it would definitely cause a reign of terror. But that wasn't the key. The key was that Xueqi felt a life force in the colorful mud. It was a familiar life force, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember where he had encountered it. The colorful mud undoubtedly had the special effect of blocking telepathic thoughts. Even if Xueqi held it in his hand, he couldn't see what the life force in the mud was. The wizard saint was counting on this thing in the mud to block the world passage? Xueqi couldn't help but doubt. He felt that it was too childish. But a few days ago, the wizard's holy ground didn't look like it was joking. The arrow was on the string, so it had to be released. The Wizard's Bull tribe shouldered a heavy responsibility. Now was not the time to be suspicious. Xueqi gathered his thoughts and led the army forward. With a rumbling sound, the earth and sky suddenly trembled at the same time. A destructive aura rippled out. This aura was so strong that it made everyone feel frightened and cold. The two tribes were fighting to the death. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They turned their heads and saw that behind the barbarian race, a colorful dragon suddenly flew up. Its body spanned thousands of feet. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward the demon race. Another terrifying aura spread out. Behind the demon, a pitch-black energy pillar shot into the sky and met the seven-colored dragon head-on. It was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. The Wizard Saint and the Demon Saint had made their move. The attacks of the two sides collided in the sky above the battlefield, making a shocking sound. The colorful and black light began to fight, neither side backing down. A crack appeared in the sky, as if it was another world passage. It was a shocking sight. Everyone felt that their footing was unstable. The space they were in seemed to have turned into a vast ocean in a violent storm. The deadly seawater could swallow them at any time. At this moment, everyone felt extremely small and insignificant, and their hearts trembled. The first round of confrontation between the saints of the two tribes ended in a tie. The colorful dragon and the jet-black energy pillar disappeared together. 9 figures with distant auras suddenly appeared in mid-air. 5 demon saint and 4 wizard saints looked at each other from a distance. The demon saint had a sinister smile on his face, while the wizard saints looked indifferent. The 9 saints exchanged glances for only a moment before they clashed. At first, it wasn't too intense because they were all wary of their clansmen below. However, as they rose into the air, every move they made was filled with the power to destroy everything in the world. The 9 saints were nowhere to be seen as they fought a decisive battle in the heavens. No one could see the situation clearly. They could only hear a series of rumbling sounds coming from the sky. Occasionally, there would be a dazzling burst of light, like an illusory sun that was being extinguished. The bloody battle between the two tribes began again. From the beginning, it had entered a white-hot level. The 100,000 Voodoo Bull tribe warriors were thrown into the battlefield, where millions of people were gathered. They were like pebbles thrown into a lake. They only raised a few ripples before they disappeared. The allies seemed to have received clear instructions. Wherever the Voodoo Bull tribe passed by, their allies would surround them from all directions. Voodoo Bull tribe warriors used their own bodies to open a way for the 100,000 Voodoo Bull tribe warriors. As a result, all the demons in their way were killed. Looking down from the sky, the Voodoo Bull tribe was like an awl that fiercely pierced into the battlefield between the two races. All the way, they were like a hot knife cutting through butter. Their allies constantly came over from both sides to support them, taking over the demons who were rushing towards them, allowing the Voodoo Bull tribe to pass through quickly and safely. In half an hour, other than the hundreds of demon race that died under the sword of Xueqi, the Wizard Bulls did not encounter any battle. In such a fierce battle, this was unimaginable. And all the credit should be attributed to the fast reaction of the allies. But half an hour was almost the limit. Relying on the support of the allies, the Wizard Bulls successfully advanced 100 miles. But because of this fast advance, the battle line was stretched. The barbarians had to fight on their own, and the allies who came to support them were getting fewer and fewer. The Wizard Bulls were almost in a situation where they were fighting alone. Xueqi had expected this. The 10 demon kings were all sent out by him to guard the flanks of the Wizard Bulls. The strongest ones, Felix and Makoto, were arranged to cover the rear. So even without the support of the allies, the Wizard Bulls did not stop advancing. Instead, they moved faster. The demon race was everywhere. The 100,000 Wizard Bulls finally saw the scene they wanted. They excitedly waved the weapons in their hands and followed behind Xueqi, killing the demon race along the way. Makoto, Felix, you dare to betray the demon race. You are the disgrace of the demon race. You will die here today. An angry roar came from the front. More than 20 demon kings gathered in one place. Every one of them had a strong aura. The gathered demonic chi was like an insurmountable wall in front of the Wizard Bulls, blocking their way. Xueqi drew his sword, and the light of the sword swept towards the 20 demon kings. The terrifying power made the demon kings' faces change, and they scattered without hesitation. The wall of demon kings that blocked the way was shattered. Before they could regain their footing, A barrage of spells blasted towards them. The demon kings were furious and counterattacked. Yang Kai's figure flashed and disappeared from the back of his mount. When he reappeared, he was already behind a demon king. The myriad sword fiercely chopped down. This existence that was comparable to a mid-ranked wizard king didn't even have time to react before it was cut in half. His innards spilled all over the ground. Yang Kai didn't even look and teleported behind another demon king. He chopped off its head with a sword and shattered its body with a palm. Like cutting vegetables, Yang Kai attacked 3 times and killed 3 demon kings. This made the remaining demon kings turn pale with fright. Not long ago, the demon kings were high and mighty existences. When had they ever been killed so easily? No one knew what was going on with this strange race, and why he had such powerful strength. The morale of the demon kings fell to rock bottom. If it weren't for the demon saints' orders, they would have immediately turned around and fled. Fortunately, after killing the 3 demon kings, the strange race seemed to have consumed a lot of energy and had no intention of tangling with them. He returned to his mount. The remaining demon kings looked at each other, suppressed the fear in their hearts, and once again surrounded him. "Stop them!" Yang Kai shouted. Bao Qi and Shea, who were guarding Yang Kai, hesitated for a moment. Kai Yong fiercely glared at them. Only then did Bao Qi and Shaya clench their teeth and charge towards their former comrades. Chapter 2891. It was impossible for Bao Qi and Shea to stop the dozen demon kings. Everyone knew this. The demon kings knew this, and so did Yang Kai. Although they were the first demon kings to submit to Yang Kai, they didn't do it willingly, so their loyalty was greatly reduced. Yang Kai never expected them to submit to him wholeheartedly and obey his orders. He only needed to control the life and death of these demon kings. They were outnumbered, but if they disobeyed Yang Kai's orders, they would probably die on the spot. That was why Bao Qi and Shea only hesitated for a moment before intercepting the demon kings. Fortunately, these demon kings seemed to be afraid of Yang Kai's strength. They wanted him to pass through, so they didn't immediately attack Bao Qi and Shea. Instead, they chased after Bao Qi and Shea and tried to buy time. This made Bao Qi and Shea overjoyed. They used their strongest abilities and broke through the encirclement of the demon kings. The 100,000 wizard bull tribe continued to advance. This was an extremely difficult advance. The further they advanced, the more resistance they encountered. Although the demon kings they encountered didn't dare to get too close, they followed behind them from afar. They constantly used their abilities to disturb the wizard bull tribe's pace. Tribe members kept falling behind, like snowflakes falling on the ground and quickly melting away. Even if the tribe had demon kings like Makoto and Felix protecting them, they couldn't change the situation. Looking at the location of the world passage, it was still far away. Yang Kai raised his hand and took out the insect enslavement bracelet, releasing the soul-eating insects. The soul-eating insects had grown a lot in the past 2 years of war. Most of the time, the wizard bull tribe relied on these exotic insects to achieve glorious victories. The soul-eating insects weren't very effective against existences above the demon king level, but against the demon race below the demon king level, they were very effective. Large swarms of insects flew out, producing a series of buzzing noises. Wherever the swarms of insects passed, the demons let out miserable howls and fell to the ground, dead. The soul-eating insects ate almost everything. Demonic chi and divine souls were their food. The seemingly weak insects were extremely tenacious. Even if they were cut by the sharpest weapons, only a white mark would be left. When the insect cloud appeared, the demon race around them retreated, greatly reducing the wizard bull tribe's losses. Muffled thunderous sounds continued to resound in the sky. Those were the sounds of the saints fighting to the death. The sky changed color and the wind and clouds changed. The actions of the saints had already changed the laws of the surrounding 10,000 miles. The Voodoo Bull clan continued to advance. Almost every step they took, they had to pay a heavy price. The 100,000 people gradually became 90,000, 80,000, 50,000. After an hour, when the wizard bull tribe rushed to the bottom of the world passage, Yang Kai looked back. Of the people who followed him here, there were less than 30,000 left. This was the center of the demon race's army. There were no more allies in sight. The wizard bull tribe had truly fallen into a situation where they were fighting alone. Of the 10 demon kings, only Makoto and Felix were left. The other 8 were sent out by Yongkai halfway. Yongkai could sense that half of the 8 demon kings were dead, and the other half were not in good condition. Defend! Yongkai raised his sword and shouted. The 30,000 people immediately formed a formation. With Yongkai as the center, they formed a circle and defended with all their might. The insect cloud gathered at the outermost part of the formation. These strange insects had previously displayed terrifying killing power, so they were a great deterrent to the demon race. The wizard bull tribe had fewer people, but their formation was more compact, and their defense was more effective. Yongkai flipped his hand and took out the rainbow mud. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Right above him was the location of the world passage. The gap in the sky had not healed for many years. Yongkai could even feel the rolling demonic chi. It was an extremely cold and violent aura that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. I hope it works, he muttered softly. Then, he threw the rainbow mud on the ground and stared at it. His actions undoubtedly attracted the attention of the demon kings around him. Although they did not know what he was doing, the demon kings instinctively felt uneasy. The wizard bull tribe's goal was clear. They rushed all the way to the bottom of the world passage. It was obvious that they wanted to use the world passage. How could the demon kings just sit back and do nothing? After the orders were given, the demon race that surrounded the wizard bull tribe finally launched their attack. The insect cloud surged and swallowed large areas of the demon race. However, it was still unable to stop the flood of steel. The 30,000 wizard bull tribe defended their positions. The wizard chanted incantations and buffed all their people with wizard enhancement spells. The bloody battle began in an instant. Makoto's figure suddenly disappeared. Other than Yongkai, who could sense her position, even the strongest demon king could not catch her trace. She disappeared in a flash in the demon race's camp. Every time she attacked, someone would die in her hands. She was the strongest assassin in the demon race. She was an assassin on the level of a demon king. Other than those who were on the same level as her, no one could survive her assassination. One by one, the demon kings who were commanding outside died under Makoto's assassination. The demon race's camp was in an uproar. Felix also made his move. The netherworld ghost fire that was waved out of Skeleton's hands was something that even the demon kings did not dare to touch. Wherever the ghost fire passed, groups of demon race members were burned to ashes. Yongkai's eyes were fixed on the rainbow mud. He suddenly turned his head and shouted at Butterfly. Why is it useless? Is it going to be buried underground? Butterfly said that this was the key to victory and the opportunity to seal the world path. However, Yongkai found that the rainbow mud did not react at all. Butterfly looked at him and said lightly, "It will be useful." When? Yongkai asked. 100,000 wizard bull tribe members had rushed into the heart of the demon race's army under his leadership. They had only reached here after losing 70% of their members. If this rainbow mud was just a trick, or if it was just a trick used by the wizard saints to attract the demon race, then the price to pay was too high. Not getting a response from Butterfly, Yongkai suppressed the anger in his heart. He raised his hand and several moon blades flew out. In an instant, they plowed open a wide area among the demon race's army. He withdrew his attention from the rainbow mud. He did not care whether this could really seal the world path. Right now, he just wanted to kill to his heart's content. He was the leader of the wizard bull tribe. His target was not the demon race's soldiers, so he turned his eyes to the demon kings hidden in the surroundings. Yongkai's figure began to flicker in and out of the battlefield. Wherever the myriad sword swung, the demon race's soldiers would be thrown off their feet. All the demon kings that were targeted by him died under his sword. Not a single one was able to escape. He was like the Grim Reaper, and the myriad sword was his weapon of choice. The death of the demon kings caused the demon race's camp to become even more chaotic. The pressure on the wizard bull tribe decreased rapidly. The defensive circle even showed signs of expanding, but this was just a facade. Countless demon race soldiers were gathered in all directions. The 30,000 wizard bull tribe members could not win in this environment. Even if Yongkai was invincible, in the end, all 30,000 would be killed. At this moment, a strange sound was suddenly heard. It was like a heart that had been awakened from ancient times. It beat fiercely. The sound was directly transmitted to people's hearts. Everyone who heard this sound could not help but feel their chests tighten and their blood boil. Countless pairs of eyes looked towards the source of the sound. Yongkai also took a glance and soon revealed a look of surprise. Because the seven-colored mud he threw on the ground finally reacted. A seven-colored light bloomed, and there was a faint surge of vitality contained within. This strange scene made the two clansmen very surprised. The seven-colored brilliance slowly dissipated and was replaced by a soft green light. A small sprout suddenly grew from the ground. It was so green that it seemed to break at the slightest touch. Yongkai flashed to the side of the green sprout. He felt that this aura was more and more familiar. "It's useful," Butterfly said softly. Her eyes stared at the green sprout with a complicated expression. "Just by relying on this?" Yongkai showed a doubtful look. What could a green sprout like this do? How could it block the world path in the sky? Before he finished speaking, the green sprout suddenly grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a sapling appeared in front of Yongkai's eyes. This was not the end. The sapling grew at an astonishing speed. In the time it took to take another breath, it had grown into a small tree that was 10 feet tall. The canopy of the tree was fluffy and the branches and leaves were lush. Moreover, the growth speed was getting faster and faster. There was no sign of it stopping. Kacha. Cracks began to appear on the ground one after another. Those were the roots of the tree. Yongkai could not help but retreat. The more he retreated, the farther he went, the higher his eyes looked. 10 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, that patch of green sprouts had turned into a towering tree that reached into the clouds and connected the heavens and the earth. The lush greenery formed an extremely sharp contrast with the surrounding pitch-black demon chi. A green light was emitted from the tree, forming a strong and powerful layer of protection. It shrouded the surviving wizard of the Ox tribe, shielding them from the wind and thunder. Large swaths of demonic chi were purified by the green light and dissipated into the sky. The demon race members were dumbfounded. Their minds were in a daze. "Senior Green!" Yongkai cried out in a low voice. He finally understood that the tree in front of him did not grow out of thin air. There was no such miraculous tree in the world. It was the evergreen god tree, the guardian god of the Snow Frost tribe. In the beginning, Yongkai felt that the vitality wrapped in the rainbow-colored mud was somewhat familiar. However, he did not dare to associate it with green. After all, there were some differences between the two. However, when the 500-foot-tall tree appeared in front of him, Yongkai immediately recognized it. Green was the method used by the barbarians to block the world path. Green did not stop growing. Instead, it continued to grow taller and bigger. The green protective circle it formed also became more and more magnificent. From the looks of it, it was going to grow to the front of the world path and use its imposing body to block it. Chapter 2892. Hearing Yongkai's shout, an old face appeared on the trunk in front of Yongkai. He smiled slightly and said, "Wizard Ox, we meet again." "Yes, we meet again. I didn't expect to meet you here." Yongkai wiped the blood on his face. The old face said amiably, "I wasn't wrong. You are growing very fast. Perhaps the world will be yours in the future." Yongkai shook his head and did not comment on this. He asked curiously, "Senior, aren't you in Snowfrost City? Is this your avatar?" "Avatar? No, this is not my avatar. This is me." Yongkai's expression turned solemn, and he immediately realized something. "Senior, are you going to sacrifice yourself for a noble cause?" Qing laughed heartily. "The world path is too mysterious. This is the only way to seal it. I have lived long enough and witnessed the invasion of the demon race twice. The last time, I couldn't do anything. This time I want to do something. Over the years, I have received a lot of care from the barbarians. Maybe there are other ways." Yongkai frowned. The face on the trunk shook as if shaking his head. "I left Snowfrost City, and I can't go back anymore." At this moment, Yongkai understood a lot of things. The evergreen divine tree had guarded Snowfrost City for tens of thousands of years and had never left. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. There should be some close connection between him and the land. But this time, in order to seal the world path, he left the land that had nurtured him for tens of thousands of years. He condensed all his essence into a point and hid it in the colorful mud, letting Yang Kai bring it to the bottom of the world path. This was an irreversible process. Qing's current growth was just a reflection of the setting sun. Yang Kai was in awe. He held his chest and said, "The barbarians will see senior sacrifice, and future generations will remember your contributions." Qing laughed. "You don't have to comfort me. I am ready." After a pause, Qing became more serious. "Before that, I need your help. Senior, don't worry. The Wizard Ox tribe will guard this place." "All right." The old face nodded and then disappeared. Yang Kai turned to look at Butterfly. "Why aren't you talking?" Butterfly asked. "What do you want to say?" "Did you already know?" Butterfly said, "That's right." Yang Kai looked at her strangely, trying to find some clues from her face. But Dai's expression was indifferent, as if she and Qing were strangers. Butterfly was very different from when they first met 2 years ago. Her personality had undergone a huge change. Yang Kai even doubted if she was still the same butterfly as before. He shook his head. "Don't do what he wants." Qing's rapid growth didn't stop at all. While he was conversing with Yang Kai, the huge evergreen divine tree had already grown from 500 feet to 300 feet tall. If one looked up, they wouldn't even be able to see where the crown of the tree was. Everyone on the battlefield noticed this unusual situation. The barbarians cheered. Many people recognized that it was the guardian of Snow Frost City. Under the excitement of shouting, more people learned this information. For a time, their morale was greatly boosted, and everyone seemed to be reborn. Although Qing was only the guardian of the Snow Frost tribe, his fame had already spread throughout the barbarian tribes. Although no one had ever seen Qing display his power, everyone said that he was a powerhouse comparable to the Wizard Saint. Because he wasn't a barbarian, the barbarians only had 4 saints. But he was another saint. At this moment, such a powerful helper suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Moreover, he went deep into the heart of the demon race's army, which naturally made the barbarians excited. Everyone seemed to see the demon race's army being defeated like a landslide. The appearance of Qing made the barbarians' morale soar. The stalemate of the battle was faintly tipped in favor of the barbarians. On the other hand, the demons looked as if they had lost their parents. Although they didn't know what that huge tree was, the unknown was the most terrifying thing. Especially that huge tree, which was huge and majestic, gave people a strong visual impact. Moreover, it grew taller and taller, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. The dark green light that enveloped the giant tree also seemed to have a miraculous purification effect. All the demonic qi that drifted past was purified completely. Many demon race members wanted to rush over and destroy the growth of the giant tree. Instead, they were all killed by the great wizard of the bull tribe. The sudden appearance of the evergreen god tree caused the demon race to panic for a while. However, the situation soon stabilized. It seemed that someone had given an order. The demon race began to form a formation and attacked the evergreen god tree in an orderly manner. The center of the battlefield suddenly shifted to the bottom of the world path. The wizard bull tribe was under unimaginable pressure. The demon race rushed over from all directions like a tsunami. They weren't afraid of death. Even the soul-devouring bugs couldn't stop them from charging forward. Under the leadership of Ahu, the cavalrymen of the Voodoo Bull clan had been constantly circling around the gigantic tree. They were like a long steel whip that was circling around the gigantic tree. Wherever they passed by, they would destroy everything in their path. Their weapons were all bent, and each of them was covered in thick blood stains. The 4 demon kings who were still alive broke through the encirclement and returned. All of them had exhausted a lot of energy and their faces were pale. Shaya wasn't dead, but she was missing an arm. Bao Qi was gone. Yang Kai sensed that Bao Qi's flame of life had been extinguished. It was obvious that Bao Qi had been killed by his former comrades. There were less than 30,000 wizard bull tribe members. 1 wizard king, 6 demon kings, and 3 great wizard. This was basically the entire strength of the wizard bull tribe. However, they had to face a demon race with millions of demon kings. This was a war with a huge disparity between the two sides, but it was also a war that could decide the final outcome. There was no need for Yang Kai to mobilize them. All the barbarians knew that they were shouldering a heavy responsibility. They bravely killed the enemy, disregarding their own lives. They tried their best to kill as many enemies as they could. More than 20,000 demon race members died at the hands of Yang Kai. There were even 5 or 6 demon kings. However, in the face of such a large-scale battle, no matter how strong an individual's strength was, it was still too insignificant. Unless one had the strength of a wizard saint, the wizard bull tribe gradually couldn't resist the encirclement of the demon race. Their defensive circle shrank. 30,000 people became 20,000, and then 15,000. Tiger's cavalry was reduced to less than 1,000. Every one of them was covered in blood. Some of them were their own, and some of them were the enemy. The cavalry had changed their weapons several times. Yang Kai continued to take out pills and medicines and fed them to the witchcraft bull tribe sorcerers. Even the 6 demon kings were able to replenish their energy. It was because of these pills that everyone was able to hold on until now. The crown of the evergreen god tree had already reached the clouds. He couldn't see it at all. As long as he had enough time, he would eventually reach the world path. Time. The most important thing now was time. The demon race obviously wouldn't give the wizard bull tribe this chance. An even more ferocious attack was launched. Although the wizard bull tribe tried their best to defend, they couldn't stop it. The huge disadvantage in numbers made the wizard bull tribe unable to do anything. There was a commotion. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the wizard bull tribe members had suffered heavy casualties. The demon race finally broke through the perilous defensive circle. A large number of demon race members poured in through the gap and killed wantonly. Yang Kai rushed over. Myriads of swords flew out and blocked the gap with his own strength. This gave the surrounding people a chance to cushion the attack. However, in the next moment, another gap appeared on the other side. Yang Kai shouted. Felix immediately rushed over. The pitch-black skeleton burned with green flames as if it wanted to burn everything in the world. It blocked the demon race's attack. A third gap appeared. The wizard bull tribe's defensive circle was like a dilapidated house. It was leaking everywhere on a rainy night. Countless demon race members broke through the defensive circle. A portion of them stayed behind to hold back the wizard bull tribe members while the rest rushed towards the evergreen god tree. Some of them gathered under the tree roots and waved their weapons desperately. It was as if they wanted to cut down the evergreen god tree. Many of the demon race members leaped onto the tree trunk and started destroying it without restraint. Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open. He wanted to split himself into 1,000,000 clones. At this crucial moment, a commotion suddenly came from the periphery. At the same time that the ground trembled, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. It was mixed with miserable cries. A badly damaged barbarian team suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's vision. The leader was a wizard king. Yang Kai thought that he looked familiar. He seemed to be a wizard king from the Snow Frost tribe. In the past 2 years, Yang Kai had interacted with many wizard kings. Even if he didn't have a deep relationship with them, he had seen them face to face a few times. He didn't remember wrongly. This wizard king was definitely from the Snow Frost tribe. The wizard king had an ice dragon in his hand. It wandered around the battlefield and greatly relieved the wizard bull tribe's urgent situation. He then shouted, "Kill!" The Snow Frost tribe members shouted in response. The wizard bull tribe's morale was boosted. They cooperated with the barbarians from the inside and outside, and quickly led them into the defensive circle. There weren't many people from the Snow Frost tribe, only 5,000 of them. However, they had clearly paid a heavy price. The wizard bull tribe was able to advance all the way here by relying on the 10 demon kings and Yang Kai's powerful strength. However, the Snow Frost tribe clearly didn't have that many wizard kings to squander. When they set off, they might have had 100,000 or 200,000 people. However, when they arrived, they were only left with 5,000 people. After paying an unimaginable price, they finally arrived in front of the divine tree. The wizard king nodded at Yang Kai as a greeting. He then said, "Now it's our turn to protect the divine tree." The evergreen divine tree had protected the Snow Frost tribe for tens of thousands of years. It prevented the Snow Frost tribe from suffering natural disasters and allowed them to live peacefully. Today, after tens of thousands of years, the Snow Frost tribe had come in gratitude. They would use their own flesh and blood to build an iron wall to protect the divine tree from harm. "You've come at the right time." Yang Kai grinned. The wizard king lightly nodded. When he waved his hand, the 5,000 people behind him automatically scattered to the sides. The strong warriors joined the defensive formation, but there were still 1,000 people left. Yang Kai's gaze swept across the 1,000 people. His body trembled as he revealed an expression of disbelief. This was because he discovered that these 1,000 people were all wizards. Chapter 2893. The 1,000 Snow Clan's Magi spread out. 1/3 of them sat down in a circle around the roots of the tree, while the other 2/3 leaped onto the tree trunk and rushed into those tree holes, disappearing without a trace. The last remaining Frost Tribe Wizard King nodded at Yang Kai. "Give us some time." After saying that, he flew up and rushed into one of the tree holes. The evergreen god tree had protected the Frost Tribe for tens of thousands of years. They had supported each other and helped each other. If there was anyone in this world who knew the most about the evergreen god tree and could use its abilities, it would be none other than the Frost Tribe. At this moment, all of Green's energy was used to grow. He wanted to reach the horizon and seal the world passage. He did not have any extra energy to deal with the nearby demon race. However, no matter what, he was still a powerhouse comparable to a sorcerer saint. The sorcerers of the Snow Frost Tribe could use his power to defend against their enemies. However, this was a secret technique of the Snow Frost Tribe, and the price to pay for using it was extremely high. Yang Kai had obtained Green's memories and inheritance, so he knew a little about this secret technique. So, when he saw the actions of the Frost Tribe wizards, he knew what they were planning. When he turned around, Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He shouted at the remaining Wizard Ox Tribe members and the Frost Tribe members who had come to support them, trying to boost their morale. The demon race's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Relying on the mysteries of the soul-eating insects, the Wizard Ox Tribe held on with great difficulty, blocking wave after wave of attacks. Every time they resisted, they had to pay a huge price. Every wizard's face was extremely pale, and they staggered. It was a sign that they had overdrawn their power, but they still gritted their teeth and chanted incantations, activating the little remaining wizard power in their bodies. They formed wizard spells of varying power and smashed them into the dense demon race members. Yang Kai did not hold back anymore. He kept firing moonblades, and every moonblade was able to kill hundreds of demon race members. The huge evergreen divine tree suddenly shook, following which, the shaking became even more violent. Green leaves fell from the sky, and many branches withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wizard Bull, underground. The voice of the Wizard King of the Snow Frost Tribe came from somewhere in the tree trunk. Some sand devils were destroying the roots of the evergreen god tree underground, hoping to use this method to destroy this towering tree. Yang Kai turned his head. After searching through the crowd for a while, he fixed his gaze on a figure and shouted, "Azak!" Upon hearing Yang Kai's call, the figure who was resisting the demon race's attacks with the Shaman Bull Tribe's clansmen immediately withdrew from the battle and disappeared. With a flash, he turned into a pile of loose sand and disappeared into the ground. Sand Devil Azak was also one of the 10 great demon kings that Yang Kai had subdued. He was not the strongest, but he was not the weakest either. However, he was the most proficient in preserving his life. This was because he was a sand devil, and his innate divine technique was the earth-burrowing technique. He was one of the 6 demon kings that were still alive. Right now, the sand devils that were wreaking havoc underground were of the same race as him. It was best for him to deal with them. As expected, after Azak burrowed underground, groans could be heard coming from underground. It was obvious that the sand devils had suffered heavy casualties under his hands. The crisis of the evergreen god tree was greatly alleviated. However, Yang Kai soon realized that Azak had met an opponent. It was a demon king that was also from the sand devil race. The 2 demon kings were fighting a bloody battle underground, and Azak quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. After realizing this, Yang Kai immediately took a step back. He held his breath and concentrated his powerful divine sense on one point. It turned into an indestructible sharp blade and pierced into a certain spot underground. Being blocked by the deep ground, the power of this divine sense attack was greatly reduced. However, it created an opportunity for Azak to kill his opponent. Yang Kai felt that Azak, with his help, had killed his opponent. He had killed his opponent. When he raised his head again, Yang Kai's expression changed. The Wizard's Ox Tribe's defense circle had been broken once again. This time, it was even more serious than before. If the situation just now was like a roof that was leaking rain everywhere, Then the roof would have completely collapsed by now. The defense circle had completely collapsed. The demon race that surged like a tide roared and rushed over from all directions. No matter how hard the Wizard's Ox tribe tried, they could not stop their advance. Only the place where Xueqi stood was impregnable. However, this was already useless. He could protect a little, but he couldn't protect all of them. "Are you done?" Xueqi shouted as he held the Mountains and Rivers bell in his hand. If he couldn't get a positive answer, he would have to launch an all-out attack. The power of the Mountains and Rivers bell was too strong, and he still couldn't fully control it. Once he activated the power of this ancient exotic treasure, the clansmen of the Witch-Bull tribe would definitely be affected, and they might even die from the impact. Xueqi did not want to be stained with the blood of the barbarians. Therefore, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he did not have the intention to use the Mountains and Rivers bell. However, he could not care less now. There was no reply. The demon race that was charging quickly had almost reached the roots of the evergreen god tree. The demon race raised their weapons and slashed at the wizard of the Snow Frost tribe. The Mountains and Rivers bell flashed. The mysterious patterns on the bell lit up and an ancient aura began to spread. Right at this moment, the evergreen divine tree suddenly shook, and a branch suddenly drooped down from the top of the tree. The branch was extremely long, and it was as thick as a person. It was like an enormous dragon that had awakened from its slumber, and it shook its head as it moved over. The branch swept across. All the demon race that were swept by it were sent flying. Some of them even exploded into a cloud of blood in midair. The demon race that did not die did not have a good time either. The huge impact caused their bones to break. Their chests caved in. Blood gushed out from their mouths as they fell to the ground. Their auras were weak and they did not seem to have much longer to live. With a single attack, thousands of demon race were either killed or injured. The demon race that broke through the defense circle were shocked. They all took a few steps back. Every demon race member stared at the branch that swept out. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. Swish, swish, swish. More and more branches drooped down from the top of the tree. They were like the long whips controlled by the evergreen god tree. Those were long whips that could roll from the sky to the ground. The long whips danced in the air. They seemed to be in a mess, but in fact, they were very orderly. They were not related to each other, but they were able to complement each other. The shadows of the whips flickered. With the evergreen god tree as the center, everything within a radius of 50 zhang was swept away. All the demon race members that rushed over were swept away. However, the Wizard Ox tribe and Snow Frost tribe members that were guarding at the side were not injured at all. Seeing this scene, all the barbarians were shocked. Xueqi also immediately put away the Mountains and Rivers bell. He knew that the Wizard tribe members of the Snow Frost tribe had begun to control the power of the evergreen god tree. With such a tyrannical power, no one from the demon race could get close. After all, the evergreen god tree was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a saint. Its power was not something that an ordinary demon race member could withstand. Even the demon king would not be able to do so. Unless a huge palm suddenly appeared in the sky. That palm print seemed to be able to cover the heavens and earth. When the palm print appeared, the wind and clouds changed color. Heaven and earth trembled. It directly slammed towards the crown of the evergreen god tree. It looked as if it wanted to destroy the evergreen god tree. The whips that were sweeping the demon race members clearly sensed something. They all changed their direction and went straight towards the palm print in the sky. Xueqi also raised his head to look. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. With a loud bang, the huge palm print slammed down. The dozens of whips that were heading towards it exploded. Muffled groans could be heard from various parts of the tree trunk. Clearly, the Wizard tribe members of the Snow Frost tribe had suffered heavy injuries. After being obstructed by the dozens of whips, the speed of the palm print slowed down. However, it did not disappear. At the crucial moment, Xueqi's figure suddenly appeared between the palm print and the crown of the tree. In front of him, an ancient bell spun and turned into a huge object. It enveloped the crown of the tree that covered the heavens and earth. Asterisk clang. Asterisk with a piercing sound, the phantom of the Mountains and Rivers bell shattered. Xueqi could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning as he plummeted to the ground like a meteor. However, after being repelled by the power of the Mountains and Rivers bell, the huge palm print finally disappeared. Oh! A surprised voice suddenly rang out as a person abruptly appeared in mid-air. He lowered his head to look at Xueqi, then raised his head to look at the evergreen divine tree, a cynical smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Xueqi stabilized himself in the air and coldly looked at that person. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Modo!" His voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone in the battlefield that had just fallen deathly silent. Modo's words caused the expressions of all the barbarians to change. On the other hand, the demon race members who had been beaten black and blue earlier all roared, their confidence greatly boosted. What was your name again?" Modo put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to look at Xueqi. He revealed a serious expression and suddenly said, "Yes, you're called Wizard Bull." Xueqi grinned. His mouth full of blood made his smile somewhat sinister and terrifying. "It's an honor to have the demon saint remember my name." Modo chuckled. "I've always had a deep impression of people who are different from the rest." Xueqi turned his head to look at the battlefield further away and curled his lips. "Shouldn't the demon saint master be fighting over there? Why do you have time to come here? Don't you care about the lives of your companions?" "I don't need to worry about their lives. You should worry about yourself." Xueqi cursed inwardly. He really did not know what Ruin and the others were up to. They had actually let a demon saint come here. Originally, as long as the 4 barbarian saints could delay the 5 demon saint from the demon race, there would still be some hope in this battle. The Wizard Bull tribe had escorted the evergreen god tree here to take root, and the thousands of wizards from the Snow Frost tribe had also come to help. As long as there was enough time, the previous plan could be completely carried out. However, Modo had suddenly come here. It was like a group of children were having a good time fighting when a large adult suddenly appeared. He could sweep through the entire scene with one hand. Chapter 2894. Under the world path, beside the evergreen god tree, the demon Saint Modo suddenly appeared, instantly extinguishing the glimmer of hope that had just appeared on the barbarian side. Facing a saint, unless the evergreen god tree personally took action, no one could stop him. Not even Xueqi could. How could Qing have the strength to fight a demon saint? He had already used all of his power to grow, sealing off all of his senses to the outside world. The current Qing was burning the life essence he had accumulated over tens of thousands of years, wanting to use his own power to seal the passage between the 2 worlds in the sky. "I'm just a wizard king. Master Modo, do you have to bully the weak?" "Haha," Modo chuckled softly. That smile was harmless to humans and animals. If someone who did not know his identity saw it, they would definitely feel that this person was amiable and radiant. He was completely different from the demon race who were covered in demon chi. "You're not weak at all." Xueqi curled his lips. "I'll never be stronger than you. You have your battlefield, and I have mine. Everyone plays their own game and doesn't interfere with each other, okay?" Modo revealed a troubled expression. "I'm afraid that won't do. This tree of yours is a bit strange. If we really let it continue to grow, we probably won't be able to communicate with the demon territory, so I have to destroy it. I'm sorry." Hearing this, Xueqi's expression didn't change, but he was overjoyed inside. Because of the information that Modo had unintentionally revealed, he knew that Qing did indeed have the ability to seal the world path. The prerequisite was that he could create enough opportunities for Qing to continue growing. "Ha!" Xueqi let out a long sigh and said helplessly, "I understand what senior means." Modo still smiled and nodded. "Are you ready to die?" After a pause he said, "Actually, you can join me. That way we won't have to fight." Xueqi said solemnly, "Wizard Xueqian appreciates Master's kindness, but I, Xueqian, am a barbarian and will die as a barbarian. I definitely won't join the demon race." When the wizard members of the Bull clan heard this, they were filled with pride. They looked at Xueqi with even more reverence. Modo shrugged and said, "Then there's nothing we can do. All right, enough talk. I'm going to kill you." His casual tone was like a butcher facing a lamb. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Xueqi. This strike seemed ordinary, but under this grab, it actually caused the laws of heaven and earth to shake. Xueqi inexplicably had the illusion that the surrounding space had been imprisoned, as if he was suddenly in a quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. The demon saint and the wizard saint were both existences comparable to the great emperors. At this level, every move of theirs was in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, the more ordinary an attack was, the more profound the mysteries it contained. Beside Yang Kai, the power of the space principles surged, and after a slight pause, he suddenly disappeared. A soft thud came from where he had been standing. It was as if something had been scratched. After the soft thud, everyone could clearly see that the space there had collapsed. Modo tilted his head and looked to the other side, his eyes flashing with interest. The space divine technique is truly impressive. I'm even more reluctant to kill you. If the great demon god can obtain your help, it will be much easier for him to break through the world paths of the other great worlds. He might even be able to completely descend. If you can't bear to kill me, then don't make a move. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. It's good for everyone to stand here and chat. Leave the matters of the battlefield to the others. Modo shook his head and said, My mission is to kill or capture you, so I'm afraid I can't continue chatting with you. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a pitch-black energy suddenly charged at Yang Kai. Yang Kai met the attack with a moonblade. There was a collision in midair, and the two attacks vanished into thin air. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, Master, there seems to be something wrong with your strength. Are you holding back against me? Haha. Modo smiled, his hands not stopping. As his demonic chi surged, a giant demonic chi blade suddenly chopped down at Yang Kai. Without any warning, he said, This is all of my strength. I'm not holding back. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He instinctively didn't want to believe it, but he felt that Modo wasn't lying. Although the strength he was displaying was very strong, Yang Kai felt that it wasn't so strong that he couldn't deal with it. Right now, his strength was about the same as when he had first descended. 2 years ago, when Modo had first arrived in this world, he had paid a price to pass through the world path. His strength had been greatly reduced, allowing Yang Kai to use the space divine technique to escape from him. In these 2 years, Modo's strength should have recovered to its peak, but in reality, his performance wasn't much different from 2 years ago. The only difference was that he didn't feel weak. The demon saint's strength definitely wasn't like this. Yang Kai secretly made a note of this. He teleported again, dodging Modo's attack. But at this moment, Modo's eyes suddenly flashed as he stared into the endless void. He immediately caught sight of Yang Kai. The space divine technique wasn't omnipotent. Although it could banish one's body into the void to escape, there were still some rules in front of experts. Modo was such an expert. He raised his hand and pointed at a certain spot in the void. With a rip, the entire void seemed to be torn apart. Yang Kai's figure staggered out. At the same time, a pitch-black net suddenly covered the void. From the looks of it, it wanted to envelop Yang Kai as well. Yang Kai's expression changed. He raised his hand and sent out a flowing time Great Emperor seal, unleashing all his strength. With a rumble, the pitch-black net was blocked for an instant. Yang Kai took the opportunity to slip back, avoiding the net. After steadying himself, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Sigh. Modo had attacked twice without any effect. He sighed helplessly. 50% of my strength really doesn't seem to be enough. 50%. Yang Kai glared at him, exasperated. Didn't you just say this was all your strength? Now you're saying 50%? Which part of your words are true? Modo said indifferently, it's all true. He raised his hand and beckoned in a certain direction. Yang Kai thought he was going to use some kind of divine ability or secret technique again and was on high alert. But after Modo waved his hand, he didn't sense any trace of an attack. Instead, he saw a jet black light fly over and rush into Modo's body before disappearing. Modo, who was already powerful enough to give Yang Kai a headache, suddenly had his aura soar. The sudden increase in strength seemed to cause his mentality to change, and a ferocious look appeared on his face as he grinned and said, This is 70%. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. You're a clone. Modo said, I am me. There's no priority. That's also me. That was naturally the battlefield of the saints. Only then did Yang Kai realize that it wasn't the barbarian wizard saints who had carelessly let Modo over. Modo was still fighting with the wizard saints. It was just that this guy had a clone. His clone was clearly an emergency measure left behind by the demon race. Reality proved that this method was very effective. If Modo hadn't interfered, the evergreen god tree wouldn't have been disturbed at all. However, because of Modo's sudden appearance, Yongkai had to be careful. It was as if he was walking on thin ice. What made Yongkai even more troubled was that Modo's power seemed to be able to freely switch between his main body and his clone. 50% of his strength couldn't stop Yongkai's teleportation, so he had no choice but to use 70%. If one side was strong, the other side would naturally be weak. "I know what you're planning," Modo said casually. "You're just stalling for time with me so that your tree can seal the passage between the two worlds. However, you don't have the chance now because you're no longer a match." With that last word, Modo suddenly appeared in front of Yongkai. He raised his hand and poked at his chest. Yongkai's expression changed drastically. Modo's figure was clearly still in his vision. He hadn't expected the attack to be so close. In his panic, he instinctively used the Space Divine technique, but he was shocked to find that the space around him was impregnable. He couldn't move. A cruel smile appeared on Modo's lips. The demonic chi-surging hand pierced through Yongkai's chest. There was no blood splattering as he had imagined, nor was there any feeling of touching flesh. Modo frowned. Only then did he realize that Yongkai's body had turned into a dim shadow at some point. His hand had passed through this shadow without any resistance. Yongkai's expression was savage, as if he was enduring immense pain. His body, which was so indifferent that it almost merged with the air, suddenly jumped back, breaking free of Modo's control. His body reappeared, but Yongkai seemed to have been heavily injured. He spat out blood. He took out a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Cold sweat poured down his head like a waterfall. "Is this also the Space Divine technique?" Modo frowned slightly. The fatal blow that he had been certain to land had actually been neutralized by this wizard in a way he couldn't understand. Even though the other party seemed to be heavily injured, the result was very different from what he had expected. This was not what Modo wanted to see. The Space Divine technique isn't just teleportation. Yongkai swallowed the pill in his mouth. He was very willing to chat with Modo for a while to buy himself time to recover. "I call that move nothingness. Banishing yourself into the void to avoid some very powerful attacks." Modo's eyes lit up as he praised. "Not a bad divine technique." Yongkai said, "But you're too strong. Even though most of your power wasn't effective, a portion still broke through the void and reached me. I was almost killed by you." "So that's how it is." Modo revealed a thoughtful expression. "Looks like it won't be easy to kill you." Chapter 2895. Yongkai chuckled. "Do you want to withdraw all of your avatar's power? Against a true saint, I shouldn't have much power to fight back." "No need." Modo coldly snorted. Against an existence equivalent to a demon king, using 70% of his strength was the bottom line he could accept. If he really was forced to use all of his strength, that would be a disgrace. He was a mighty demon saint and had his own pride. As he spoke, a pitch-black metal hook suddenly appeared in his hand. The metal hook was suffused with a dense and pure demonic chi. Just looking at it made one feel uncomfortable, as if the evil hidden in the depths of one's heart could be awakened. Yongkai stared at the metal hook, his heart thumping. The feeling this metal hook gave him was somewhat similar to the demonic warhammer that his avatar currently possessed. Although their forms were completely different, they truly had the same aura. A divine artifact. This should be the divine artifact that Bao Qi and the others had spoken of. In demon territory, only demon saint-level experts could use it. In other words, this metal hook was in existence on the same level as the demonic warhammer. Yongkai's expression turned stern as he inwardly raised his guard. Modo had suddenly taken out a demonic Dao divine artifact. Clearly, he was about to do something big. He had no choice but to be on full alert. To Yongkai's surprise, Modo did not immediately attack him after taking out the divine artifact. Instead, he raised the metal hook and slashed it through the air. East, west, left, right. There seemed to be no order to it at all, as if he was doing it on a whim. His expression and actions were extremely casual, but they were extremely arrogant and conceited. However, it was this extremely casual action that caused Yongkai's expression to sink. He suddenly sensed that the space around him had inexplicably become isolated. It was as if a large part of the world had been separated from this great world by Modo and isolated into another space. He could still see the scenery outside, but in this isolated world, he could no longer casually teleport. The space divine technique was an extremely troublesome ability for a demon saint, so Modo had to break this ability first. His actions just now were the way to break it. After doing this, Modo turned around. He looked coldly at Xueqi, slightly raised the iron hook in his hand, and pulled it into the void. A huge hook shadow suddenly appeared, as if it was a sharp weapon that could reel in one's soul. He hooked his finger in the direction of Xueqi. A strange phenomenon appeared in the entire world under this hook, and an extremely gloomy aura suddenly filled the air. Xueqi hurriedly retreated. His face was unprecedentedly solemn. He didn't dare to be negligent. He clapped his hands together. Under the power of the law of space, a massive moon blade suddenly took shape and slashed toward the hook shadow. That was not the end of it. He murmured, and the law of time began to flow. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the flowing time Great Emperor followed closely behind the moon blade and blasted forward. Space and time, the two profound laws of space and time came one after another, making the already ever-changing heaven and earth even more mysterious and unpredictable. A look of shock appeared on Modo's face. He had clearly seen some clues and revealed a look of disbelief. A person who cultivated both the law of space and the law of time was something he had never heard of before. Since ancient times, there had been 3,000 great daos and countless laws of heaven and earth. However, whether it was the law of space or the law of time, they were both in the territory of a very small number of lucky people, and almost no one had ever been able to touch these two territory at the same time. This was no longer something that could be described as just luck. Perhaps only those who were blessed by the heavens would have unparalleled luck. And this kind of person. Since ancient times, all of them were experts who ruled the heavens and ruled the earth. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the moon blade and the flowing time Great Emperor collided with the huge hook shadow. They directly scattered in the void, and violent energy swept out in all directions. It caused the isolated heaven and earth to tremble, giving people the illusion that the end of the world had arrived. The shock waves from the collision spread out for hundreds of kilometers. Whether it was the barbarian race or the demon race, they were all knocked back, unable to stand steadily. As for Xueqi, he was sent flying back dozens of meters by the force of the recoil. His expression was dispirited, but he still stubbornly said, "Modo, 70% of your strength is probably not enough. Hurry up and show me your full strength. Don't hide it anymore." As he spoke, he madly swallowed pills, cutting an extremely wretched figure. Modo's usual elegance and gentleness had completely vanished. After being mocked like this by Xueqi, he finally revealed a look of anger. He turned his head to glance at the evergreen god tree. While he and Xueqi had been entangled for a while, this strange tree had grown several hundred meters taller. It was simply unreasonable. "Let's see how many times you can block." Modo roared angrily, once again hooking at Xueqi. The massive hook shadow appeared a second time. The corners of Xueqi's eyes twitched. He cursed, but his movements were not ambiguous at all. Just now, he had clashed head-on with Modo, making him deeply realize the difference between him and his opponent. Even though Modo had only used 70% of his strength, he was not his opponent at all. Blocking once was a fluke, but it was impossible to block a second or third time. "You only know this move? Can't you do something new?" Xueqi had a look of mockery. Modo sneered. "It doesn't matter if it's new. It's fine as long as it's effective." He clearly saw where his advantage lay. He prepared to use his divine technique to directly crush Xueqi. The hook shadow slashed through the air, causing the void to crack. The sun, moon, and stars all paled under this hook. Xueqi let out a muffled groan. A resounding dragon's roar rang out, and golden light erupted. A massive golden dragon head appeared behind him. Its majestic dragon eyes looked down at the world, as if everything in the world was insignificant. The golden dragon phantom only appeared for an instant before returning to Xueqi's body and disappearing. Xueqi's originally dispirited aura suddenly soared, reaching a new height. He seemed to be much stronger than when he was at his peak. "This is..." Modo was greatly shocked. He stared behind Xueqi as if he wanted to see more clearly, but the phantom had already disappeared. He revealed an expression of disbelief. Holy Spirit? How do you have a Holy Spirit source? Even in ancient times, Holy Spirits were synonymous with power, especially the dragon race. It was an existence that even a demon saint could not ignore. There was also a dragon race in demon territory. They were demon dragons, and each one was an expert comparable to a demon saint. Each one had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. You're meddling too much. When the golden light faded, Yang Kai's figure reappeared. At this moment, he was no longer that weak human. Instead, he was 6 feet tall and covered in scales. He had short horns on his head, and his hands had turned into sharp claws. His face was covered in scales, and one could vaguely make out traces of his past. The hook shadow attacked. Yang Kai raised the myriad sword and slashed down. After dragon forming, Yang Kai's strength had clearly increased. Under the myriad sword, the seemingly invincible hook shadow suddenly paused, as if there was an unbreakable barrier in front of it that was blocking its advance. Yang Kai stumbled back. He used all his strength to activate the myriad sword light. It collided with the hook shadow, creating a rumbling sound. Modo sneered. The hook in his hand silently slashed out, targeting Yang Kai. A moment later, Yang Kai's eyes widened, a blank expression on his face. It was as if he had lost his soul. Even his movements to block the hook shadow became weak and powerless, allowing the hook shadow to lunge at him once more. A moment later, Yang Kai couldn't help but tremble. He angrily roared, "Soul hooking? Modo, you bully the weak because you're strong, yet you're so despicable. You call yourself a demon saint in vain." Modo clenched his teeth, becoming angry out of humiliation. "What the hell are you?" Just now, he had used the soul hooking technique. Not only could the hook in his hand use the powerful divine technique, but it could also directly affect the enemy's soul. That silent hook had transformed into a chain that hooked onto Yang Kai's soul. This was why Yang Kai had been dazed for a moment and almost lost consciousness. As long as Modo could hook his soul out of his body, Yang Kai would definitely be reduced to a walking corpse. The massive hook shadow that attacked the second time was just a pretense to attract Yang Kai's attention. However, Modo had never expected that his painstaking efforts would fail to achieve the desired effect. For an existence on the level of a demon king to barely block 70% of his strength in a head-on clash was already inconceivable. Even though he hadn't used his full strength, from a bystander's point of view, the other party had done well enough. The fact that the soul-hooking technique hadn't had any effect was what Modo found hard to accept. This fellow in front of him was definitely not just an existence on the level of a demon king. Even as a demon saint, Modo had never encountered such a monster. Yang Kai coldly snorted and ignored him, still feeling lingering fear. Although the scene just now had been brief, it had been the most dangerous moment of his battle with Modo so far. If it weren't for a supreme treasure like the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus, his soul probably would have been hooked by Modo. Although his soul was powerful, it wasn't enough to block Modo's secret technique. At the crucial moment, the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus had pulled back his soul, allowing him to react. Yang Kai was infuriated by his own weakness. The myriad sword Chi soared to the sky, suppressing Modo's hook images in one fell swoop and shattering them while Modo was distracted. In the dazzling light, everything in the world lost their luster. Modo seemed to still be in a daze. This was extremely unusual for a demon saint. The main reason was that Yang Kai's performance had been too shocking. At this moment, Yang Kai had already charged in front of him with a ferocious expression. He clenched one of his dragon claws into a fist and smashed it down. Wherever the fist passed, the void churned and the universe collapsed. It was like a hot iron had left an imprint on delicate skin that didn't disappear for a long time. Modo raised his head, his eyes emotionless as he stared at Yang Kai. He said indifferently, "You will pay the price for your rashness." As he spoke, he raised his fist to meet the attack. Chapter 2896. The demon race was the same as the barbarian race. They both placed great emphasis on body tempering, especially a demon saint like Modo. Even if his body was not indestructible, he had already cultivated it to the limits of his body. If Yang Kai had competed with him in the divine technique, he might have had to expend a little more effort, but he had actually charged straight at him, as if he wanted to fight him in close combat. This made Modo feel both laughable and angry. Laughable was that his enemy was too stupid, and angry that he would be underestimated one day. Modo did not hold back when he attacked. When the two fists collided, Modo's body swayed, while Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. Yang Kai, who had used the dragon form secret technique, was still no match for the demon saint, who only had 70% of his strength. The strength of the demon saint was evident from this. The massive recoil was like the water of the pugilistic world, sweeping into his meridians and flesh. Yang Kai felt unprecedented pain, causing his eyes to bulge. Before he could stabilize himself, Modo's counterattack had already arrived. A punch wrapped in a destructive aura heavily slammed into Yang Kai's abdomen. As the demonic chi surged, Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He instantly lost the ability to breathe. This was not the end. Modo punched Yang Kai in the face again, sending him flying. He tumbled through the air, spitting out countless mouthfuls of blood. If not for the fact that his physical strength had greatly increased after using the dragon form secret technique, just these 2 punches alone would have been enough to take the life of a third-layer Emperor Realm expert. Even so, Yang Kai felt extremely uncomfortable. His stomach churned as the demonic chi that had invaded his body wantonly wandered through his meridians and flesh, causing his mind to become unstable and his vision to blur. After falling to the ground in a sorry state, Yang Kai hurriedly got up. Before he could regain his balance, Modo had already appeared in front of him and punched him again. Yang Kai's seemingly delirious face suddenly revealed a hint of slyness, and as his eyes flashed, he had already summoned the mountains and rivers bell. It directly enveloped the place where he was standing. Modo's eyes widened. He wanted to pull back his fist, but he was powerless to do so. Yang Kai had used the mountains and rivers bell at the perfect time. It was when his attack had reached its peak. Clang! The destructive punch landed on the mountains and rivers bell. A layer of visible ripples spread out from the ancient bell, and a prehistorical aura spread out from it. Modo's fist that had smashed into the mountains and rivers bell was instantly reduced to a bloody mess. Even though he was a demon saint, it was extremely difficult for him to withstand the backlash of his full-strength strike. This was only secondary. Most importantly, as the mountains and rivers bell rang, Modo suddenly felt like he was being suppressed. It was as if countless towering mountains had descended from above, pressing down on him until he could not straighten his back. The sound of the bell suppressed the mountains and rivers, and the aura of the Emperor reversed the universe. This was the evaluation of the mountains and rivers bell by the apex experts of various eras. The greatest divine technique of this prehistoric treasure was suppression of all things in the world. Modo's aura plummeted. The mountains and rivers bell suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai savagely lunged forward, his dragon claws sharper than the sharpest weapon in the world reaching for Modo's chest. At this critical moment of life and death, Modo angrily snorted. He circulated the demon sovereign righteous technique with all his strength, dispelling all the discomfort brought about by the mountains and rivers bell. He grabbed at Yang Kai's dragon claws as fast as lightning, clearly wanting to block his attack. But at this moment, the mountains and rivers bell that had disappeared reappeared. This time, it did not envelop Yang Kai. Instead, it transformed into the size of a copper bell and was held in Yang Kai's other dragon claw. With a flick of his finger, the mountains and rivers bell rang out again. The sound waves condensed into an invisible attack that charged at Modo. Modo's body shrank. The state he had just recovered from was instantly shattered. With a hiss, Yang Kai's sharp claws pierced through his chest and came out from his back. Above the dragon claws, a fiercely beating demon heart, as red as blood. You! Modo stared at Yang Kai, who was just inches away. He was enraged and opened his mouth to roar. An unimaginable force erupted from his mouth, condensing into a force visible to the naked eye that slammed into Yang Kai's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Yang Kai flew high into the air like a kite. Modo staggered, blood spurting from his chest. A massive hole had pierced through his chest and back. His internal organs could be vaguely seen, but his chest was completely empty. He lowered his head to look, his expression savage and terrifying. Yang Kai crawled up from nearby, spitting out blood. He held the demon heart in his hand and grinned at Modo. I heard that experts like you have more than one demon heart. As long as the demon heart is not destroyed, the demon race will not die. How many demon hearts do you have? Modo narrowed his eyes, revealing a cold light that had never appeared before. As his demonic chi surged, the flesh in his chest wriggled and quickly healed as if he had never been injured. "Give it back," he said in a low voice. Although he had more than one demon heart, and losing one of them would not put his life in danger, the destruction of the demon heart would affect his strength somewhat. Xueqi had already displayed the strength to face him head-on. One less demon heart meant one less chance of victory. Xueqi grinned. "What did you say? Did I hear wrong, or did you say something wrong? Didn't you just tell me to give it back to you?" "You didn't hear wrong. Give it back," Modo said coldly. "Haha." Xueqi laughed loudly. "You really like to joke. You and I fought to the death, each using our own methods to determine the victor. I stole your demon heart, and you actually want me to give it back to you? Let me ask you one question. Are you a retard? Give it back to me, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will taste something even more terrifying than death." Xueqi's expression immediately became serious. "Your demon heart is in my hands. It's fine if you don't beg me, but you actually want me to give it back to you and give me a quick death?" Xueqi's expression turned to one of mockery. "You really are a retard." Modo did not say anything else, his gaze fixed on the demon heart. The next moment, Xueqi's heart jumped as if he had sensed something. His expression changed, and he clenched his fist. With a loud bang, the demon heart exploded. There was no blood or flesh. The demonic chi contained within surged out, turning into a black fog that enveloped Xueqi. This black fog seemed to have a life of its own. Without any regard for anything else, it drilled into Xueqi's pores, entering his body through his orifices. Xueqi's expression was ugly. Although he wanted to stop it, he was powerless. No matter how he circulated his strength, he could not stop the corrosion of the demonic chi. Moreover, the explosion of the demon heart had not been caused by him, but by Modo's strange method of self-destruction. At the same time the demon heart exploded, Modo groaned. His aura weakened as if he had been heavily injured, but he still said, "I know you have a way to resist the corrosion of ordinary demonic chi, but you definitely cannot resist my demonic chi. You will lose yourself and become my slave. I will fulfill my promise and let you taste everything in this world that is more terrifying than death. Wizard, kneel down and beg. Perhaps I will show you some mercy." As if confirming his words, Xueqi's expression became extremely pained. His eyes bulged as if they were about to explode. An abnormal black color appeared on his body. Modo stood to the side and watched coldly. From time to time, he would look at the evergreen god tree in the distance as if he was considering when to destroy the strange tree. The demonic chi had already disappeared. It had all surged into Xueqi's body, as if it had become one with him. Modo lost his patience. He raised his hand and pointed at Xueqi. Although it was difficult for him to accept that an enemy like this had destroyed a demon heart and he wanted to torture him to vent his anger, he had more important things to do at this moment. The giant tree had already reached the sky, and was not far from the passage between the two worlds. If this continued it would be troublesome. Modo decided to kill Xueqi first before dealing with the tree. But just as he was about to make a move, a shocking scene appeared. Xueqi, whose face was contorted in pain, suddenly let out a long groan. Along with his groan, a thick, pitch-black demon chi gushed out from his mouth. It was endless, as if there was no end to it. Modo was stunned. This demonic chi was clearly the demonic chi contained in his demon heart. Logically speaking, it should have invaded this wizard's body and fused with him. Why had he spat it out again? More and more demonic chi was spat out. This seemingly alive demonic chi showed extremely flustered movements, as if there was something in Xueqi's body that they were afraid of. Modo found it hard to accept what he was seeing. He instantly fell into a daze. After a while, Xueqi finally spat out all the demonic chi. He patted his stomach and said in disdain, "What the hell is this? It's not delicious at all." "How can you?" Modo wanted to ask for an explanation, but he knew that the other party would not answer him. This wizard had secrets, so he stopped mid-sentence. Xueqi indeed had no intention of answering him. After spitting out all the demonic chi, he raised his hand, and the mountains and rivers bell flew toward Modo. As it spun, the mountains and rivers bell rapidly grew in size and covered Modo, intending to suppress him in one fell swoop. How could Modo just wait for death? He knew how powerful this small bell was, So when he saw Yang Kai's movements, he immediately dodged to the side. Yang Kai had already caught up to the mountains and rivers bell and slapped it with both hands. Clang! A visible sound wave gathered into an attack. Under Yang Kai's control, it cut through the air like a sharp blade, slashing at Modo. Modo could not dodge. The moment the sound wave touched him, his body froze, and he revealed a pained expression. The mountains and rivers bell had been able to suppress his movements before. After losing his demon heart, Modo found it even harder to block the mountains and rivers bell's power. With this pause, Yang Kai was already in front of him. He grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Modo instinctively leaped back, but Yang Kai grabbed his arm. A terrifying force came from his iron-like dragon claws, causing his arm to crack. XH 234 44 19 Chapter 2897. Modo's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Kai in front of him. However, what greeted him was a heavy punch. A huge force slammed into his face, distorting his facial features and causing him to tumble through the air. The feeling of being suppressed finally disappeared. Modo hurriedly stabilized himself, but just as he steadied himself, the strange bell rang in his ears again. The suppression that had just disappeared enveloped him once more, causing his power to slow down slightly. It was this pause that made it impossible for him to make a reasonable dodge. His chest was punched again, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Modo's chest caved in, and he was sent flying. The mighty demon saint was like a sandbag being sent flying by a wizard king in the air, unable to fight back at all. This was a great humiliation. Modo's chest was like a volcano brewing, and his fury could erupt at any time. Even though the other party's attack was not fatal, Modo could not tolerate losing face in front of millions of members of the demon race. All of this was because of that strange bell. With the wizard's strength, Modo was not afraid at all, but that strange bell could even suppress the demon saint's power, causing him to lose the initiative at the beginning. After that, he made one wrong step after another, and he had no chance of turning the situation around. Every time the bell rang, the aura and power that Modo had just raised would be suppressed, and then Yang Kai would attack him like a storm. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai had already attacked Modo more than 1,000 times. Each time, he used his full strength, enough to instantly kill the Emperor Realm. However, such concentrated attacks only made Modo look miserable. He did not even show any signs of being seriously injured. No matter how much his chest caved in, no matter how many of his bones were broken, he seemed to be able to recover in an extremely short amount of time. Demon Saint Modo had an incomparably tenacious vitality. Yang Kai was both physically and mentally exhausted, panting heavily. Although his strength had greatly increased after dragon forming, the consumption of his strength had also increased exponentially, not to mention that he had to use the mountains and rivers bell in advance every time he attacked, which was a heavy burden. If it weren't for his solid foundation, he would have long since died of exhaustion. However, he was still not in a hurry. He was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to win with a single strike. The opportunity came quickly. Modo had already gone berserk from the torture. His face was twisted as he gritted his teeth. His eyes were red as if he had lost his mind. The mountains and rivers bell rang again, and a visible sound wave surged towards Modo. But this time, Yang Kai didn't seem to have a good grasp of the timing. When the sound wave hit, Modo had already dodged ahead of time. Without the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell, he could finally deal with Yang Kai freely. He grinned and his demonic chi rolled as he flew at Yang Kai. A hint of panic appeared on Yang Kai's face as he hurriedly retreated, but he was unable to open up the distance between him and Modo. Modo flew above his head and slapped down with his palm. A destructive aura surged from his palm and enveloped Yang Kai. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and the sealed world bead flew out. Under his control, the sealed world bead disappeared into the void. At the same time, a vortex-like passage appeared between him and Modo. His divine sense surged out like a tide and wrapped around Modo, turning into an invisible net. Modo was the big fish in this net. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. His feet rooted to the ground as he urged his spiritual energy to close the net and catch the fish. As long as he could capture Modo into the sealed world bead, he would be able to control Modo's life and death. Even if he was a genuine demon saint, a demon saint who could only display 70% of his strength should not be his opponent in the sealed world bead. The most important thing was to bring Modo into the sealed world bead. When the vortex appeared, Modo's expression changed slightly. Clearly, he had also realized something. Warning bells rang in his head. He hurriedly pulled back, wanting to retreat, but the space around him was viscous, as if he had fallen into a quagmire. He was unable to break free. This stickiness was caused by Yang Kai's soul and the space divine technique. Modo reacted quickly and poured out his demon saint-level spiritual energy, turning it into sharp awls that shot out madly in all directions. The large net condensed from Yang Kai's spiritual energy was instantly riddled with holes. Not only that, but his soul was also severely damaged, blood flowing out of his 7 orifices, a terrifying sight to behold. What a fool! Competing with my spiritual energy? Modo had a confident look on his face, a look of ridicule on his face. He was in no hurry to escape this place. He found that this wizard bull had spun a cocoon around himself and wanted to use his spiritual energy to trap him. The invisible confrontation continued, and Yang Kai's soul was damaged more and more severely. The invisible net had long since been shattered, but he still refused to let go. Modo's ridicule turned into shock, because Yang Kai's persistence had exceeded his expectations. The soul was the source of wisdom for every living being. If the soul was too severely damaged, a living being would become a walking corpse. His attacks were violent and dense. Logically speaking, this Wu Niu in front of him should have lost his divine sense and become an idiot. But he found that the truth was not as he thought. The Wu Niu's face was ferocious, and he was obviously suffering from the pain of his divine soul, but he was still rational and clear-headed. Something was protecting his soul. Modo was a demon saint, after all. Although he did not know the existence of the soul-warming lotus, he guessed the truth in an extremely short amount of time. It was because of the existence of the soul-warming lotus that Yang Kai dared to use this method to fight to the death with Modo. Modo was also shocked and excited by his guess. He suddenly activated his spiritual energy and looked directly into Yang Kai's eyes. His deep gaze seemed to penetrate all barriers and see all the secrets in Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. A treasure that could protect a person's divine soul from being destroyed was worth a look to him. At this moment, a strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's pained face. His left eye suddenly turned into a golden light, revealing a dignified vertical pupil. Then a budding lotus flower flashed and rushed into Modo's sea of consciousness. Modo snorted angrily. Just as he was about to block the blossoming lotus secret technique, he was shocked to find that the net he had destroyed was suddenly pulled back. The power was so strong that he was almost caught off guard. He was quickly pulled toward the whirlpool. Modo was shocked. His body involuntarily rushed toward the entrance of the sealed world bead. The blossoming lotus secret technique exploded in his mind, giving him a splitting headache. If the other party succeeded, that would be a true humiliation. Although Modo did not know where this whirlpool led, seeing how Yang Kai was pulling him in without holding back, he knew that it was definitely not a good place. Perhaps he would never be able to come out after going in. He endured the pain in his head and roared, "Enough!" His angry roar shook the surroundings. The power pulling him paused slightly. At the same time, in the sky above the saint's battlefield, a pitch-black light flew over and disappeared into Modo's body. Modo's already terrifying aura exploded. Kai Yang's face changed greatly, his mouth filled with bitterness. It was as if he had eaten a gold thread. He had used all his methods and was about to pull Modo into his sealed world bead to do whatever he wanted. But at the last moment, Modo summoned back the power of his clone. At this moment, Modo was a true demon saint, a peak demon saint. The stalemate was instantly broken. Modo, who had recovered his strength, did not even need to use his full strength. Just his aura alone was enough to disperse Yang Kai's spiritual energy and space divine technique. On the battlefield, millions of demon race and barbarian race soldiers turned their heads and saw a scene they would never forget. A black shadow suddenly stood in mid-air, and then like a balloon, it quickly grew bigger. 10 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. This black shadow only stopped when it was 300 meters tall. Modo had transformed into a behemoth with 2 slightly curved horns on his head. The tips of the horns were sharp and seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. His feet had also transformed into 2 giant hooves that stood on the ground. Everything in the world seemed extremely small in front of him. His body seemed to be made of copper and iron, giving off a metallic luster. He gently exhaled from his nostrils, and a tornado visible to the naked eye immediately appeared in the air. Demon Saint Modo, after recovering all his strength, had transformed into a monster that looked like both a man and a cow. A thick demonic chi surrounded his mountain-like body, rolling and wriggling as if it was alive. Yong-kai had disappeared, and even the sealed world bead had disappeared. The moment Modo recovered his strength, he had hidden his whereabouts. Modo's window-sized eyes swept around casually, piercing through the void and finding Yong-kai's fleeing figure. He reached out and plucked a strand of hair from his body. He gently pinched it as if he was pinching an embroidery needle. Then, he threw the strand of hair forward, his movements extremely casual. With a whoosh, the hair pierced through the void and disappeared. A muffled groan came from 5 kilometers away. Then, Yong-kai's figure staggered out and fell to the ground. His abdomen was pierced through by a pitch-black energy, nailing him to the ground. The pitch-black energy was clearly formed from Modo's hair, and it possessed an extremely strange energy. Being fixed by this energy, not only did Yong-kai feel that his body could not move, but even thinking was extremely difficult. Dong dong dong. Modo strode forward. He seemed to be walking very slowly, but in fact, he was extremely fast. The distance of 5 kilometers was closed in just 3 breaths. Standing in front of Yong-kai, Modo looked down at him as if he was looking at an ant. To be able to force me like this, you can be considered very capable. When he first appeared, he had used 50% of his strength to deal with Yong-kai. They were evenly matched. Then, he used 70% of his strength and was actually not a match for him. After recovering to his peak, he finally crushed him. Chapter 2898. Hee hee. Yong-kai laughed bitterly. He looked up at Modo, who was like a mountain. You won. What are you going to do now? Kill me? Then hurry up and do it. Otherwise, there will be a surprise for you later. Modo's expression was cold. He raised his foot and stomped down on Yong-kai. For an enemy who had caused so much trouble for him, this kind of death was too easy. However, Modo had already wasted too much time on Yong-kai. He did not have the time to torture him, so he could only kill him first. When his foot landed, the ground cracked for hundreds of kilometers, crisscrossing ravines appeared. Modo frowned slightly. When he raised his foot, he left a giant footprint on the ground, but there was no trace of flesh or blood. He had just sensed a spatial ripple. That wizard bull had clearly escaped again, and this time, it was even more secretive. Modo glanced around but could not immediately find any trace of him. Shaking his giant head, Modo strode toward the evergreen god tree. He no longer paid attention to that ant-like existence. After being hit by his divine technique and being heavily injured, that ant could no longer obstruct him. Now, the most important thing was to get rid of that giant tree. His massive body, which was 30 feet tall, rampaged through the battlefield. All creatures in his way became meat patties under his feet. Whether it was the barbarian race or the demon race, there was no difference to Modo. With every step he took, members of the 2 races died under his feet. At first, he did not walk very fast, but as he strode forward, he became faster and faster. Gradually, he began to run as fast as lightning. Dong, 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 dong. Like the beating of war drums, the sound echoed through the wilderness. Everyone's hearts began to beat violently. Wherever Modo passed, the barbarian demon race retreated. No one dared to stand in his way. The clansmen who had died under his feet were the best proof. The wizard bull tribe still had less than 8,000 people left. At this moment, they were all gathered around the evergreen god tree, using its power to block the attacks of the demon race. And the demon race around them numbered more than 800,000? With such a huge difference in numbers, if it wasn't for the protection of the evergreen god tree, the remaining members of the wizard bull tribe would have been wiped out long ago. When Modo rushed towards the evergreen divine tree, everyone saw despair appear on the faces of all the barbarians. The 6 demon kings who were still bitterly holding on became the first batch of deserters. Although Yong-kai had previously ordered them to defend to the death, they still lacked the courage to face a demon saint head-on, especially an enraged demon saint. The demon king had escaped, but the barbarians could not. The evergreen divine tree was their only hope of sealing the passage between the two worlds. It was not easy for them to hold on until now, so how could they be willing to give up halfway? The wizard's bull tribe's defensive circle shrunk once again as they all retreated to the bottom of the tree roots. Low chanting sounds came from all over the tree trunk. The wizard of the Snowfrost tribe began to use their power. They wanted to borrow the power of the evergreen god tree to block the attacks of the demon Saint Modo. A layer of dark green light suddenly appeared, covering an area of 500 feet, forming a thick curtain of light. This curtain of light looked extremely sturdy, and all the demon race were blocked outside. The secret techniques used by the demon commanders, demon general, and demon kings could only create ripples on this curtain of light. They could not break through it at all. This gave the barbarians a bit of hope. But this hope quickly turned into fear. Modo charged over. His massive body was like a small mountain as he slammed into the dark green curtain of light. With a boom, the curtain of light trembled. The hearts of every barbarian surged to their throats as they looked up at where Modo had collided with the curtain of light. They forgot to breathe, and their faces were filled with worry. They were afraid that this curtain of light would be broken. Once it was broken, no one would be able to stop the destructive power of a demon saint. The evergreen god tree might be destroyed here, and the barbarians' last hope would vanish like smoke. The curtain of light was still there, but its color was clearly dimmer. The barbarians first let out a sigh of relief, but this was quickly followed by even more worry. The curtain of light could block one of Modo's collisions, but 2, 3, countless times? There would be a moment when Modo would break through this barrier and charge his massive body under the god tree. Under the worried and nervous gazes of the wizard bull tribe, Modo retreated a few steps, then tilted his head to look at the dark green curtain of light. He slightly pulled back a fist, and in the next moment, like a fully drawn bow, his fist shot out like a dragon. Boom! The curtain of light trembled again, and its color dimmed a bit. Without waiting for the curtain of light to stabilize, Modo's second punch had already arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the house-sized fist smashed into the curtain of light, it produced an incomparable impact. The wizard bull tribe members felt their blood boil, and their chests felt stuffy. It was as if Modo was not smashing into the curtain of light, but into their chests. Crack! Finally, a crisp sound entered everyone's ears. All the barbarians' expressions changed. They could clearly see a crack appear in the curtain of light. Modo laughed sinisterly, as if he was proud of his masterpiece. His final punch landed right in the middle of the crack. With a crash, like a mirror shattering, the curtain of light provided by the evergreen god tree finally could not withstand the demon saint's repeated attacks and collapsed. Without the protection of the curtain of light, all the barbarians were exposed to the demon saint. No one could withstand his breath. Modo only needed to blow at them to wipe them all out. Modo did not care about these ant-like existences. He was the demon saint. There was no need for him to care about the life or death of these small fries. He only had one goal: the evergreen god tree. Taking large strides, Modo crashed into the tree. Amidst the terrified shouts and screams of the barbarian race, the 300 feet tall demon saint rammed into the trunk of the evergreen divine tree. Boom! The evergreen divine tree trembled violently and countless green leaves fell from the sky, turning into dried leaves before they could even touch the ground. At the same time, the wizard tribe members hiding in various parts of the evergreen god tree were struck by lightning. Countless groans rang out, and a dozen wizards were killed by this crash. They had been hiding in the tree the entire time. Although they could borrow the evergreen god tree's protection and activate its power, they were also closely related to the evergreen god tree's life and death. This was a secret technique that the Snow Frost tribe had developed after coexisting with the evergreen god tree for tens of thousands of years. The force of Modo's crash was dispersed to various parts of the tree. Naturally, some wizard could not withstand it and died suddenly. However, Modo was extremely dissatisfied with this attack. A hint of anger appeared on his face. It was as if he believed that he should have crashed into the tree with this crash, not just a few leaves. Before he could attack a second time, the Snow Frost tribe's counterattack arrived. Soft branches drooped down from the crown of the tree, turning into long whips that lashed at Modo. Previously, the wizards of the Snow Frost tribe had relied on this method to help the Wizard Ox tribe survive the encirclement of hundreds of thousands of demon race until now. They had killed countless demon race members. However, this kind of attack was clearly a little weak against a demon saint. The seemingly destructive whips did not have any effect on him. Instead, they only stimulated Modo's ferocity. He reached out and grabbed the branches, pulling viciously and snapping them. After snapping dozens of branches, Modo was a little tired. He ignored the attacks that were lashing at him and slammed into the tree. Boom, 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 boom. With each collision, the evergreen god tree would shake violently. More leaves would fall, and more snow frost wizard would die. However, no matter how hard Modo tried, the evergreen god tree was still like a pillar that supported the heavens. Modo was finally enraged. He no longer slammed into the tree. Instead, he used his hands and feet to climb up the tree. As he continued to ascend, he displayed his powerful destructive power. He tore off branches one by one and threw them to the ground. The snow frost wizard could no longer stop his destruction. Wherever Modo passed, only the main trunk of the evergreen god tree was left. The side branches were all destroyed. When the nearby demon race saw this, they all followed Modo and rushed toward the evergreen god tree. Those who could fly flew high and destroyed everything they could. Those who could not fly climbed along the tree trunk, using their mouths to bite and weapons to chop. They did everything they could. The evergreen god tree, which was the guardian of the snow frost tribe and had existed for tens of thousands of years, was instantly filled with the demon race. It was like a candied haw on the ground that attracted countless ants. Looking down from the sky, it was a magnificent sight. The wizard of the snow frost tribe could only do limited things. Even with the power of the evergreen god tree, they could only wipe out a few ordinary demon race and provide some protection for the remaining wizard ox tribe members who were still bitterly holding on. From a certain perspective, they had already done enough. Without them, the wizard ox tribe would have been wiped out long ago, and the evergreen god tree would not have been able to grow steadily until now. But this was their limit. Defeat was close at hand. Every barbarian was filled with sorrow. The Yulu twins searched the battlefield, wanting to find that figure. Although they felt that they could not stop the current situation with that person's power, they did not have any more hope. But they could not find him. After that figure had been heavily injured, he had not appeared again. Perhaps he was already dead, or perhaps he was hiding somewhere. They would rather that that person was dead than believe that he had run away. Bang! A loud sound suddenly came from the sky. After the sound was heard, the evergreen god tree rustled like it was raining. Countless demon race members that were climbing up fell down. The huge tree trunk suddenly became much cleaner. Hearing this familiar voice, the Yulu twins were shocked. They all looked up. Even though their vision was blocked by the huge tree crown and they could not see anything clearly, they knew that the figure they had been searching for had returned. Chapter 2899. Xueqi reappeared in the air. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, as if he was an arrow at the end of its flight. The mountains and rivers bell had also transformed into a massive object that floated in front of him. It constantly emitted an ancient and desolate sound. Sound waves surged down the bell, knocking down countless demon race clinging to the evergreen god tree. The weaker demon race exploded into bloody mist before they even hit the ground. Only the slightly stronger demon race could resist. However, even the demon commanders bled from their orifices. Their minds were muddled and they were heavily injured. Only the demon king level experts could barely hold on. However, they constantly fell to the ground, pulling away from the mountains and rivers bell. The bell rang a dozen times, and the demon race on the evergreen god tree were all purged. Only Modo's massive body continued to rise. The sound waves gathered by the mountains and rivers bell slammed into his body, creating ripples. However, they could not stop him. "Bastard, are you looking to die?" Modo roared angrily. He climbed even faster. Through the layers of leaves, his massive eyes stared in Xueqi's direction. Finally, he passed through all the obstacles and saw the puny barbarian. Modo grinned viciously and reached out to grab him. Xueqi did not dodge, or rather, he could not dodge. The demon saint's casual strike contained the principles of the great Tao. It did not seem fast, but it was the essence of his cultivation. It was not something that could be easily dodged. The large hand grabbed Yongkai as if he was an unremarkable bug. Modo brought him in front of him and applied some force. There was a cracking sound. It was the sound of bones breaking. Even with the dragon form secret technique, his body could not withstand the demon saint's brute strength, especially when the demon saint was at his peak. However, Yongkai did not show any pain. Instead, he was calm. Modo was extremely displeased when he saw this. What other moves do you have? Let's see if you can stop me. Modo snorted coldly. The air that came out of his nostrils formed a gust of wind. You really do have a move. Yongkai smiled at him. Modo was speechless. He did not expect this puny barbarian to still have a move up his sleeve. However, his expression quickly became indifferent. No matter what move the other party had, it would not be effective in front of him, who had recovered his peak strength, unless he had the same strength as him. Modo did not say anything else. Modo instinctively had an extremely bad feeling. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, as if something big was about to happen. The demon saint was extremely sensitive to danger, so he trusted his instincts. The power in his hands suddenly increased, but at that moment, Modo's expression changed. His already large eyes widened even more, as if he had seen something inconceivable. An inexplicably powerful resistance appeared in Modo's hand. This resistance gave Modo the feeling that it came from the same source as his demonic aura, but it seemed to be even more ancient. It came from an even more distant era, which shocked Modo. The pitch-black energy spread out from between his fingers like glue, gradually gathering in one place. It gave off an aura that made one's heart tremble. The right eye of the puny barbarian in his hand suddenly turned pitch-black. It was like a black hole that could devour everything in the world. When he suddenly met that pitch-black eye, Modo was dazed for a moment. He felt uneasy, and his soul trembled. The next moment, his expression changed. He shouted, "Why do you have the aura of an ancient devil?" He finally understood what was going on with this barbarian's aura. It was clearly the extremely pure ancient demonic chi. The ancient devils were even more ancient existences than he was. They were the ancestors of the demon race, the first creatures born in the demon territory. It was these ancient devils who opened up territory in the demon territory, creating a space for the demon race to exist. After thousands of years of reproduction, the demon race was born. The ancient devils had not gone extinct. To this day, there were still ancient devils living in the demon territory. Every ancient devil was an extremely powerful existence. Even the demon saint had to treat them with respect. But although the ancient devils were powerful, their intelligence was pitifully low. They were like a group of uncivilized beasts. They relied on their instincts to act. Even the great demon god could not command them. In the demon territory, there were very few ancient devils. Not to mention the ordinary demon race, even the demon saint-level powerhouses might not see an ancient devil in their entire lives. They lived in the worst and most hidden environments. They would not easily appear in public. Modo had been lucky enough to see one once. At that time, he had accidentally entered a place where several ancient devils lived. In the end, he had been treated as an intruder and chased for hundreds of thousands of miles. He had almost died. His memory of the ancient devil's aura was still fresh. How could Modo not be shocked to suddenly see the ancient devil's demonic chi in this world? However, he finally understood why the demonic chi formed by his demon heart did not work on this barbarian. He had the ancient devil's aura inside him, so he could naturally resist the corrosion of his demonic chi. But, why was this? How could the ancient devil's aura appear on an outsider? Yongkai did not answer. He did not know if he did not want to answer or if he did not hear him. At that moment, he only felt his soul become restless. After undoing the gold and silver seals on the dantian, he immediately felt an unimaginable power surge out of the dantian. It surged through his body. With the support of this power, he could not help but feel like he was omnipotent. It was as if he could pick the stars and capture the moon just by raising his hand. As he obtained this great power, the various evils hidden deep in his heart were awakened and magnified. He gradually lost his mind. His perfect left eye twitched violently, up and down, left and right, as if it was not under his control. However, his right eye, which had turned pitch black, was still empty. It was a stark contrast to the liveliness of his left eye, making it seem even more strange. A pitch-black aura inexplicably swayed in his sea of consciousness. This aura seemed to have a strong infectious power. Wherever it passed, everything dimmed. The light balls of memories were dyed pitch black, losing their previous colorful brilliance. Xueqi hid his soul on the island created by the colorful soul-warming lotus, relying on this treasure to maintain his last trace of consciousness. It was not the first time that he had become the demon race, but this time it was a little different than before. He found that the power he obtained was even stronger. It was as if he had gradually adapted to the unsealed demonic qi in his body. He was able to exert its effect to a greater extent, but correspondingly, he had to pay a higher price. This was his last resort. He would not dare to use it unless he had no other choice. Because every time he used it, there was a real danger of becoming the demon race. He might lose himself, become a demon, and not recognize his own family. But in the face of a demon saint's aggressive pressure, Xueqi had no other choice. His body, which was originally only 6 meters tall, grew even taller after becoming the demon race. The immense power directly pushed Modo's hand away, only stopping when he was 10 meters tall. The short horn on his forehead had also grown a bit longer. Then, Xueqi discovered a phenomenon that gave him a pleasant surprise. The dragon form secret technique seemed to have a restraining effect on becoming the demon race. Even though his sea of consciousness was in chaos, he was still able to maintain his consciousness. This was not only due to the colorful soul-warming lotus, but also because of his dragon form body. He did not understand why this was, but he could vaguely guess that it had something to do with the golden divine dragon origin energy. His dragon form was a secret technique that relied on the golden divine dragon essence power as a foundation. Up until now, he had not even unleashed 1% of its full power. If there came a day when he could unleash the full extent of the golden divine dragon essence power, he would most likely transform into a dragon and roam the myriad worlds of the universe. He would no longer be in his current dragonman form, which was only 30 feet tall. The golden divine dragon origin energy had a divine nature, while the ancient demonic qi had a demonic nature. The two were originally opposing existences, but now they were coexisting in Xueqi's body and being used at the same time. This produced an inexplicable phenomenon. Xueqi thirsted for power. The ancient demonic qi gave him an advantage, allowing him to become the demon race. However, he did not want to lose his consciousness. Thus, his dragon form body and the colorful soul-warming lotus protected a trace of clarity in his sea of consciousness, preventing him from completely losing his sense of self. A heart-wrenching pain was transmitted from every part of his body. Xueqi felt as if his whole body was being shattered and then reassembled. This wasn't just the reconstruction of his flesh and bones, but also his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. No one would be able to endure this kind of pain. However, Xueqi, who had maintained a sliver of clarity, felt it 10 to 20 times more. He had long since surpassed his own limits. He raised his head and roared, his body trembling violently. His left eye twitched even more violently. Modo's expression changed even more. He discovered that no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not close his hand again. He could not crush this unremarkable little bug to death. This outsider had, in an extremely short amount of time, gained the strength to fight against him. Modo could not accept this outcome. He used his feet to stabilize his body, then reached out with his other hand to grab Xueqi's head. His expression was savage and vicious. Xueqi's angry roars came to an abrupt end, stopping without the slightest warning. The cracking sounds coming from his body also stopped. As far as the eye could see, he had been completely enveloped by a ball of black qi, making it impossible to see his figure clearly. However, the most bizarre thing was that the pitch-black area around his right eye could be seen clearly. It was extremely abrupt. This was a very unusual phenomenon. Ancient demonic eye. Modo finally discovered what was special about this eye. He was greatly alarmed. Chapter 2900. The ancient devils in the demon territory came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, but all of them were strong. Mo Duo knew that there was an ancient devil whose body was incomparably huge. It was like a mountain and had a single eye. That eye could unleash an unimaginable divine ability. So when he saw the abnormality in Yongkai's right eye, he couldn't help but recall all sorts of memories of this ancient devil. His heart jumped, and he prayed that his guess wasn't true. If it was, then this outsider might really be able to fight him. Black Pupil Purgatory. Eternal Darkness. The outsider's low chant made Modo feel as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire world suddenly turned pitch black. The dark clouds above his head disappeared, and the colors around him disappeared as well. The entire world was enveloped in darkness. And in this dark world, a giant eye hung high in the sky. In this pitch-black world, it was the only thing that seemed so unique. Everyone could see it clearly. In this pitch-black environment, every creature could clearly sense that gigantic eye. It was like a black moon that hung high up in the sky, looking down on everything under the heavens. All the members of the demon race couldn't help but stop what they were doing and look in the direction of the eye. Panic appeared on their faces, and then they bowed down in worship. Even the Demon King was no exception. They suddenly became dazed, forgetting what they were doing. Like the other members of the demon race, they looked at the giant eye with worship. The eye hanging high in the sky seemed to have turned this world into a cage. All the members of the demon race who were trapped inside seemed to have lost themselves. Modo was shocked, because he realized that things were developing in a direction he didn't want to see the most. That single eye really was the ancient devil he knew had, and this so-called Black Pupil Purgatory was the ancient devil's divine technique. This outsider had actually obtained the ancient devil's black pupil? How had he obtained it? How had he fused with it? Since he had fused with it, why hadn't he been assimilated? All sorts of questions rolled through Modo's mind, but he could not find a reasonable explanation. At this moment, Yongkai's attack arrived. The giant eye hanging in the sky suddenly blinked, and then a profound light came from above. Caught off guard, it struck Modo's head. Modo's expression went blank for a moment. Even though he was a demon saint, he could not help but hallucinate after being hit by such an attack. He seemed to have returned to demon territory. Sitting in his own palace and enjoying a comfortable life, far away from conflict and slaughter, such a life made his heart calm and his will to fight gradually lost. The big hand that had been clenched loosened a little. Yongkai took the opportunity to jump out. However, Modo was a demon saint in the end. Even though he was affected by the black pupil, it only took him a short moment to dispel the illusion in his mind. Without any hesitation, he swung his fan-like hand at Yongkai. Yongkai stretched out his hand and grabbed the void, summoning a war hammer into his palm. He did not care about Modo's attack. He raised the warhammer and smashed it at Modo's head. With a boom, their attacks were effective at the same time. Yongkai's 10-foot-tall body was sent flying by Modo like a rag sack. However, Modo's head was also smashed by the demon weapon warhammer. His head immediately began to bleed, and the enormous force penetrated his body. Looking down at the impact, he could no longer maintain his climbing posture. His enormous body plummeted to the ground like a meteor. With a rumble, the demon race on the ground, who had lost their minds and were still worshipping the black pupil in the sky, were crushed and rolled by Modo's body. A large number of them were instantly killed. Modo stood up, shaking his head. Blood flowed down from his forehead, blurring his vision, but his expression became ferocious. He closed his eyes, resisting the various illusory powers of Black Eye in the sky. He searched for Yongkai in the darkness. Yongkai had no intention of hiding. After becoming the demon race, his temperament had changed greatly. Even though he had the dragon transformation and the rainbow soul-warming lotus protecting his soul, the release of the ancient demonic chi and the use of the divine technique still had a huge impact on him. The desire to kill in his heart was magnified infinitely. He only had one goal in his eyes: kill that 300-foot-tall demon saint. For this, he would pay any price he could. After being sent flying by Modo's slap, Yongkai quickly stabilized his body. He raised the demon weapon warhammer high and charged at Modo aggressively. He instinctively activated his spatial laws and appeared in front of Modo. With such an obvious attack trajectory, Modo naturally easily grasped it. Modo raised his fist and charged forward. The demon weapon warhammer collided with the huge fist. Violent energy swept out, turning into sharp blades that reaped lives. A large number of the surrounding demon race members instantly died. Modo's fist bones cracked, and young Kai was sent flying. He spat out blood in midair, cutting a sorry figure. However, he did not seem to feel anything. After stabilizing his body, he pounced at Modo again. In an instant, the two of them were entangled in a fierce exchange of blows. Modo's huge body held some advantage at this moment. Although young Kai injured him every time, the demon saint's physique was extremely good, so these injuries did not affect him much. On the contrary, every time young Kai pounced, he would be met with a storm-like counterattack, sending him flying again and again. However, at this moment, young Kai was like an unkillable cockroach. Relying on the divine technique of the Black Eye Purgatory, even though he was at a great disadvantage, he still fought with Modo to the death, unwilling to retreat at all. The shock waves from their battle caused the demon race to suffer greatly. Beside the evergreen god tree, millions of demon race members were gathered. When young Kai used the Black Eye Purgatory, it surrounded them all. Facing the ancient devil's black eyes, they prostrated themselves in worship and fell into all kinds of illusions. They did not know how to dodge or retreat. The shock waves of the battle caused them to fall in droves. In less than half an hour, half of the millions of demon race members had been killed or injured. Blood flowed on the ground, and corpses piled up into mountains. It was like a true hell. Modo was already furious. He could only watch as the giant tree continued to grow, but he could not stop it. He had never felt so vile before. If possible, he did not want to tangle with young Kai like this. He only had one goal, and that was to destroy the evergreen god tree so that the giant tree would not block the world path. Before young Kai had become the demon race, he had not felt that this mission was very difficult. It was just a giant tree that only knew how to grow. He could destroy it with a wave of his hand. However, after young Kai became the demon race, he found that this mission was almost impossible to complete. Unless he could kill that outsider called Wizard Ox first, but if he could kill him, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? After a dozen more exchanges, Modo's body was covered with a dozen wounds of varying sizes. While young Kai was sent flying, he raised his head and looked up. Then his face turned ashen. This was because he discovered that after delaying for so long, the giant tree was about to reach the bottom of the world path. The giant tree crown was almost about to block off the existence of the world path. Based on the tree's growth rate, in just 15 minutes, it might really be able to block off the world path. Modo roared angrily. Ignoring young Kai's entanglement, he strode toward the evergreen god tree. When he was 1,000 feet away from the evergreen god tree, he leapt up. His 300-foot-tall body displayed unimaginable agility. In an instant, he leapt several hundred feet into the air and grabbed onto a tree trunk. Then, he used his hands and feet to climb up. Before he could advance much, young Kai mysteriously appeared above his head. The demon warhammer was wrapped in thick demonic chi and exuded an aura that could destroy all things. It smashed down at his head. Modo's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand to block. The warhammer smashed into his arm, breaking his bones. Modo's massive body suddenly shrank, almost falling down. However, he was still unwilling to let go, doing his best to stabilize himself. A second hammer came down, followed by a third, a fourth. Boom, 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 boom. Modo was like a punching bag. He no longer had the dignity of a demon saint. The arm above his head had long since been twisted out of shape. It was like a noodle, the bones shattered. In the end, he could no longer hold on and was struck down from the tree by young Kai. But during the process of falling, he grinned maliciously. Because another Modo had appeared in the sky at some point. Although it was not 100 feet tall, it was still a dozen feet tall. This was clearly a clone. No one knew when Modo had created this clone. Even young Kai did not sense it, or perhaps he could not sense it at all. After becoming the demon race, young Kai's senses had greatly weakened. He only had one target in his eyes, and his reactions to other things were extremely weak. Modo had used this to easily send his avatar out. At this moment, this clone was standing in front of Black Eye, its hands constantly forming seals as it muttered to itself. An extremely profound aura emanated from its body, making it seem very mysterious. Looking at the clone's posture, it had clearly been in this state for some time, and it was only now preparing to end it. Modo's clone suddenly stopped and raised his hand to point at Black Eye. A dot of light suddenly appeared above Black Eye. This light seemed to have an extremely strong infectious power. As soon as it appeared, it rapidly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it occupied half of Black Eye, and it showed no signs of stopping. Xueqi finally felt that something was wrong. He stopped in midair and turned to look at Black Eye. Then he roared and pounced at Black Eye, as if he wanted to stop the light from spreading. But it was too late. When the light filled Black Eye, the light of the entire world returned. The pitch-black illusory world was broken. Xueqi, who was flying away, let out a miserable cry as if he had been struck by lightning. A large amount of blood seeped out of his right eye. He fell to the ground, smashing a hole in the ground. Chapter 2901. Black Eye Purgatory's divine technique had been broken by Modo. Xueqi suffered a backlash, his blood roiling, his head splitting, and he howled in pain. Modo used this opportunity to finally break free from Xueqi's entanglement. He leaped up from the ground and flew up. In a few short breaths, he had climbed thousands of feet and was about to reach the top of the tree. But at this moment, Xueqi suddenly and strangely appeared in front of him. Holding the demonic warhammer in one hand, his demonic chi surged as he smashed it at him. Modo hurriedly jumped onto a nearby tree and dodged Xueqi's attack. The two looked at each other from afar. Modo's expression was furious. Xueqi was wrapped in demonic chi, so his expression could not be seen. However, his eyes were even more spirited and clear than before. He rested the demonic warhammer on his shoulder and raised his head. He said coldly, "I really have to thank you for letting me regain my senses. Otherwise, I probably would not have been able to break free from that state." Modo's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, "Without Black Eye's divine technique, how can you stop me?" He could also tell that after Black Eye's divine technique had been broken, Xueqi's aura had withered greatly. Although he had regained his senses, he was definitely not his match. Xueqi smiled and pointed at the skyway. "Perhaps I cannot stop you forever, but I just need to delay you for a while." Hearing this, Modo's expression sank. Xueqi was speaking the truth. Even though he was no longer Modo's match, he could still create some trouble for him and delay him. As long as he had this bit of time, the evergreen god tree would have a chance to seal the world path. The tree crown was already directly below the world path, completely covering it. As long as it continued to grow, it could grow into the world path. "Try it!" Modo roared angrily. He stomped on the branch he was on and shot up like a cannonball. In midair, he suddenly punched to the left. Strangely enough, Xueqi actually appeared right in front of his fist. It was as if he had bumped into it. Xueqi's face was filled with shock as he was caught off guard by this punch and was sent flying. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. The instant he was sent flying, he executed the spatial divine technique. With a teleportation, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Modo's head. The demonic chi on the demonic warhammer churned and wriggled as it smashed down at Modo with world-destroying power. "Despicable!" Modo roared. He raised his hand to block. A loud sound rang out. Modo's massive body fell more than 100 feet before stabilizing again. His two window-sized eyes were about to spit fire. After the Black Eye Purgatory was broken, Xueqi's strength had indeed dropped greatly. This could be seen from the power of the hammer. If Xueqi had used this hammer before, it would have been enough to send Modo crashing to the ground. However, Modo had only fallen 100 or so feet. Even so, Xueqi was still the sturdiest obstacle in front of him. If he did not break through this obstacle, he would not be able to break through it. Modo felt that he might not be able to continue forward, but how could he have the time to tangle with this outsider? He had underestimated him. All the Demon Saint had underestimated him. If they had known that this outsider was so powerful, they would have sent 2 Demon Saint to deal with him. Modo let out a long howl, wanting to summon helpers. However, he received no response. The other 4 Demon Saint were currently fighting with the 4 Barbarian Wizard Saints. They were evenly matched, and no one could easily escape. Everything rested on him. Crack! A strange sound rang out. Moto's eyelids twitched, and he looked up. At the entrance of the world path, the enormous tree crown had already surged into the world path. It was being squeezed by the world path's power, and the tree crown began to distort. However, it gradually filled the passageway between the two worlds. It was too late. Everything was too late. Moto's heart was ashen, and his entire body was cold. Xueqi laughed loudly. Although he was in a sorry state, his laughter was incomparably savage. This laughter entered Moto's ears. It only made him feel that it was incomparably ironic and mocking, and the suppressed volcanic anger in his chest completely erupted. Xueqi's laughter suddenly stopped, as if someone had grabbed his throat. It was extremely abrupt. Moto's expression also turned cold. He had clearly sensed something. The two of them looked up at the same time. Their gazes pierced through the void and reached the depths of the world path. Inside the world path, above the treetop, a black cloud suddenly appeared strangely. The black cloud slowly pressed down. It seemed slow, but it had a very strong oppressive force, as if nothing in the world could stop it from falling. In the process of falling, the black cloud gradually twisted and changed, transforming into the shape of a big hand, and covered the treetop. Demon God Master! Moto exclaimed. Great Demon God! Xueqi roared. In the demon territory, the strongest person was Great Demon God. He was in existence even more powerful than the demon saint. It was he who tore apart the barrier of the great world and opened the passageway between the demon territory and this world, bringing destruction and disaster to this world. The demon saint was already powerful enough, so how powerful was Great Demon God above him? Xueqi had been pondering this question before, but he had been unable to come up with an answer. It was just like how he had been unable to imagine the terror of a Tao Source Realm Master when he was still in the Origin Returning Realm. Without reaching a certain level, no matter how rich one's imagination was, it would still be lacking. Great Demon God stood at a completely different height, one that Xueqi could not fathom at all. However, at this very moment, he easily experienced the horror of the great demonic god. Just a palm formed by the black clouds seemed to be able to destroy a part of the world. It was a power that even the great demonic saints and shamans would tremble in fear. As the gigantic hand pressed down, cracking sounds rang out from the crown of the evergreen divine tree. It was actually unable to continue growing. Instead, it was showing signs of being pressed down. Moto watched this scene without the slightest hint of joy in his eyes, instead filled with fear. Large beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks as his 300-meter-tall body began to tremble. As a demon saint sent to this world by Great Demon God, he had failed in his duty and failed to organize the plan to seal off this world in time, causing Great Demon God to personally suppress it. After this battle, even if the demon race won, he and the other 4 demon saint would not be able to escape punishment. And the punishment of Great Demon God was not something he could bear, even if he was a demon saint. Whoosh! A strange sound rang out. Moto turned his head to look, and his expression immediately changed. You dare! Just as Xueqi was lost in thought, Wu Niu actually flew up with a solemn expression and rushed towards the world path. Looking at his posture, it seemed he wanted to block the Great Demon God's attack all by himself. This caused Moto to pale with fright. It was not that he was afraid the wizard bull had the ability to do this. Since Great Demon God had already made his move, no matter how strong the wizard bull was, he was just an ant struggling. It was just that he could not allow the wizard bull to hinder Great Demon God in the slightest. He followed closely behind, wanting to stop the other in advance, but his body was too large and his movements were not as nimble as the other. He could only watch as the other charged into the world path and disappeared. Moto was in a panic. His demonic chi surged wildly as he used his hands and feet to climb up. He had not been able to reach the top of the tree no matter what before, but now he reached it in less than 10 breaths. Moto had no intention of staying here. He also charged into the world path, wanting to capture Xueqi. The world path was filled with nothingness and chaos, making it impossible to determine one's direction. It gave off an uneasy feeling. Even the demon saint could not easily get rid of this feeling. This was because this was the endless void. No matter how powerful an expert was, if they lost their way here, they could be trapped here forever. An unimaginable pressure came from above. Moto looked up and just happened to see Great Demon God's giant palm pressing down, but that wizard bull had disappeared without a trace. That palm was Great Demon God's attack. Even though there was a world between them, it still felt invincible. He did not dare release his divine sense to search for Yongkai's figure here because the surrounding chaotic streams of space would devour all of his divine sense. Just as he was searching for Yongkai suddenly and strangely appeared beside him, slamming into him like a cannonball. A terrifying power spread out. Modo could not stand steadily and was sent flying. Yongkai stuck close to his waist. The power of space law surged from his body. Chaotic streams of space surged, bringing him and Modo toward that palm. Modo's face was pale. He tried his best to resist, but in this void, where space law dominated everything, he found that he could not break free from Yongkai's push. He was getting closer and closer to Great Demon God's palm. "What are you doing?" Modo was both shocked and angry. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. "I'll lend it to you." Yongkai grinned at him, but Modo clearly did not see it. These words made Modo's face turn green. His massive body began to tremble. He resisted with all his might, almost breaking free from Yongkai's push several times. Yongkai waved his hand impatiently, causing countless streams of turbulent void to appear around him, transforming into ropes that bound Modo. This time, Modo became much more obedient. "Do you know what you're doing?" Modo realized that he could not break free. He could only hope to persuade Yongkai to change his mind. "You'll die too." Yongkai did not say a word. He used all his strength to push Modo toward that giant palm. "Madman! You're a madman." Modo cursed. "I won't be used by you. It's my honor to die at the hands of Great Demon God. What you're doing is meaningless. You have the ancient devil chi and the ancient devil black eyes. Although you're from the barbarian race, you can be considered half a member of the demon race. Besides, you've already proven your strength. Give up. Great Demon God will forgive you. You'll get whatever you want from the demon race. Why aren't you stopping? If you don't stop now, it'll be too late." Modo continued to roar, the panic on his face growing more and more apparent. Yongkai turned a deaf ear to him. Finally, when Great Demon God's giant palm descended on his head, Modo shut his mouth. He knew that it was too late to say anything now. Even if Yongkai let him go, he would not be able to dodge Great Demon God's attack. Chapter 29:02. The giant palm above his head pressed down, and a destructive aura swept over him. Modo sighed, closed his eyes, and thrust out his neck. At this moment, Yongkai's furious roar exploded in his ears. "Why aren't you attacking? Do you want to die?" This roar was like a decree filled with magic. Modo suddenly opened his eyes. Driven by his survival instincts, he activated the power of the demon saint and raised his fists to meet the attack. He suddenly realized that the power restraining him had disappeared, and the space turbulence restraining him had also disappeared, allowing him to unleash his full strength. But the moment he attacked, Modo regretted it. He asked himself, just what was he doing? As a demon saint, he was actually resisting the great demon god? All of his actions were instinctive, without any thought. They were driven by his desire to live. On the brink of life and death, no one could think too much. No matter what, this was the full power of his demon saint strength. At the same time, Yongkai, not far from him, had a solemn expression. He raised the demon warhammer in his hand, poured his demonic chi into it, and smashed it down at the giant palm. Space laws swirled around the demon warhammer. Wherever the hammer passed, the void shattered. Not only that, Yongkai had also mixed in some time laws. At this critical moment of life and death, Yongkai unleashed an attack that surpassed his own limits. This attack was stronger than anything he had ever displayed before. It was an attack he had never imagined before. In the passage between two worlds, one was intentional, the other was unintentional. Yongkai and Modo worked together perfectly, unleashing a stunning counterattack. The giant palm paused for a moment, and then a giant hole appeared in its center. Endless demonic chi poured out of the hole. It flowed in all directions. But a moment later, the giant palm pressed down on Yongkai and Moto, as if it had destroyed two insignificant ants. It continued to press down. Moto's groan was extinguished as soon as it appeared. His 300-foot-tall body instantly collapsed. It turned into pieces of flesh that floated through the endless void. Yongkai also felt like he was shattering. His body had completely disappeared. Only his soul continued to fall, as if it would fall into the endless abyss. Was he dead? Yongkai didn't know what death was like, but if even the demon Saint Moto couldn't block this attack, he definitely couldn't survive. He probably really was dead. In a daze, he suddenly felt like he had forgotten many things, and then he remembered something. He could feel that he was still falling. This kind of falling seemed to have no end, as if it would continue on endlessly. For no reason, he felt his whole body relax, as if he no longer had to think about some things that annoyed him. It was not bad to continue falling like this. Suddenly, the feeling of falling disappeared and his vision changed. When Yongkai came back to his senses, he was already in the middle of a starry sky. He turned his head and looked around. He lowered his head. Then his eyes widened. He saw a massive tree that connected the heavens to the earth. It towered over the battlefield covered in blood and corpses. The majestic tree crown reached into a crack in the sky and was in the process of growing. He saw a few strong humans hiding under the tree to avoid the slaughter of the demon race. He also saw millions of humans and demon race engaged in a bloody battle in the vast wilderness. On the other side of the sky, 8 powerful experts were fighting. These were the saints of the two races. They seemed to be evenly matched. He shivered. He suddenly remembered what he had just forgotten, and recalled something even more distant. He was the Wizard Ox, the Wizard King of the barbarian race's southern barbarian tribe. He commanded an elite army called the Wizard Ox tribe. He was also the Yongkai, the palace master of the High Heaven Palace in the northern territory of the astral boundary. Especially his second identity, he didn't know when he had actually forgotten it completely. When he had just arrived in this world, he would still remember it from time to time. He remembered that he was just a passerby in this world, and that he had only come to this mystic realm to gain experience. But as the war between the two races broke out, his memory of this identity became more and more blurry. He gradually got used to the identity of the Wizard Ox. In the end, he completely forgot the name of the Yongkai. Just now, he had dragged a demon saint and launched a suicidal attack on the great demon god. Was he trying to imitate the sacrifice of the evergreen god tree? If he remembered his identity as the Yongkai, he definitely wouldn't have been so reckless. After all, this was just an arcane realm. Everything could be just an illusion. But if he looked at this matter with the identity of the barbarian Wizard Ox, it would seem normal. The Wizard Ox would definitely make such a choice. Any barbarian would not hesitate to make such a choice. Even if they would die, as long as there was even the slightest chance of success, their death would be worth it. The only thing he couldn't understand now was what was going on. Was everything here an illusion? Was he really dead? Isn't it amazing? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Yongkai was startled. He didn't expect someone else to be here, but he didn't immediately turn around because he recognized the owner of the voice. He stood in the void and pointed below. Is this all real or fake? It's real, but it's also fake. A petite figure slowly walked to his side and stood still. Her beautiful eyes stared down as she looked at the scene below, together with Yongkai. Yongkai turned to look at her and curiously asked, "Answer me. There's falsehood in the truth, and truth in the falsehood." The woman winked at him, looking a little mischievous. This was an expression she had never shown before, which made Yongkai stunned. Yongkai continued to look at her and didn't say a word. The woman said, "This battle is real. In ancient times, there was a war between the two races. It wasn't much different from what you are seeing now, but the scale was bigger." Yongkai frowned. "Then what about the Wizard Ox?" "It's because there were countless Wizard Ox in that battle. This land was preserved, and the demon race was forced to retreat." Yongkai suddenly said, "The Wizard Ox I saw and experienced was just a miniature version." "Yes." Yongkai said, "I understand. Everything I experienced was just an illusion, but this illusion wasn't an empty fantasy. It was something that happened in ancient times. Moreover, this illusion lasted a little too long. It lasted for a full 2 years. However, Yang Kai believed that this was a war in ancient times. It definitely couldn't have ended in just 2 years. Perhaps it was 20 years, or perhaps it was 2 centuries. It was just that the miniature version he saw shortened the time. That's right. So congratulations on your contribution in this battle. The woman smiled. Yang Kai sneered. I'm already dead. There's nothing to congratulate me about. It's just that you're in this world. You're still alive. The woman smiled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I want to see the final result of this battle. The woman nodded and stretched out a hand. A moment later. It was as if Yang Kai had become the incarnation of a god. With a single thought, everything below him could be seen clearly, down to the smallest detail. First, it was the passage between the 2 worlds. After the great demon god's attack destroyed the demon Saint Modo and Wizard Ox's resistance, it continued to press down. However, Modo and Wizard Ox's sacrifice was not in vain. A hole appeared in the giant palm. A large amount of demonic chi leaked out and was absorbed by the surrounding void, greatly reducing the power of the giant palm. Moreover, as the giant palm pressed down, its power decreased. In the end, when the giant palm slammed into the crown of the tree, heaven and earth trembled. The huge treetop suddenly shortened by a bit. Countless broken branches and leaves flew through the air. Countless cracks appeared on the towering tree trunk, as if it could collapse at any moment. However, the evergreen god tree only swayed for a while before stabilizing again. Green light blossomed from every leaf and every branch of the evergreen god tree. An astonishing burst of life energy erupted. The tree crown, which had already entered the passage between the 2 worlds, suddenly expanded as if it was glowing with the light of spring. It immediately sealed off the crack in the sky. Immediately afterward, countless green lights flew into the sky like fireflies. They rushed into the sealed world passage and disappeared. Soon, the realm path was filled with green light as well. The life essence that the evergreen god tree had gathered for tens of thousands of years rapidly shrank. All of the life energy turned into green light and was used to seal off the world passage. When the world passage was completely filled with green light, the evergreen god tree suddenly shook. The side branches fell one after another, leaving only a bare main trunk. The world passage gradually shrank under an inexplicable force. In the end, it closed and disappeared. The entire process lasted for a very long time. After the world passage disappeared, the evergreen god tree seemed to have lost its life force. The tree trunk that connected heaven and earth turned into fine powder that fluttered in the wind. The evergreen god tree sacrificed itself for a righteous cause. The world passage was finally sealed. When they saw this scene, all of the barbarians cheered in surprise. However, the demon race that was fighting the barbarians looked as if they had lost their parents. After losing their connection to the demon territory, the low-level soldiers and the demon king seemed to be greatly affected. Their strength was greatly reduced and they could no longer fully display their strength. The barbarians fought back and killed countless enemies. The battle of the holy saints that had been in a stalemate finally changed. The 4 demon saints were gradually not a match for the barbarians. Under the relentless pursuit of the wizard saints, they fled pathetically. In less than half a day, 2 demon saints were killed on the spot. The other 2 demon saints knew that the situation was hopeless and began to flee. The wizard saints chased after them separately. The demon saint either died or fled. The demon race below could not do anything. The battle was over, and all that was left was to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 2903. Yang Kai retracted his gaze and let out a soft sigh. He had already foreseen the outcome of the war between the 2 races. Just as he had expected, the barbarian race had won after paying a huge price. The invaders had been exterminated, and as for the 2 great demon saints who had escaped, even if they were omnipotent, there was no place for them to hide in this vast world. In a way, this experience was very successful. Yang Kai himself also gained a lot, especially his understanding of the ancient wizard's magic. This was something that no ancient book could compare to. The only flaw was that the wizard bull died. But in that situation, as a wizard bull, Xueqi couldn't think of a better way to deal with the great demon god's attack. Now there was only one last problem left. Xueqi turned his head to look at the petite woman beside him and asked seriously, "Who are you? What should I call you? Or should I call you like before?" Dai smiled as if she sensed the dissatisfaction in Xueqi's heart and softly said, "I am a witness to history, a recorder. What you have experienced is only a drop in the ocean that I have recorded." "This illusion was created by you?" Xueqi raised his eyebrows. Dai shook her head. "I am only responsible for witnessing and recording. What kind of illusion one encounters after entering this place is completely the choice of the person undergoing the experience." Xueqi frowned. "I don't remember choosing anything. After entering this place, he woke up as Tsongnan villages on Nyo. When did he ever have the chance to choose?" Dai smiled. "Something in your body will help you make a choice." Xueqi thought for a bit. Ancient demon chi? Only the ancient demon chi could be related to the illusion of the war between the two races. As soon as he said this, he was shocked. He remembered that he had unlocked the gold and silver seal on the Dantian. He had already become the demon race, but now he didn't feel any discomfort at all. He wanted to check his condition, but now he didn't even have a body. He appeared here in a similar way to a soul and communicated with Dai, so he couldn't check his condition. Butterfly seemed to have sensed his thoughts and said, "Don't worry. Everything is at a standstill here. You can deal with your own difficulties after you get out." Xueqi nodded and pondered for a moment before saying, "You said that you are a witness to history, a recorder. Can I understand that you are the illusion itself?" Butterfly looked at him with bright eyes and said, "You're really smart." "That's right, I am this illusion itself." Xueqi said, "Everyone who comes here will experience different illusions, right? What I experienced was the invasion of the demon race. The war between the two races. If other people came, they might experience something else." "That's it." Butterfly chuckled, feeling that it was never tiring to talk to smart people. "Furthermore, what you experienced this time was a war between two races. Perhaps the next time you come here, you will experience something completely different. Everything is changing, and everything has its own cause and effect. Does this mystic realm have a name?" Xueqi asked curiously. "Thousand Illusionary Dream Realm," Butterfly replied, her petite body suddenly turning around and exploding with a bang. Xueqi was slightly startled. But soon he calmed down and stared at a huge butterfly in front of him with blurred eyes. The place where Butterfly originally stood was now occupied by a 5-colored butterfly as tall as a person. This butterfly was brightly colored and gave off a feeling of extreme beauty. It gently flapped its wings, causing fluorescent light to flow around it, dazzling those who looked at it. Butterfly's voice came from the other side. "I am the 1,000 Illusionary Butterfly, the master of this mystic realm. So you are the key to opening this mystic realm." Xueqi suddenly realized. Princess Lansun had once told Xueqi about this before. There were many mystic realms in the 5-colored treasure pagoda's 5th layer, some of which required specific keys to open. For example, the Great Illusionary Dream Realm she once mentioned required the Golden Armor Heavenly Book to open. Star Soul Palace's elder Tanjun Hao was killed by Xueqi in Flowing Shadow City. The Golden Armor Heavenly Book also fell into Xueqi's hands, causing some of Star Soul Palace's disciples to be trapped inside the Great Illusionary Dream Realm, unable to leave. In order to recover the Golden Armor Heavenly Book, Star Soul Palace had no choice but to agree to Xueqi's request to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda for a month. The key to the Great Illusionary Dream Realm was the Golden Armor Heavenly Book, and the key to the 1,000 Illusionary Dream Realm Xueqi experienced was Butterfly. It was also the 1,000 Illusionary Butterfly she had transformed into. Butterfly chuckled, "Key? I am not just the key, I just told you, I am the mystic realm itself." Xueqi didn't know what the difference was, but he instinctively felt that this so-called 1,000 Illusionary Butterfly was of a higher level than the Great Illusionary Dream Realm Lansun spoke of. Nodding, he said, "I roughly understand, but since you are the master of this mystic realm, why appear beside me as Butterfly? Are you monitoring me?" Butterfly said, "I can easily see everything in this mystic realm, so there is no need to monitor anything. As for why, I just felt like it. I have been in a deep slumber for many years, and this time I was awakened by you." Young Kai raised his eyebrows and said with some interest, "So you are saying that there is something special about me to you? Can I take you with me?" After pausing for a moment, he changed his words. "Are you willing to come with me?" If he could take Butterfly with him, then he would be able to control a mystic realm. Moreover, this mystic realm was ever-changing and suitable for any cultivator to enter. He was now the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, so he had to consider many things. Every great sect had its own foundation, such as Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda, Azure Sun Temple's Divine Ascension Mirror, Orthodoxy Temple's Astral Winds, Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Martial Intent Hall. Each of them had their own irreplaceable role and contributed unimaginable strength to the development of their own sect. The strength of a sect wasn't just limited to having a few masters in charge. It also had to consider the future development and the growth of its disciples. Currently, the High Heaven Palace didn't lack masters. The Monster King was a guest elder, and he was also under Young Kai's command. There were also Emperor Array Masters, Emperor Alchemists, and Emperor Artifact Masters in the palace. There was also a territory crossing space array that connected the north and south, so cultivation resources weren't a problem. Young Kai was still thinking about Tian Yen. If he could help Tian Yen reconstruct his physical body and free him from the Divine Ascension Mirror, then the High Heaven Palace would have a master on the level of great emperors as a backer. Even if it wasn't a sect of great emperors, it wouldn't be far off. What the High Heaven Palace lacked was a foundation that could help several or even several dozen generations of disciples grow. The Thousand Illusions Dream Realm was undoubtedly an excellent choice. That was why Young Kai really wanted to take it with him. The Thousand Illusions Dream Realm was one of the many sealed realms in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Butterfly was the key to this sealed realm, so as long as he could take Butterfly away, the High Heaven Palace would have its own sealed realm in the future. As for whether or not Star Soul Palace would discover or stop him, Young Kai didn't think there was anything to worry about. There were many sealed realms in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, and there were some sealed realms that even Star Soul Palace couldn't open or find. If he took one of these sealed realms, Star Soul Palace definitely wouldn't know. What's more, even if they found out, what could they do? This was a benefit that Young Kai had gained from his experience. Star Soul Palace couldn't bully the weak and force him to stay, as that would be a blow to Star Soul Palace's reputation. With this in mind, Young Kai asked. At the same time, his mind was rapidly thinking about how to persuade Butterfly if she refused. He wasn't very confident in this proposal. "Sure," Butterfly said softly. What? Young Kai froze for a moment, not having expected Butterfly to agree so readily. The few words of persuasion he had just prepared were immediately swallowed back into his stomach. "I said sure," Butterfly repeated. Young Kai was speechless for a moment. Butterfly agreeing so easily made him a little unable to respond. On the other hand, Butterfly saw his concerns and chuckled. "I can see the changes and interpretations of history in you, so I need to record them. It's not convenient to stay in this place." Young Kai grinned. "I don't know what the future will be like, but I think my future should be very exciting. You may record a lot of things." "I hope so." Young Kai stretched out his hand to her and Butterfly gently flapped her colorful wings, her beautiful body suddenly turning into a stream of light and flying into Young Kai's hand. Young Kai gently grasped it and looked down to find a butterfly-like hairpin in his hand. It was small and exquisite, looking exactly the same as the 1,000 illusionary butterfly that Butterfly transformed into, except its size was countless times smaller. Butterfly disappeared and turned into a butterfly-shaped key that remained in Young Kai's hand. All of a sudden, everything around him began to distort, becoming grotesque and variegated. Then, Kai Yang felt an irresistible suction force pulling him in an unknown direction, as if it wanted to throw him into hell. He couldn't resist and could only guard his mind. With a loud rumble, Young Kai felt as if his soul had traveled through an endless space-time tunnel and arrived at a familiar residence. He opened his eyes and immediately confirmed that his soul had returned to his body. However, his body's situation was extremely bad. A rich demonic chi wrapped around him and his physique was pulsing, transmitting an extremely dangerous aura. This aura impacted his soul, causing it to become turbulent, as if he could be demonized at any time. After becoming the demon race in the 1,000 illusionary dream world, his body really gave a very realistic response. In other words, although what one experienced in the 1,000 illusionary dream world was only an illusion, it was still inextricably linked to the person who experienced it. For example, in the current situation, Yongkai had become the demon race in the illusion, which meant that he had really become the demon race. Without time to think too much, Yongkai hurriedly urged the power of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea to protect the clarity of his soul before immersing himself in the sealed world bead and guiding the sealing power of the gold and silver trees in the medicine garden into his body. Gold and silver light quickly gushed out and flowed through his meridians throughout his body. Under the mysterious power of the gold and silver tree, the demonic chi that was surging in his limbs and muscles seemed to have encountered nemesis and was forced back towards the dantian, like a rabbit avoiding the pursuit of a falcon, revealing a sense of panic. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.